Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Senior brother, are you inside? Li Yao's voice penetrated into Xiang Yu's consciousness like a lifeline, pulling him from the depths of an endless void. In the next second, his eyes flickered open, adjusting to reality with disorienting suddenness. Senior brother, I'm coming in, her voice announced as the door swung open. Li Yao paused in the doorway, observing Xiang Yu still seated in his meditation posture, awareness slowly returning to his features. Senior brother, are you okay? Concern colored her tone. You didn't come to train, so I thought something happened. Xiang Yu blinked several times, his mind still half-trapped in that boundless emptiness. The transition back to physical reality felt jarring, like being violently yanked from a dream. Training? He asked, confusion evident in his voice. Only then did the realization strike him. Sunlight streamed through the open doorway, illuminating his quarters with morning brightness. How was it already dawn? He had only intended to practice for 1 hour. How had the entire night slipped away? That sensation of peaceful non-existence, the memory, sent a chill down his spine. How dangerously seductive it had been. He exhaled slowly, deliberately steadying himself. Oh, training. I was just practicing the technique given by Master. I lost track of time, sorry, he explained as he rose to his feet with careful movements, his body stiff from hours of motionless meditation. We can go now. The two disciples walked slowly toward the training grounds. Xiang Yu remained distracted, his thoughts circling back to what had happened during his practice of the Mountain Heart Sutra. Was that what falling to mental demons felt like? His greatest desire was survival, so perhaps his mental demons manifested as contentment with mere existence, feeling nothing, doing nothing, just being. His expression hardened as a troubling thought crossed his mind. If Li Yao hadn't called out to him, he might truly have fallen into that trap. That wasn't the survival he wanted. He had no desire to become a vegetable merely existing. He wanted to truly live, to survive without sacrificing other aspects of his life. Well, except for his body, of course, but that was different. With a contemplative sigh, he mentally summoned his status screen, curious whether anything had changed after his night of meditation. To his surprise, something had indeed changed. Mind, level 1. Enlightenment. Low, 50/1000. Battle instinct, 20/100,000. Scriptures, Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th layer, 48/400. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1, 1/1000. A new stat had appeared, mind at level 1. Even more surprising was that his enlightenment had increased by 2 points, and his battle instinct had jumped by 4 points. The enlightenment increase wasn't entirely unexpected, given the high-level scripture he'd practiced, but the battle instinct gain was remarkable. Apart from his initial 1 point, he hadn't been able to raise this attribute without the system's doubling effect. Now it had increased by 4 points, almost half of what he had possessed the previous day. He examined the new entry in his scripture section with fascination. The Mountain Heart Sutra was only at level 1, yet required 1,000 points to advance. Still, he was genuinely surprised he could learn it at all. If he had to guess, both scriptures were at least high grade. Perhaps he'd succeeded because he had already mastered the Mountain Heart Scripture, consider the other half of this cultivation method. Despite his close brush with mental demons, Xiang Yu recognized the sutra's tremendous value. It offered a pathway to increase his enlightenment and battle instinct more rapidly. Though the danger of falling into that seductive void remained, he simply needed to exercise greater caution in the future. Xiang Yu and Li Yao moved across the training ground in their familiar dance of steel against steel. Today, Xiang Yu wielded his knife instead of the sword since his sword technique had already reached the halfway point to completion. Besides, he needed to push his knife technique further to maintain its lead. If both techniques reached the same level simultaneously, the sword would no longer mooch off of the knife's advanced insights, which would slow down his pace. As his blade met Li Yao's with practiced precision, Xiang Yu noticed a subtle, yet significant change in his combat awareness. The exchanges felt more fluid, his responses more natural. This wasn't about raw power. He remained hopelessly outmatched by his junior sister in that department, but rather his adaptability had markedly improved. The doubling of his battle instinct certainly played a role, but he suspected the newly acquired mind stat contributed equally to this enhancement. When his battle awareness revealed openings in Li Yao's guard, his mind seemed to sharpen with laser-like focus, filtering out extraneous stimuli and distractions. The world narrowed to just that one crucial moment, that single opportunity. Was this what Elder Guo meant about giving his all to whatever path he chose? The clarity felt invigorating, yet he recognized that this enhanced focus would apply equally to escape should he choose that option instead. His nature remained unchanged. Survival still drove his every decision, but his execution had become more decisive, more complete. If a single stat in the mind stat produced such noticeable improvements, what might become possible as it advanced further? The prospect of reaching level 2 or beyond sent a thrill of anticipation through him. Li Yao blocked a particularly aggressive strike from his knife, creating distance between them with a graceful backward leap. She observed her senior brother with analytical eyes, noting the subtle shift in his approach. Unlike previous sessions where hesitation plagued his movements, today he attacked with greater assertiveness, actively capitalizing on opportunities rather than second-guessing them. Though still far from the aggressive fighter she hoped to mold him into, this willingness to counterattack represented significant progress compared to his former habit of waiting to confirm each opening, by which time the opportunity had invariably vanished. From his private chamber overlooking the training grounds, Elder Guo watched the disciples with growing satisfaction. His weathered eyes tracked Xiang Yu's movements carefully, noting the improved clarity and purpose behind each strike. A slight nod of approval moved his beard as he reconsidered his initial assessment of the boy's potential. He had clearly underestimated Xiang Yu's comprehension ability. The disciple had not only managed to learn the Mount of Heart Sutra, but was already integrating its benefits into his combat style. If the boy continued at this rate, combining his extraordinary battle awareness with the mental clarity provided by the sutra, he would undoubtedly develop into a formidable combat expert. The golden sunlight poured over the training grounds as Xiang Yu and Li Yao continued their relentless sparring. Steel clashed against steel in a rhythmic symphony of combat, their movements growing more fluid with each exchange. Neither disciple showed any sign of yielding as the morning sun climbed higher, its rays intensifying from gentle warmth to scorching heat. Their dedication remained unwavering, sweat glistening on their brows as they pushed each other to new limits. Only when the sun reached its zenith, signaling the lunch hour, did they finally lower their weapons. With practiced synchronization, they sheathed their blades and made their way toward the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Xiang Yu moved with a grace that hadn't been present before. His newly elevated 8th grade cooking skill manifested in every precise movement of his hands. The knife in his grip became an extension of himself, slicing through vegetables and meat with surgical precision. Each cut was measured perfectly, each ingredient prepared with mathematical exactness that bordered on artistry. Li Yao, initially tasked with washing vegetables, found herself transfixed by her senior brother's performance. Her hands stilled over the basin as she watched him work, mesmerized by the professionalism. He looked like a master craftsman at work. His movements flowed with elegant efficiency, economical yet somehow beautiful in their precision. When he slid open the lid of the final dish, steam billowed forth in fragrant clouds. The aroma spread throughout the Mountain Heart Pavilion like an invisible summons, rich and complex with layered notes that promised extraordinary flavor. Almost immediately, the padding of footsteps announced the arrival of Elder Guo and Elder Huang, drawn by the irresistible scent. As the dishes were arranged on the table, anticipation hung heavy in the air. The moment Elder Guo gave his customary nod of approval, everyone eagerly reached for their chopsticks, impatient to begin. Elder Guo stared at the meal before him with widening eyes. This is... The words died in his throat as he observed something extraordinary. Though not true spiritual food, the dishes possessed qualities that transcended ordinary cuisine. The ambient qi in the atmosphere seemed drawn to the food, wisps of energy attaching themselves to the expertly prepared ingredients. Unable to resist any longer, he seized his chopsticks and attacked the meal with uncharacteristic haste. After clearing his plate with impressive speed, a satisfied burp escaped him. He could feel the qi from the meal spreading slowly into his dantian, like gentle ripples in a pond. Though not as effective as proper cultivation, the sensation was undeniably pleasurable, his spiritual energy increasing, however marginally, simply from enjoying a meal. When Elder Huang finished her portion, her expression darkened as she stared at her empty plate. The pavilion fell silent as everyone turned toward her, confusion evident on their faces. Without warning, she rose from her seat, the sudden movement startling Elder Guo beside her. With deliberate steps, she approached Xiang Yu and stood before him. "Martial ant?" Xiang Yu questioned, uncertainty in his voice. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and to everyone's shock, tears began streaming down her face. "This sure is so magnificent," she declared with emotional intensity. Suddenly aware of her undignified display, she hastily wiped away her tears. "It seems Martial Nephew's cooking has achieved a breakthrough," she observed, composing herself. "It's such a pity you don't have a spiritual root, so you can't make real spiritual food." A smile spread across her face. "But I have just the solution for you." Elder Guo stood abruptly. "You mean..." Before he could finish, she continued, "That's right, there's a spirit fire I acquired back when I was young, but I kept it since it wasn't compatible with me." Her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "After seeing your talent, I've decided you're the only person worthy of wielding this spirit flame." Fresh tears streamed down her face, as though she'd finally found a worthy successor. Stop pretending. You just want to give it to him so he can make you spirit food," Elder Guo interjected, seeing through her motives. "Should I not give it to him?" she snapped back sharply. Elder Guo paused, suddenly remembering that Xiang Yu was, after all, his disciple. If the boy could make spirit food, wouldn't he, as the master, be the first to taste it? "My apologies, I have misspoken," he conceded, lowering himself back into his chair. In his mind, laughter bubbled up at the fortuitous situation. If his disciple received a spirit flame, it would not only enhance the boy's combat abilities, but also allow him to prepare spirit food for his master. A perfect demonstration of filial piety. After years of nurturing this seemingly talentless disciple, he might finally see a worthwhile return on his investment. Elder Guo suppressed a smile, silently congratulating himself on his genius. "What's a spirit flame?" Li Yao asked internally, her curiosity piqued by the elder's conversation. "You can think of them as natural treasures born from the world." The Empress's voice echoed in her mind with scholarly precision. "Though they can be used for combat, they are mostly used for secondary professions. Pill refining, artifact refining, or in your senior brother's case, cooking," she explained. Xiang Yu remained silent, his expression contemplative as he considered his martial aunt's unexpected proposal. Before he could fully process the implications or formulate a response, Elder Huang's enthusiasm overwhelmed any potential hesitation. "I'll go bring it right away," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she took to the air, her figure becoming a dwindling silhouette against the azure sky. Elder Guo rose from his seat. "Don't think too much about it, and just accept it," he advised, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Your martial aunt is a researcher and possesses many valuable treasures. It would be a pity if you didn't take advantage of her generosity every once in a while." With that parting wisdom delivered, he too departed, leaving the disciples alone with their thoughts. Xiang Yu watched his master's retreating form, internally acknowledging the soundness of the elder's counsel. Even without such encouragement, he had already resolved to accept the gift. Spirit flames were exceptionally rare treasures, coveted by cultivators across the realms. The practical benefits alone made refusal unthinkable. The most appealing aspect of spirit flames, he reflected, was their nature as perpetually burning elemental essences that required no chi to sustain. Unlike most cultivation techniques that remained inaccessible to him due to his lack of spiritual roots, a spirit flame would allow him to perform impressive feats like coating his weapons with mystical fire, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities despite his limitations. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at his martial aunt possessing such a treasure. The Azure Cloud Sword sect was merely an 8th-grade sect in the greater hierarchy of cultivation powers. For Elder Huang to have an item valued, even by 1st-grade sects, was truly remarkable. Of course, the true value depended entirely on the flame's grade. Spirit flames were classified from 9th grade to 1st grade, with 1st being the most powerful. Perhaps she merely possessed a 9th grade flame, though even that would be a considerable treasure by any reasonable standard. Questions about why the flame proved incompatible with her flickered through his mind, but he set such speculation aside. The afternoon training session awaited, and maintaining his rigorous schedule remained paramount to his exponential growth. With unspoken agreement, he and Li Yao turned toward the training grounds, ready to resume their relentless pursuit of martial excellence. The warm glow of sunset cast long shadows across the training grounds as Xiang Yu and Li Yao continued their rigorous practice. Their weapons clashed rhythmically, each strike and parry flowing into the next with increasing precision as they pushed each other to new limits. Only when dusk fully settled did they finally lower their weapons, acknowledging it was time for the evening meal. As Xiang Yu approached the dining area, ready to begin his culinary preparations, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area, announcing his martial aunt's arrival. Elder Huang descended gracefully from the sky, her robes billowing around her. In the next moment, Elder Gua appeared as well, his curiosity evidently piqued by her dramatic entrance. Elder Huang produced a lamp from her spatial storage, its appearance deceptively ordinary save for one remarkable feature: a black flame burning steadily within the glass enclosure. With deliberate movements, she removed the lid, and immediately the black flame attempted to escape. Acting swiftly, she summoned a bright red flame from her palm, enveloping the black fire within its grasp. Despite her obvious power, a slight tension in her face revealed the effort required to contain it. "I don't know what flame this is since I've never seen a black flame before," she explained, her eyes never leaving the dancing darkness in her grasp. "When I got it, I thought it was a special flame. I have the Phoenix bloodline, which allows me to absorb flames to enhance myself. But when I tried to absorb this flame, it also tried to absorb my flames. I thought it was because my bloodline was weaker, so I waited to enhance my bloodline, so I could be able to absorb it." A sigh of disappointment escaped her lips, her expression momentarily clouding. "Although I've had a few chances to advance my bloodline, it's only advanced a little each time, nowhere near what I'd need to be able to consume this flame." Her demeanor brightened suddenly, as if shaking off past regrets. "Instead of letting it rot there for God knows how long, you should have it," she declared, pushing the flame, still wrapped in her own crimson energy, towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu watched the approaching black flame with fascination, his eyes capturing every detail of its mesmerizing dance. Though dark, it wasn't completely so. Tiny sparks of white flickered throughout its core, appearing and vanishing in an instant, reminiscent of stars twinkling in a night sky. As he mentally questioned what level this mysterious spirit flame might be, he cautiously extended his hand. The moment his fingers drew near, the black flame leaped from Elder Huang's control, wrapping around his hand with startling eagerness. Alarmed, Xiang Yu stumbled backward, frantically shaking his arm in panic, certain he would burn to death. Yet the expected agony never came, and as suddenly as it had appeared, the flame vanished entirely. "Where did it go?" he asked, bewildered, examining his unmarked hand. Elder Huang smiled knowingly. This flame is really fond of you. It seems I made the right choice giving it to you. From the sidelines, Eldred stroked his beard thoughtfully. It was highly unusual for a spirit flame to show such affinity for anyone. Even now, it had tried to escape Elder Huang, who by all accounts should have been its ideal match with her phoenix bloodline. Why would the flame be so attracted to Xiang Yu, someone without even basic spiritual roots? Could his disciple be concealing something? Yet the genuine confusion on the young man's face suggested he was as mystified as anyone. Elder Guo released a contemplative sigh. His disciple, it seemed, was more special than anyone had imagined. "What do I do now?" Xiang Yu asked, breaking the momentary silence that had fallen over the gathering. His voice held a mixture of curiosity and caution, understandable reactions to having a mysterious flame seemingly disappear into his body. Elder Huang's expression brightened with enthusiasm as she stepped closer, her robes rustling softly in the evening breeze. Usually, refining a flame takes a long time, but since it seems attracted to you, it shouldn't be that big of a problem, she explained. Her eyes gleamed with interest as she observed her martial nephew. Just try to feel the flame throughout your body and bring out. Nodding, Xiang Yu closed his eyes, his expression settling into focused concentration. The world around him faded away as he turned his awareness inward, searching for the mysterious fire that had so eagerly bonded with him. At first, there was nothing, just the familiar sensations of his own body, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, the flow of blood through his veins. Then, gradually, he sensed something new, a subtle warmth unlike his natural body heat, concentrated somewhere deep within his core. Several seconds passed as he familiarized himself with this foreign presence, mentally reaching toward it, attempting to coax it outward. Suddenly, as if responding to an unspoken command, a dark flame materialized on his palm. It danced silently, casting no heat that would harm him, yet he could feel its power humming through his fingers. Unlike ordinary fire, this flame made no sound, no crackling, no gentle roar. It burned in eerie silence, its darkness occasionally punctuated by those fleeting white sparks. A smile of satisfaction spread across Xiang Yu's face. This unexpected gift represented more than just a rare treasure. It was another tool for survival in this dangerous cultivation world. As the thought of survival crossed his mind, he wondered whether this new acquisition would manifest in his system. With practiced mental focus, he summoned his status screen, and there it was, neatly cataloged among his other abilities. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 1/30,000. Surprise flickered across his features as he processed this information. A 7th grade flame. The revelation stunned him. From Elder Huang's casual demeanor, it seemed she hadn't realized the true value of what she had given away. This wasn't merely a valuable treasure. It was the kind of treasure that would provoke bloody conflicts even among top-tier sects. Even more astonishing was the experience bar attached to the flame. In all his research about cultivation resources, Xiang Yu had never encountered any mention of spirit flames being upgradable. The common understanding was that a flame's grade remained fixed eternally. A 7th grade flame would always remain 7th grade. Yet here was his system, suggesting otherwise. The experience requirement was daunting, second only to battle instinct in magnitude. Still, this didn't diminish Xiang Yu's excitement. If anything, it intensified his anticipation. What might this flame become if upgraded? What powers would it possess if he somehow managed to elevate it to 1st grade? The possibilities sent a thrill of anticipation through him. Yet as he considered the flame's name, Abyssal Void Flame, an inexplicable uneasiness settled in his stomach. Something about the name gave him an ominous feeling, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Across the courtyard, Li Yao observed the black flame dancing on her senior brother's palm with widening eyes. "Do you know that flame?" she silently asked the ancient empress residing within her. The empress, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during this entire exchange, released a subtle sigh. "Yeah, I do. came the reluctant response. Is it good? Li Yao asked enthusiastically, hoping for confirmation that her senior brother had received something truly beneficial. Well, that's hard to say, the Empress replied with uncharacteristic hesitation. That flame seems to be a fragment of the abyssal void flame, which is one of the 10 original flames. It's quite rare to get a fragment this big, even in the immortal realm. Then why is it a bad thing? Li Yao pressed, confusion evident in her mental voice. A powerful, rare flame sounded like an unequivocal blessing for her senior brother. Well, the appearance of such a big fragment is bound to attract attention from some people who want it for themselves, the Empress explained, her tone grave. Huh, but didn't Marshall Ant always have it? Why hasn't anyone ever appeared? Li Yao questioned, struggling to understand the sudden shift from fortune to potential danger. Well, there are probably many interested parties, so they keep each other in check, came the Empress's cryptic response. Then what has changed? Li Yao pressed, her concern mounting. Well, if you had something you really wanted, but there were others like you, so you kept each other in check, what do you think would happen if someone random suddenly took the thing you were eyeing? The Empress asked pointedly. Realization dawned on Li Yao's face as understanding clicked into place. While the flame remained unrefined, competing interests maintained a stalemate. But now that Xiang Yu had successfully bonded with it, that fragile balance would shatter. The various parties would no longer concern themselves with keeping each other in check. They would simply pursue the flame and, by extension, her senior brother. A fierce protectiveness surged through Li Yao. Things were becoming truly dangerous. She needed to accelerate her own cultivation, to grow stronger faster, so she could shield her senior brother from the troubles that would inevitably come. Meanwhile, in an unknown location dimension beyond mortal comprehension, an entity of unfathomable size floated in an endless void. This creature, so vast that neither beginning nor end could be perceived, suddenly opened its eyes, ancient orbs that had witnessed the birth and death of countless worlds. Someone seems to have refined a fragment of mine. The creature's voice resonated through the emptiness, a sound that could shatter planets, yet somehow remained confined to this isolated pocket of nothingness. The being's consciousness stretched across incomprehensible distances, focusing on a specific point in the endless void. That direction, a mortal world? Surprise colored its ancient voice for a brief moment before shifting to a tone of unmistakable excitement. Interesting, since his martial aunt had been so generous, gifting him a flame whose true value she might not have fully comprehended. Xiang Yu felt compelled to express his gratitude. What better way than through his greatest talent? With his newly acquired spirit flame, he could finally create the genuine spirit food she so desperately craved. When he had broken through to 8th grade cooking, vast repositories of knowledge about spiritual cuisine had materialized in his mind. Until now, this knowledge had remained purely theoretical. Lacking either spiritual roots or a spiritual flame, he couldn't apply these techniques. But everything had changed. The abyssal void flame now nestled within him like a loyal companion, waiting to be called forth. Xiang Yu held his hand near the cooking vessel, summoning the black flame. It danced across his fingers without burning him, responding to his mental commands with remarkable precision. Unlike cooking with crude firewood, the spirit flame offered unprecedented temperature control. He could adjust its heat with mere thoughts, perfect for the delicate preparations spiritual cuisine demanded. The gathered audience watched in silent awe as he worked. The dark flames leapt and twisted above the pan, occasionally punctuated by those tiny white sparks that resembled distant stars. Sensing their rapt attention, Xiang Yu incorporated flourishes into his technique. He tossed ingredients high into the air, expertly cooking them with controlled bursts of flame as they descended, before catching them perfectly in the pan. Elder Guo's eyes widened at the spectacle. Elder Huang leaned forward, entranced by the performance. Even Li Yao, who had witnessed his cooking numerous times before, found herself mesmerized by this elevated display of culinary artistry. The sweet, complex aroma rising from the dishes intensified their anticipation, causing involuntary salivation. Though he secretly enjoyed their attention, Xiang Yu recognized his audience's growing impatience. He completed his preparations and began serving, presenting the first dish to Elder Huang with a respectful bow. "You brat, you dare serve outsiders before your own master." Elder Gu couldn't help but curse, his beard quivering with indignation. Elder Huang smirked triumphantly. "No need to be so riled up. Martial nephew simply knows how to treat a guest, unlike someone else." Her teasing tone only intensified the elder's frustration. Elder Gua could only respond with a dismissive scoff as Xiang Yu quickly served him next, followed by Li Yao. When they finally began eating, identical expressions of wonder bloomed across their faces. The moment the food touched their tongues, extraordinary flavors cascaded throughout their mouths, complex, harmonious notes impossible in ordinary cuisine. As they swallowed, the spirit food's rich qi spread throughout their bodies, rejuvenating every cell and marginally enhancing their cultivation. Even Xiang Yu, as he sampled his own creation, marveled at the sensation of qi briefly infusing his qi-less body before quickly dissipating as he didn't have spiritual roots. Was this what cultivators experience continuously? Many claimed cultivation brought pleasure exceeding even carnal delights, and he could now understand why. Still, this fleeting sensation paled in comparison to the mental tsunami of his system's enlightenment doubling. They devoured every morsel, leaving their plates spotlessly clean, unwilling to waste even a single grain of the precious spirit food. As Xiang Yu and Li Yao cleaned the dishes afterward, the ancient empress spoke into the young woman's mind. "You're quite lucky to have a spiritual chef as a senior brother. Now you can enjoy spirit meals every day," she observed with rare appreciation. Although his skill level remains modest for now, as he improves, it will become a tremendous advantage. Your breakthrough speed will surpass most cultivators. Except for truly powerful immortals, few can consume spirit food twice daily, she added thoughtfully. Li Yao couldn't suppress her smile. Her senior brother truly was the best. With his cooking accelerating her cultivation, she would grow stronger even faster. Exactly what she needed to protect him from the dangers that would inevitably come seeking his newfound flame. After the hearty meal, everyone went their separate ways. Xiang Yu and Li Yao returned to their training, their movements energized by the qi-infused food they had consumed. The spiritual nourishment had restored their vitality and nearly doubled their stamina, allowing them to train with an intensity that surpassed even their morning session. Steel clashed against steel as they sparred beneath the stars, their silhouettes illuminated by the moon's gentle glow. Only when midnight arrived did they finally sheath their weapons, exchanging respectful nods before retiring to their separate quarters. In his simple dwelling, Xiang Yu reclined on his bed of leaves, summoning the familiar blue interface that had become his nightly ritual. The system screen materialized before him, its soft glow illuminating his contemplative features. Enlightenment. Low 50/1000, plus 2/1000. Battle Instinct. 20/100,000, plus 4/100,000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade, 2/30,000. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1, 1/1000. Mountain Heart Scripture, 4th layer, 86/400, plus 38/400. Low-grade Iron Body Technique. Intermediate, 200/300, plus 100/300. Basic Knife Technique. Completion, 100/500, plus 60/500. Basic Sword Technique. Major Success, 200/400. Cook, 8th grade, 3/200, plus 3/200. Experience points doubled. Cook, 8th grade, 3/200, 8th grade, 6/200. Basic Sword Technique. Major Success, 200/400, completion, 0/500. Basic Knife Technique. Completion 100/500, Completion 200/500. Low-grade iron body technique. Intermediate 200/300. Major success 0/400. Mountain Heart Scripture. 4th layer 86/400. 4th layer 172/400. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1 1/1000. Level 1 2/1000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade 2/30ths 000. 7th grade 4/30ths 000. Battle Instinct. 20/100 000. 40/100 000. Enlightenment. Low 50/1000. Low 100/1000. The first sensation to wash over him was the breathtaking doubling of his enlightenment. It crashed through his consciousness like a tidal wave, expanding his perception beyond anything he had previously experienced. It felt as if someone had peeled away a veil he hadn't even realized existed, revealing entirely new dimensions of understanding. Colors seemed more vibrant, sounds more distinct, patterns more evident. The mental tsunami persisted longer than usual before gradually receding, leaving behind crystalline clarity in its wake. His thoughts seemed sharper, more focused, undoubtedly an effect of the Mountain Heart Sutra's influence, which had doubled once again. The mental discipline imparted by the ancient text complemented his growing enlightenment, creating synergies he was only beginning to comprehend. Next came subtle insights regarding his cooking skills. Unlike previous revelations, these were modest improvements, minor refinements to techniques he'd already mastered rather than learning any new concepts. Given the mere 3-point increase, this modest progression seemed reasonable. It hardly concerned him, though. His cooking experience would accumulate rapidly with daily practice, especially now that he could create genuine spirit food. The battle instinct attribute continued its impressive trajectory. What had once been his most stubbornly resistant stat was now accelerating at a pace that promised to reach its maximum threshold much sooner than he'd originally calculated. The exponential nature of doubling would make each subsequent increase more substantial than the last. His newest acquisition, the Abyssal Void Flame, had already grown to 2 points during the day and now to 4 after doubling. Considering the daunting 30,000-point requirement for advancement, this progress might seem negligible to others. Yet Xiang Yu understood the power of exponential growth better than most. Modest beginnings would eventually yield explosive results. His Mountain Heart Scripture had nearly reached its halfway point, which his internal calculation suggested would be surpassed before the next reset. This trajectory placed him firmly on path to breakthrough to the 5th layer after the next settlement. Rather than encountering the diminishing returns common to cultivation, his advancement seemed to be accelerating as he got stronger. The knife technique was similarly approaching its halfway threshold, likely to enter great completion after the next settlement. Meanwhile, his sword technique had successfully broken through to the completion stage, resetting its progress bar in the process. His iron body technique had advanced to major success level, and the effects were immediately apparent. His skin had developed a resilience that normal weapons would struggle to penetrate. He estimated that by the time he reached completion stage, his body would indeed possess the durability of genuine iron. As for the elusive mid-grade movement technique that had defied his comprehension, he sensed he stood at the precipice of breakthrough. Just one more insight, one more connection, and the technique would finally yield its secrets. After methodically reviewing his progress, Xiang Yu summoned his complete status display. Name: Xiang Yu. Realm: Body, 4th layer. Mind: Level 1. Species: Human. Spiritual root: Null. Enlightenment: Low 100/1000. Battle instinct: 40/100 000. Spirit Flame: Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade 4/30ths 000. Professions: Cook. 8th grade 6 out of 200. Techniques: Low-grade iron body technique. Major success 0/400. Basic knife technique. Completion 200/500. Basic sword technique. Completion 0 out of 500. Scriptures. Mountain Heart Scripture. 4th layer 182/400. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1, 2/1000. System function. Double EXP. Cooldown 24 hours. A/N. The numbers are getting more and more insane. I'm thinking of having a technique to reach perfect stage first. Then he can pick up more techniques from his martial aunt. Then we'll have about a week time skip of just training. What do you guys think? For those interested in the numbers going up, I'm keeping track of all the daily improvements and will upload it in the wiki after I make one. After reviewing his stats, Xiang Yu felt a deep satisfaction with his progress. His gaze lingered on his sword technique, which had reset to 0 after breakthrough. This presented a dilemma. He still wanted to advance his knife technique to great completion, but splitting his focus might slow his overall progress. Then, realization struck him. With his newfound ability to cook spirit food, he could completely rejuvenate his energy after each meal. This changed everything. He would no longer experience diminishing returns as he trained more, since his stamina bar would be reset after each meal. This was perfect. He could now practice the knife technique during the day, and after dinner, when his energy is restored, he could then practice the sword without experiencing any loss in performance. With his strategy set, Xiang Yu considered whether to sleep. He paused, taking stock of his condition. Despite being awake for a full 24 hours, unusual for someone at the body refining stage who still required mortal necessities like food and sleep, his mind remained remarkably sharp. He wondered if this clarity was a benefit of breaking through to mind level 1. Since that was the case, then going to sleep would be a waste of valuable time, he thought, settling into the meditation position to practice the Mountain Heart Sutra. This time, he approached the practice with greater caution, placing deep emphasis on affirming his nature to resist the mental demons that had nearly claimed him before. As he settled into position, the familiar sensation began to envelop him, that seductive pull toward peaceful nothingness. Though he continued affirming his heart's desire for survival, the void's influence grew increasingly overwhelming. A flicker of concern passed through his fading consciousness as he wondered if his desires were truly so weak. The emptiness pulled him deeper and deeper until once again he floated in that state of pure existence, wanting nothing, feeling nothing, simply being. Just before he could fully surrender to the void's embrace, something extraordinary happened. Within the endless emptiness where his consciousness drifted, a flame materialized before him, the abyssal void flame. Though black as night, it somehow illuminated the surrounding darkness. Xiang Yu felt its gentle warmth caress his senses, gradually restoring his awareness. He pulled the flame toward himself with a thought, heaving a sigh of relief as his consciousness fully returned. "It seems I'm still too weak to practice mind techniques safely," he acknowledged. "Fortunate that I have the abyssal void flame. Otherwise," he left the thought unfinished, silently thanking his martial aunt for her timely gift. As his awareness expanded, Xiang Yu examined his surroundings. The endless dark void stretched in all directions, eerily similar to descriptions he'd heard of a spiritual sea, something typically accessible only to cultivators at the Golden Course stage. Had practicing the sutra somehow allowed him to open his spiritual sea prematurely? With a spiritual sea, he could use spiritual sense to detect things around him, allowing him to avoid ambushes. Though looking at his dark spiritual sea, he admitted that it was probably unusable as it lacked the spiritual chi required to function. Still, he recognized its potential value. With deliberate intent, he guided the flame toward his forehead. The black fire settled there, manifesting as a flaming mark that caused his entire form to glow, illuminating a small radius within the dark void. He reasoned that with a spiritual sea, even without chi to perform mental attacks or use spiritual sense, the flame could settle in there, providing protection against mental attacks when practicing mental techniques in the future or when he's attacked using mental techniques. As he closed his eyes in his spiritual sea, his physical eyes opened in the real world. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to pierce the horizon. Perfect timing. He hadn't fallen behind in his training schedule. Xiang Yu summoned his system interface to check if anything had changed after the long session. Enlightenment. Low 105/1000. Battle Instinct. 45/100,000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade. 6/30,000. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1. 12/1000. His eyes widened with genuine surprise. Some of his most stubborn stats had increased significantly, and without the system's doubling effect. The Mountain Heart Sutra had proven far more valuable than he'd initially realized, jumping from a mere 2 points to 12 overnight. Even his battle instinct, which had previously resisted conventional training methods, had grown by 5 points. He was very satisfied with the sutra as he studied the numbers. With the protection of the Abyssal Void Flame against mental demons, I can practice the sutra every night instead of wasting precious hours on sleep. This optimization appealed deeply to his calculating nature. 24 hours of productive cultivation per day, no moment wasted, no opportunity squandered. His path to power would accelerate even further. Xiang Yu rose from his meditation posture and made his way to the nearby lake. The cool water against his skin banished the last vestiges of mental fatigue as he methodically washed his body, preparing for the day's training. When he arrived at the training ground, Li Yao was already waiting, her slender figure silhouetted against the rising sun. They exchanged brief morning greetings before drawing their weapons. No time was wasted on idle conversation. Both went straight to sparring. As their sparring began, Xiang Yu immediately noticed the tangible improvements in his battle awareness. The prediction lines that guided his defense had grown remarkably precise. No longer the broad, hazy trajectories of before, but hair-thin indicators of exactly where and how attacks would manifest. His perception had sharpened to the point where he could discern not just the path of Li Yao's blade, but the subtle shifts in her weight distribution that telegraphed her intentions microseconds before she committed to them. More impressively, his own attacks had become ruthlessly efficient. Gone were the wasted movements and unnecessary flourishes. Each strike, each parry, each footstep served a specific purpose in his overall strategy. He applied pressure when advantage presented itself and yielded ground when tactically beneficial, never allowing pride or fear to cloud his judgment. It was as if the entire battle had transformed into an intricate game of chess, and he was somehow a master of it. Though still physically outmatched by his junior sister's raw power, his newfound tactical acumen created genuine pressure that forced her to adapt. For perhaps the first time, he wasn't merely surviving their exchanges. He was actively challenging her. Across the training ground, Li Yao observed the transformation with growing interest. Her senior brother stood in a flawless defensive stance, his posture betraying none of the hesitation that had previously characterized his fighting style. His eyes tracked her movements with predatory focus, analyzing rather than fearing. Her lazy and cowardly senior brother had evolved from someone who could barely muster the courage to counterattack into whatever this was. She released an audible sigh that carried across the training ground. The time had come to take her senior brother seriously. Continuing with her current unrefined technique would no longer provide the challenge he needed to grow. With fluid grace, Li Yao shifted her stance, adopting a sword form she rarely displayed during their practice sessions. The change was immediate and dramatic. The entire atmosphere of the battlefield seemed to transform with her. Xiang Yu felt his battle awareness tingling in response, recognizing the profound shift in danger level. Her new form embodied true mastery, the culmination of dedicated practice rather than the flawed techniques she'd been using to accommodate his lower level. As he observed her sword form, it felt like staring into an abyss with no end. Is this what perfection feels like? He wondered. Yet instead of apprehension, A rare smile spread across his face as she launched toward him with blinding speed. This escalation, this genuine pressure, was exactly what he needed to transcend his current limitations. Bonus Chapter 0/1. Xiang Yu twisted away from a devastating blow that cratered the ground where he'd stood moments before. His mouth twitched as he wondered if his junior sister really had it out for him. There was no time to dwell on the thought, as another attack came whistling toward him. He rolled across the ground and immediately sprang away as her blade struck where he'd just been. His enhanced battle awareness, while impressive, seemed only sufficient for desperate evasion against Li Yao's perfected sword technique. The sheer pressure of her attacks generated what felt like a fear effect. Had it not been for his spiritual sea helping him overcome the mental barrier, he might have frozen in place completely. Despite the overwhelming odds, Xiang Yu found satisfaction in his improvement. From his assessment, his battle instinct had nearly caught up to his junior sister's level. After one more doubling, the difference would be like an adult competing against a child. Yet this didn't mean victory was within reach. Li Yao was essentially a kid wielding a gun while he remained unarmed. Though he could pressure her now, it was only because she deliberately held back her true strength. If she unleashed her full power, he wouldn't stand a chance, at least not yet. Across the training ground, Li Yao observed her senior brother dodging another precisely aimed strike. She marveled at how much he'd grown, considering she was currently using the strength of a body-refining sixth-layer cultivator combined with a perfect-level sword technique, yet couldn't land a clean hit. He seemed to have adapted to her current level. With a contemplative sigh, she decided to escalate further. Without warning, she released more of her true power, elevating to the strength of a body-refining seventh-layer cultivator. As she charged toward Xiang Yu, her footwork suddenly accelerated, and she materialized before him in a blur of movement. He barely managed to block the attack, raising his knife and bracing it with his free hand. His feet dug into the ground as he absorbed the tremendous force. Recognizing the sudden increase in pressure, Xiang Yu made a split-second tactical decision. Instead of maintaining the block against her overwhelming strength, he deliberately released the tension, allowing her attack to flow toward him while he rolled to safety. Her sword plunged deep into the earth where he'd stood. Seizing the momentary opportunity, Xiang Yu sprang up and placed his knife against her exposed neck. "I'll win this time," he declared with uncharacteristic smugness. Li Yao rose slowly, retrieving her sword with casual grace. "Is that so?" she replied with dangerous calm. "Let's try again." The air around them seemed to shift, becoming charged with an entirely different energy. Before Xiang Yu could process what was happening, Li Yao stood directly before him. "A movement technique?" he exclaimed in shock. His realization came too late as her fist connected squarely with his abdomen, sending him flying several meters backward. Before he could regain his footing, she had already closed the distance, her sword poised at the ready, its gleaming edge promising no further mercy. Xiang Yu stared at the descending sword, his enhanced battle awareness tracking its deadly trajectory perfectly. Yet his body betrayed him. His muscles couldn't match the speed his mind demanded. As the gleaming edge closed in, mere inches from his flesh, something extraordinary happened. Suddenly, Xiang Yu found himself gazing up at the clear sky, squinting against the harsh sunlight. Confusion washed over him. What had just transpired? One moment, Li Yao's attack was inches away, and the next he was sprawled on the ground some distance away. Li Yao's face appeared above him, her silhouette blocking the sun's glare. "Senior brother, you finally mastered it," she announced, pride evident in her voice. Mastered what? He wondered aloud, his mind still reeling from the abrupt change in position. "The movement technique," she explained, her eyes bright with excitement. Confusion gave way to realization as the memory crystallized. When the sword was about to strike him, his legs had moved almost of their own accord, carrying him at a speed he could barely control. He recalled crashing into a tree, the impact knocking him to the ground where he now lay. So that's what happened. With focused intent, he summoned his status interface, eager to confirm this breakthrough. Mid-grade phantom footwork. Beginner. 5 out of 100. There was, finally, after countless hours of practice and failed attempts, he had finally grasped the elusive technique. A rare sense of accomplishment warmed his chest. Though it had taken far longer than anticipated, he knew that with his system's exponential growth, mastery was now inevitable and would come swiftly. "Let's take a break," he suggested as Li Yao helped him to his feet. They sheathed their weapons and headed toward the kitchen to prepare lunch. As they walked, Xiang Yu noticed a subtle difference in his movement. Though he wasn't actively employing the phantom footwork, his legs felt more responsive, more fluid. He sensed that, even if sudden danger arose, he could retreat instantly. If he developed this technique to perfection and combined it with his ever-improving battle instinct, he would never again fall to sneak attacks like he'd almost done during Gu Wuqing's ambush. In the kitchen, Xiang Yu approached his culinary duties with renewed enthusiasm. Since acquiring the spirit flame, cooking had transformed from mere necessity into a valued opportunity to practice controlling his mystical fire. As his hands moved with practiced precision, he contemplated expanding into other secondary professions. Pill refining and artifact crafting would not only develop his spiritual flame control, but would eventually allow him to create his own cultivation resources and weapons. Crucial advantages for someone determined to survive in this dangerous world. Lost in these practical considerations, he barely noticed when the meal preparation concluded. This time, only Elder arrived for the meal. Noting his martial aunt's absence, Xiang Yu carefully wrapped her portion and set it aside. She had become family, after all, and her generosity in gifting him the spirit flame demanded reciprocity. The least he could do was ensure she enjoyed his spirit-infused cooking, even if delayed. After master and disciple finished their meal, Elder Guo remained seated, his expression turning solemn. "The heaven-testing pagoda is about to open," he announced, his tone causing both disciples to fall silent. Every pavilion is required to send disciples to participate. Bonus Chapter 0/1. The heaven-testing pagoda? Li Yao asked, curiosity brightening her eyes. "Yes, it opens once every 10 years, so it makes sense you haven't heard of it," Eldeguo explained, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "It's a treasure that was discovered by the ancestor of our Azure, Cloud, Sword sect long ago." His voice carried a reverent tone as he continued. "As long as you complete challenges and climb, you can receive all sorts of rewards." Li Yao regarded him with skeptical eyes, her mind racing. What rewards could it possibly provide that would be worth the effort? Nothing that impressive, surely. Noticing her dubious expression, Elder Guo's eyes narrowed. "Don't look down on this treasure. This was where your martial aunt obtained her phoenix bloodline." When Li Yao heard this revelation, her perception of the pagoda transformed instantly. If it could bestow something as extraordinary as a phoenix bloodline, perhaps it truly was remarkable. Her thoughts immediately turned to her senior brother. Could she find something within the tower that might help him overcome his lack of spiritual roots? "So, are you interested in participating? It will open in about 2 weeks, Elder Guo explained, his gaze moving between his disciples. "I'll go," Li Yao responded enthusiastically, practically bouncing with excitement. "I'll just stay here and train," Xiang Yu stated flatly, his expression impassive. When Elder Guo heard this, he released a resigned sigh. He had anticipated this response, yet still harbored hope that his disciple might have changed after growing stronger. It seemed one's nature truly couldn't be altered so easily, not even through cultivation breakthroughs. "Are you certain you don't want to participate? The heaven-testing pagoda is genuinely mysterious. You might even discover a solution to your spiritual root problem there," he coaxed, making one final attempt. Xiang Yu considered the offer, finding it momentarily tempting. It was inside the sect without apparent danger, and he might indeed find something beneficial there. But he wouldn't fall for this. What if he became a target for others inside? Many pavilions would likely send their elite combatants, so what could a mere body refining fourth-layer cultivator like himself possibly gain? And even if he obtained something valuable, it would inevitably attract others' jealousy. He would die without even having a burial place. Moreover, in these scenarios, strange occurrences always plague such things. What if the pagoda served as a sealing ground for demons? What if some ancient monster was using it to absorb people's energy to facilitate its revival? Xiang Yu shuddered inwardly at the possibilities. Just then, the wind intensified as Elder Huang descended gracefully from the sky. Seeing her arrival, Xiang Yu rose to his feet. The other pavilions will also send their strongest disciples, so I wouldn't be able to acquire anything worthwhile anyway, he explained as he retrieved the meal he had carefully preserved for his martial aunt. Li Yao, though disappointed that her senior brother wouldn't accompany her, acknowledged the logic in his reasoning. Even without external threats, the pagoda contained numerous unknowns. She consoled herself with the thought that she alone would suffice. She would discover enough rewards for both herself and her senior brother. Elder Huang rushed forward, her eyes falling on the cleared table. Disappointment clouded her features as she believed she had missed the opportunity for spirit food. She had been busy arranging her disciples' participation in the heaven-testing pagoda and consequently lost her chance to enjoy Xiang Yu's cooking. If only she'd known, she would have prioritized the meal. But then the fragrant aroma reached her nostrils. She turned to see Xiang Yu holding her portion with a warm smile. "Martial nephew," she exclaimed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her gratitude overwhelming. In the afternoon, Xiang Yu and Li Yao resumed their rigorous practice under the warm sun. Xiang Yu struggled initially with his newly acquired phantom footwork, his movements awkward and unpredictable. Sometimes he shot forward too quickly, crashing into trees or stumbling over uneven ground. Other times, his technique failed to activate when needed, leaving him vulnerable to Li Yao's lightning-fast strikes. "Focus on your intent rather than the physical movement," Li Yao instructed, demonstrating with a fluid step that left a faint afterimage. "The technique responds to your will more than your muscles." Beads of sweat trickled down Xiang Yu's forehead as he concentrated, gradually finding the delicate mental thread that connected his intention to the technique's activation. Each successful execution built upon the last, his body slowly adapting to the unnatural speed and directional changes. Though he made progress, he still couldn't match Li Yao's astonishing velocity. She moved like a phantom herself, appearing and disappearing with such grace that it seemed effortless. This gap wasn't surprising. She had likely perfected her movement technique long ago, while he was still fumbling with the basics. Yet the overwhelming pressure served a purpose, forcing Xiang Yu to leverage his heightened battle awareness and mental clarity. Rather than relying solely on physical prowess, he developed elaborate tactics, feints within feints, calculated retreats that baited attacks, and precisely timed counterstrikes. He utilized environmental features, positioning himself to limit her approach angles and sometimes deliberately creating openings to lead her into traps. These strategies rarely succeeded completely, but each minor victory, each moment where he managed to pressure the vastly superior Li Yao, was a triumph worth celebrating. As the golden light of evening painted the sky, they paused for their customary meal. Xiang Yu prepared a sumptuous feast, channeling his abyssal void flame with improved control. The black fire danced beneath his cooking vessels, occasionally flaring with white sparks that looked like distant stars. After they had eaten and revitalized their energy with the qi-rich food, they returned to the training grounds. This time, Xiang Yu sheathed his knife and drew his sword instead, the weapon gleaming in the moonlight. The switch altered his entire fighting style, broader movements, longer reach, different balance points required. Steel sang against steel as they sparred beneath the stars, their silhouettes casting long shadows across the moonlit ground. Though his sword technique had reached completion stage, matching his knife mastery, the practical application still required different muscle memory and timing. They continued until midnight, when fatigue finally forced them to conclude. With respectful nods, they parted ways toward their separate quarters. Alone in his simple room, Xiang Yu reclined on his bed, summoning his status interface with practiced mental focus. The familiar blue glow illuminated his features as he examined the day's progress. Enlightenment. Low 107/1000 plus 7/1000. Battle instinct 46/100 000 plus 6/100 000. Spirit flame. Abyssal void flame 7th grade 10/30 000 plus 6/30 000. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1 12/1000 plus 10/1000. Mountain Heart Scripture. 4th layer 202/400 plus 30/400. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork. Beginner 5 out of 100 plus 5/100. Low-grade Iron Body Technique. Major Success 50/400 plus 50/400. Basic Knife Technique. Completion 250/500 plus 50/500. Basic Sword Technique. Completion 100/500 plus 100/500. Cook 8th grade 11/200 plus 5/200. Experience points doubled. Cook 8th grade 11/200. 8th grade 22/200. Basic Sword Technique. Completion 100/500. Completion 200/500. Basic Knife Technique. Completion 250/500. Great Completion 0/1000. Low-grade Iron Body Technique. Major Success 50/400. Major Success 100/400. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork. Beginner 5 out of 100. Beginner 10 of 100. Mountain Heart Scripture. 4th layer 202/400. 5th layer 0/500. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1 12/1000. Level 1 24/1000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade 10/30 000. 7th grade 20/30 000. Battle Instinct. 46/100 000. 92/100 000. Enlightenment. Low 107/1000. Low 214/1000. Bonus Chapter 1/1. When his enlightenment doubled, getting over 100 new points, Xiang Yu experienced something transcendent. If yesterday's sensation was intense, this was an entirely different realm of perception. His consciousness seemed to explode outward, merging with the world around him. Insights about his techniques cascaded through his mind like a torrent of crystalline understanding, each concept perfectly clear, yet overwhelmingly numerous. The sensation persisted, building an intensity that threatened to overwhelm him. When it finally subsided, Xiang Yu gasped for breath, his chest heaving as though he'd run for miles. That was intense, he murmured to himself, wiping beads of sweat from his brow. A genuine concern flashed through his mind. If these doublings continued at their current pace, could his body and mind withstand such profound transformations? The enlightenment felt like trying to pour an ocean into a teacup. But just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, a sudden clarity washed through his consciousness. His racing thoughts settled into perfect order, his mind becoming as still and reflective as an undisturbed pond. This must be the effect of the doubled Mountain Heart Sutra, he realized. The mind cultivation was balancing the explosive growth of his enlightenment, providing the mental fortitude necessary to process such vast insights. The mind level is truly crucial, he thought, making a mental note to prioritize this aspect of his cultivation more. Without it, his accelerating talents might tear his consciousness apart rather than elevate it. His attention shifted to his knife technique, which had undergone its own remarkable transformation. Unlike the broad insights granted by enlightenment, these revelations focused exclusively on bladecraft, pure, concentrated understanding of the knife's every application. Memories flowed through him like a visual montage, his first awkward grip on the weapon's handle. Vegetables yielding beneath its edge in the kitchen. The desperate, survival-driven slashes against Gu Wuqing's men. The more calculated exchanges with Gu Hanming's disciples. Countless sparring sessions with Li Yao. And finally, that triumphant moment when he'd first managed to pressure her into a genuine defensive position. All these experiences, once separate events, now connected into a seamless understanding. This was great completion, true mastery that transcended mere mechanical skill to become intuitive expertise. Xiang Yu exhaled slowly, appreciation flowing through him. If great completion feels like this, he wondered, how profound must perfection be? His eyes found the system interface floating before him, noting the experience required for perfection was double that needed for great completion. The magnitude didn't discourage him. How could the pinnacle of mastery be easily attained? Methodically, he examined his other advancements. His cooking skill had improved marginally, offering refinements to techniques he already possessed rather than revolutionary new insights. His abyssal void flame had reached 20 points, progressing faster than initially predicted, a pleasant surprise. His battle instinct had nearly reached 100 points, though without actual combat, he couldn't fully appreciate the changes this would bring. The movement technique showed modest improvement, granting him slightly better control over its execution. His iron body technique's advancement was more tangible. He could feel his skin hardening further, developing the resilience he'd need for future conflicts. The sword technique had gained 100 points, impressive progress that confirmed the efficacy of spirit food in accelerating cultivation. At this rate, it would soon match his knife mastery at great completion. Finally, he turned his attention to the Mountain Heart scripture. Breaking through to the 5th layer of body, refining represented a significant milestone in his journey. Strength flowed through his muscles, his physical form growing more powerful with each passing moment. Xiang Yu savored this sensation of tangible growth. Satisfied by the day's progress, he summoned his complete system interface, ready to plan his next cycle of advancement. The system interface floated before Xiang Yu, its ethereal blue glow illuminating his face as he meticulously examined each statistic. Name, Xiang Yu. Realm, body, 5th layer, mind, level 1. Species, human, spiritual root, null. Enlightenment, low, 214/1000. Battle instinct, 92/100,000. Spirit flame, abyssal void flame, 7th grade, 20/30,000. Professions, cook, 8th grade, 22/200. Techniques, mid-grade phantom footwork, beginner, 10 out of 100. Low-grade iron body technique, major success, 100 out of 400. Basic knife technique, great completion, 0 out of 1000. Basic sword technique, completion, 200 out of 500. Scriptures, Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 0/500. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1, 24/1000. System function, double EXP, cooldown, 24 hours. Satisfaction flickered across his face as he observed his growth. Just as the previous evening, Xiang Yu decided to practice the Mountain Heart Sutra rather than waste precious hours on sleep. He settled into the lotus position, his back perfectly straight as he regulated his breathing. His consciousness gradually detached from physical sensation, drawing inward until he found himself once again in the boundless void of his spiritual sea. Unlike his earlier experiences, the seductive pull toward peaceful non-existence no longer threatened to consume him. The abyssal void flame still burned steadily on his spiritual forehead, illuminating the darkness around him with its strange black radiance punctuated by tiny white sparks like distant stars. The flame's presence anchored his awareness, protecting him from the mental demons that had nearly claimed him before. Throughout the night, Xiang Yu cultivated within this protected space, gradually expanding his mental strength. The flame occasionally pulsed, as if responding to his progress, its white sparks growing momentarily more numerous before settling back into their regular pattern. Time held no meaning in this state. What felt like minutes within his spiritual sea translated to hours in the physical world. Dawn's first light was filtering through his window when Xiang Yu's eyes finally opened. He felt refreshed despite not having slept, his mind sharper than ever before. Curious about his overnight progress, he summoned his system interface once more. Enlightenment. Low, 216/1000. Battle Instinct, 96/100,000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 22/30,000. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1, 30/1000. The gains were modest, but significant, particularly the battle instinct that now stood at the precipice of crossing into triple digits. Satisfied, he closed the interface and prepared for the day's training. At the usual training ground, Li Yao was already waiting, her slender form silhouetted against the morning sun. They exchanged brief greetings, neither wasting time on idle conversation when cultivation beckoned. Xiang Yu drew his knife, the weapon feeling like a natural extension of his arm. Across from him, Li Yao prepared her sword form, her movements flowing with elegance. The mere sight of her perfected technique generated a pressure that rippled through the air, creating an invisible but tangible aura of danger. He exhaled slowly, deliberately calming his nerves as his eyes locked onto her with predatory focus. His stance shifted subtly, muscle memory from countless hours of practice positioning his body for optimal response. Without realizing it, his own battle instinct, nearly 100 points now, began to manifest as an aura of its own, projecting deadly intent. When Li Yao saw Xiang Yu's stance, she froze momentarily, her confident expression faltering. What was that? She wondered. She felt as though she had encountered a wild beast. This senior brother right now was a whole different monster compared to before. The way he looked at her, she felt as though his gaze penetrated through her. Get yourself together. The Empress's voice snapped within her mind, pulling her back to reality. The oppressive feeling had diminished slightly when she refocused, but hadn't disappeared completely. What was that just now? She silently asked. The Empress released a contemplative sigh. It's called battle intent. People who have experienced countless battles hone their battle intent. At some point, battle intent can become so great that it can kill you just by glancing at you. Li Yao absorbed this explanation with growing astonishment. How could her senior brother possess such formidable battle intent already? She acknowledged his rapid advancement, but wasn't this progression unnaturally swift? Even she, acknowledged as a genius, felt her own progress seemed sluggish in comparison. It seems your senior brother is a combat genius. The Empress explained with admiration. This is actually beneficial for you. Having encountered someone with such strong battle intent early in your cultivation, you can use him to hone your own resistance, so you won't be paralyzed by fear when facing truly fearsome opponents. Li Yao took a deep, centering breath, closing her eyes to steady herself. When her eyelids finally lifted, she charged forward without hesitation, her blade gleaming in the morning light as it sought her suddenly formidable senior brother. Speedrunning to perfection. Li Yao charged toward Xiang Yu, her perfect level movement technique propelling her with breathtaking speed. Her sword arced downward in a gleaming silver blur, sunlight dancing along its edge. To her surprise, Xiang Yu blocked the strike with remarkable ease, his knife intercepting her blade with precision timing. In the same fluid motion, he countered, his other fist shooting toward her lower abdomen. Not with the hesitation that once characterized his movements, but with deadly intent. Li Yao's eyes widened as she instinctively leaped backward. Though his fist hadn't connected, she felt the rush of displaced air against her robes, the power behind the strike sending tremors up her sword arm through their connected blades. He's broken through again, she realized, her mind quickly processing this development. The realization crystallized. If she continued holding back to her current level, she might actually find herself at a disadvantage against her formerly timid senior brother. Within a heartbeat, Li Yao made her decision. Power surged through her meridians as she released another portion of her cultivation, activating body, refining eighth layer. The change was immediate and dramatic. Her movements accelerated, her techniques executed with greater force and precision. The overwhelming battle intent emanating from Xiang Yu diminished considerably against her elevated power, though she could still detect its presence faintly. Their weapons clashed with renewed vigor, each exchange creating shockwaves that rustled nearby leaves. Steel sang against steel as they pushed each other to new limits, neither yielding ground despite the escalating intensity. Only when the sun reached its zenith did they finally pause, acknowledging it was time for their midday meal. Together they walked toward the kitchen, their breathing controlled despite the hours of exertion. Xiang Yu prepared lunch with practiced efficiency, his movements in the kitchen as precise as his blade work on the training ground. The spirit-infused meal rejuvenated them both, chi flowing through their meridians, repairing subtle fatigue and restoring depleted energy. After eating, they returned to the training ground without delay, resuming their relentless practice. The afternoon sun traced its arc across the azure sky as they continued their dance of blades, each exchange building upon lessons from the previous. Only when dusk painted the horizon in hues of amber and gold did they pause for their evening meal. With energies refreshed from another spirit-infused dinner, Xiang Yu exchanged his knife for his sword. The weapon gleamed in the moonlight as he settled into a different stance, his muscles adjusting to the altered balance and reach. Li Yao nodded in approval, immediately adapting her own approach to challenge this variation in his technique. Beneath the vast canopy of stars, they continued their rigorous training, their silhouettes casting long shadows across the moonlit ground. Each strike, each parry, each footstep served to refine their skills until midnight finally signaled the end of their session. With respectful nods, they parted ways toward their separate quarters. Alone in his simple room, Xiang Yu reclined on his bed, summoning his status interface with practiced mental focus. The familiar blue glow illuminated his features as he examined the day's progress. Enlightenment, low 216/1000, plus 2/1000. Battle instinct, 96/100, 000, plus 4/100, 000. Spirit flame, abyssal void flame, 7th grade, 22/30, 000, plus 2/30, 000. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1, 30/1000, plus 6/1000. Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 30/500, plus 30/500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, beginner, 20/100, plus 10/100. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, major success, 200/400, plus 100/400. Basic Knife Technique, great completion, 50/1000, plus 50/1000. Basic Sword Technique, completion, 300/500, plus 100/500. Cook, 8th grade, 26/200, plus 4/200. Experience points doubled. Cook, 8th grade, 26/200, 8th grade, 52/200. Basic Sword Technique, completion, 300/500, great completion, 0/1000. Basic Knife Technique, great completion, 50/1000, great completion, 100/1000. Low-grade Iron Body Technique, major success, 200/400, completion, 0/500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork, beginner, 20/100, beginner, 40/100. Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 30/500, 5th layer, 60/500. Mountain Heart Sutra, level 1, 30/1000, level 1, 60/1000. Spirit Flame, abyssal void flame, 7th grade, 22/30, 000, 7th grade, 44/30, 000. Battle instinct, 96/100,000, 192/100,000. Enlightenment, low, 216/1000, low, 432/1000. The wave of enlightenment crashed over Xiang Yu with unprecedented intensity, like a great dam shattering under immense pressure. Unlike previous doublings, this one unleashed a torrent of insights that threatened to drown his consciousness entirely. Thousands of revelations about his techniques materialized simultaneously in his mind, each one blindingly clear, yet overwhelming in their collective brilliance. The mental deluge persisted longer than ever before, washing through every corner of his awareness. Xiang Yu clutched his head, not from pain, but from the sheer magnitude of understanding flooding his mind. Just as he feared being swept away by this current of revelations, a sudden clarity spread throughout his consciousness, the Mountain Heart Sutra asserting its stabilizing influence. The chaotic rush of insights began organizing themselves, each finding its proper place in the architecture of his understanding. He exhaled deeply, his breath shaky from the intensity of the experience. 432 points, he whispered to himself, genuine concern creeping into his thoughts. If this doubling had been this overwhelming, how would he possibly handle the next one when it exceeded 800 points? He could only hope that the Mountain Heart Sutra would be able to handle it. Before he could dwell further on this concern, a second wave of understanding washed over him as his sword technique reached great completion. The insights arrived with precision rather than chaos, each building upon the last to form a coherent whole. Unlike his knife technique, which had reached this stage earlier, the sword revelations carried different nuances. The blade's greater reach, its weight distribution, the arc of its swing, all requiring distinct approaches from knife combat. Patterns emerged in his mind about how to transition seamlessly between the two weapons, exploiting the unique advantages of each. These reflections were interrupted by his cooking skill doubling. Unlike previous culinary advancements, which merely refined existing techniques, this brought entirely new dimensions to his understanding. Methods for manipulating qi and spirit flames during food preparation materialized in his mind. He suddenly comprehended dozens of specialized spirit food recipes, each designed for specific purposes: gathering qi, accelerating healing, replenishing stamina, enhancing strength, sharpening mental clarity, and many more. His newfound flame control techniques would allow him to create dishes tailored to cultivators at different realms, maximizing their benefit from his creations. When his battle intent doubling registered, a fierce pride swelled within him. The attribute had leaped from respectable to formidable in a single bound, now standing at an impressive 192 points. He remembered that he seemed to have surpassed Li Yao's battle intent. Now that it had doubled once again, he wondered just how huge the difference would be. From what he had seen, the attribute seemed more useful than he'd initially thought. Despite Li Yao overwhelming him in raw power, cultivation level, and literal perfection, his battle awareness had allowed him to anticipate her movements and respond effectively. If he could maximize this stat, pushing it to its full potential, he would definitely be invincible in the same realm. Who knows? He might even be able to challenge higher realms like the so-called geniuses. His spirit flame had doubled to 44 points, though the practical benefits remained subtle for now. More immediately tangible was his iron body technique reaching completion stage. He ran a hand along his forearm, marveling at the transformation. His skin had hardened significantly, now genuinely comparable to iron in its durability. Common weapons would struggle to penetrate this natural armor, providing crucial protection in future conflicts. The phantom footwork improvement manifested as enhanced control rather than new insights. Though still at the beginner stage, he could feel his mastery deepening with each practice. The technique responded more readily to his intentions, requiring less conscious effort to activate. He anticipated a significant speed increase once it reached minor success, further enhancing his survivability. After methodically analyzing each advancement, Xiang Yu called forth his complete status display. In the blue glow of the status interface bathed Xiang Yu's face as he carefully examined his progress. Name: Xiang Yu. Realm: Body, 5th layer. Mind: Level 1. Species: Human. Spiritual root: Null. Enlightenment: Low 432/1000. Battle instinct: 192/100,000. Spirit flame: Abyssal void flame, 7th grade, 44/30,000. Professions: Cook, 8th grade, 52 out of 200. Techniques: mid-grade phantom footwork, beginner, 40/100. Low-grade iron body technique, completion, 0/500. Basic knife technique, great completion, 100/1000. Basic sword technique, great completion, 0/1000. Scriptures: Mountain Heart Scripture, 5th layer, 65/500. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 160/1000. System function: double EXP, cooldown, 24 hours. He noted with a hint of disappointment that despite his knife technique advancing to the great completion stage, the experience exchange rate remained stubbornly fixed at 10:1. The Mountain Heart Scripture's breakthrough to the 5th layer had effectively maintained the status quo. Still, not everything was bleak. His sword technique had also reached great completion, providing another powerful tool for farming experience points. This dual mastery would accelerate his path to the 6th stage of body refining. Of course, he realized this advantage had a built-in expiration date. Once he reached the perfect stage in both techniques, the experience exchange would become obsolete. Well, it was nice while it lasted, he thought. Without wasting another moment, Xiang Yu closed the system interface and assumed his meditation position, ready to train the Mountain Heart Sutra. The transition into his spiritual sea happened instantly, as if his consciousness had been eagerly waiting for this moment. Upon arrival, something immediately caught his attention. The endless void surrounding him wasn't entirely dark anymore. A small radius around his form glowed with a gentle brightness that couldn't be attributed to his spirit flame. This subtle illumination seemed to be emerging from the void itself, distinct from the black flame's otherworldly light. Xiang Yu wondered if this transformation resulted from the sutra's 30-point improvement overnight. His knowledge about spiritual seas remained rudimentary at best, snippets gleaned from overheard conversations and fragmentary texts. Perhaps the next doubling would trigger another major change, possibly unlocking new abilities. But he didn't have time for such thoughts at the moment. He continued cultivating the sutra with dedicated focus until dawn finally colored the eastern sky. As sunlight filtered through his window, Xiang Yu opened his eyes and performed a series of careful stretches to loosen his body after the long period of stillness. Choosing to cultivate the sutra instead of sleeping had proven remarkably effective. Not only did it help him process the overwhelming flood of enlightenment, but it also granted him extraordinary mental clarity, far beyond what even 10 hours of restful sleep could provide. After each cultivation session, his mind reached a state of peak performance, thoughts crystallizing with perfect clarity. For a brief moment, he considered dedicating himself entirely to sutra practice, abandoning his physical training regimen. The thought was tempting, but ultimately impractical. Mental cultivation alone wouldn't provide the raw strength needed to survive in this dangerous world. With reluctance, he dismissed these wishful musings. Curious about his overnight progress, Xiang Yu summoned his status display. Enlightenment: Low 435/1000. Battle instinct: 195/100,000. Spirit flame: Abyssal void flame, 7th grade, 45/30,000. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1, 80/1000. Though the improvements appeared modest at first glance, they represented progress in his most stubborn attributes. One was a natural treasure, another reflected innate talent, and the third typically required countless life-or-death battles to develop. The sutra's ability to advance these seemingly immovable stats spoke volumes about its extraordinary value. Xiang Yu felt a surge of gratitude toward his master for providing such a precious technique. The sutra itself had advanced by 20 points, its largest single-session improvement yet. Puzzling over this unexpected leap, Xiang Yu suddenly realized the cause. His enlightenment had doubled from the 200s to the 400s. As a meditation scripture that relied solely on mental clarity rather than physical exertion, the sutra's effectiveness scaled directly with enlightenment levels. This revelation carried profound implications. When his enlightenment doubled again, the sutra might gain 40 points or more in a single session. More importantly, he recognized that his mind level had become his most critical stat, even more vital than his cultivation realm. If his mental capacity couldn't keep pace with his exponentially growing enlightenment, the consequences could be catastrophic. Fortunately, his mind cultivation was advancing steadily. He could face the future with cautious optimism. Dismissing these reflections, Xiang Yu focused on the day ahead. Training time was precious, and he wouldn't waste a moment of it. After a quick morning bath, he headed straight for the training grounds, ready to push his newly enhanced capabilities to their limits. Despite his sword technique's progress bar sitting at 0 after reaching great completion, Xiang Yu chose to begin with knife practice as always. His reasoning was sound. The techniques shared fundamental principles, and if his knife technique advanced far enough, his sword technique could benefit from these insights, essentially borrowing success from its more developed counterpart. As he squared off against Li Yao on the training ground, Xiang Yu immediately noticed something different. His battle awareness, now nearly 200 points strong, completely outmatched his junior sister's. The prediction lines in his mind showed her movements with crystal clarity, allowing him to anticipate her attacks with unprecedented precision. For the first time, he managed to land several solid hits on her, a feat that would have seemed impossible just days ago. Though these strikes carried little force against her superior cultivation, they represented a significant milestone. In Xiang Yu's practical mind, dealing damage wasn't the primary goal. The ability to land hits meant he could escape safely when necessary, which aligned perfectly with his survival-focused nature. They continued their rigorous training throughout the day, pausing only for meals. Each spirit-infused dish Xiang Yu prepared not only restored their energy, but accelerated their cultivation, allowing them to maintain peak performance despite the intensive regimen. When evening fell after dinner, Xiang Yu finally sheathed his knife and drew his sword. Though the weapon had already reached great completion, progress came more easily than expected. The insights from his knife technique transferred naturally to swordplay, creating a synergy that enhanced his advancement. Despite the different weight distribution and reach, the fundamental principles of combat remained consistent across both weapons. Their training continued until midnight, when both disciples finally acknowledged the need for rest. With respectful nods, they bid each other good night and headed to their separate quarters. In her private room, Li Yao removed her training garments. Rather than taking a conventional bath, she channeled her qi to cleanse her body completely. At her advanced cultivation level, mortal bathing methods were unnecessary. Only springs with enhancement properties would provide meaningful benefits. For routine cleansing, qi purification proved more efficient and consumed less time. After donning fresh robes, she settled into her meditation posture, reflecting on her progress. Her advancement was proceeding more smoothly than anticipated, largely thanks to her senior brother's spirit-infused meals. She calculated that she would soon break through to the second layer of core formation realm. Her body cultivation likewise showed promising development, requiring just another week or two of dedicated practice. Li Yao set ambitious goals for herself. By the time the heaven testing pagoda opened, she intended to reach the third layer of core formation, break through to the 16th level of body refining, and perfect her spell technique. With these achievements secured, she planned to depart from the sect immediately after the heaven testing pagoda event to search for the rebirth pill, the one treasure that might grant her beloved senior brother the spiritual roots he lacked. Enlightenment. Low for 35/1000. Plus 3/1000. Battle Instinct. 195/100,000. Plus 3/100,000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade. 45/30,000. Plus 1/30,000. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1. 80/1000. Plus 20/1000. Mountain Heart Scripture. 5th layer. 117/500. Plus 52/500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork. Beginner. 70/100. Plus 30/100. Low-grade Iron Body Technique. Completion. 100/500. Plus 100/500. Basic Knife Technique. Great Completion. 200/1000. Plus 100/1000. Basic Sword Technique. Great Completion. 120/1000. Plus 120/1000. Cook. 8th grade. 57/200. Plus 5/200. Experience points doubled. Cook. 8th grade. 57/200. 8th grade. 114/200. Basic Sword Technique. Great Completion. 120/1000. Great Completion. 240/1000. Basic Knife Technique. Great Completion. 200/1000. Great Completion. 400/1000. Low-grade Iron Body Technique. Completion. 100/500. Completion. 200/500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork. Beginner. 70 out of 100. Minor success. 0 out of 200. Mountain Heart Scripture. 5th layer. 117/500. 5th layer. 234/500. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1. 80/1000. Level 1. 160/1000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade. 45/30,000. 7th grade. 90/30,000. Battle Instinct. 195/100,000. 390/100,000. Enlightenment. Low for 35/1000. Low 870/1000. As usual, Xiang Yu braced himself for the enlightenment increase. When it hit, his mind exploded with an intense wave of insights washing through his consciousness. Insights into various techniques flooded in, not just isolated understanding, but intricate connections between them, revealing combinations and applications he'd never considered before. Though the sensation was magnitudes more intense than previous experiences, it didn't last as long as he'd anticipated. His earlier practice with the Mountain Heart Sutra had apparently strengthened his mental capacity. He could now contain this torrent of understanding, though just barely. The enlightenment wave pulsed in diminishing waves until it finally subsided completely. Xiang Yu heaved a sigh of relief as he examined his status. Looking at the numbers, he realized his next doubling would finally transform his natural talent from low to mid, crossing a threshold that many cultivators never achieved in their lifetime. Though it appeared to be a mere 200-point gap, it represented a fundamental transformation of his potential. For others, this barrier might be insurmountable, but his system guaranteed the breakthrough. The next wave brought insights into cooking. New recipes materialized in his mind alongside techniques for manipulating spirit flames with greater precision. He even glimpsed special recipes designed to assist with cultivation breakthroughs, dishes that could nourish the mind and soul. These were merely rudimentary fragments, though. He guessed they were hints of what 7th grade cooking might entail. His current skill had already passed the halfway point, virtually guaranteeing advancement to 7th grade after the next reset. His battle intent had seen a remarkable jump, climbing to nearly 400 points. Before, he could already predict Li Yao's attacks with impressive accuracy, but now that this attribute had doubled, he wondered if he might genuinely glimpse the future during combat. He set this speculation aside for the moment. He would discover the full extent of these enhancements in actual battle. Turning his attention to his spirit flame, he noted it had almost reached the 100-point mark. Strangely, he couldn't detect any dramatic changes beyond improved control. The abyssal void flame no longer felt foreign to him. It responded to his will with increasing fluidity. Perhaps significant transformations would only manifest when the flame advanced in rank. Yesterday's enlightenment increase had catalyzed major improvements across his techniques. His knife proficiency had increased by 100 points, sword by 120, and iron body technique by another 100. The phantom footwork had improved more modestly, gaining only 30 points, unsurprising for a mid-level technique. After doubling, it had broken through to the minor success stage. Though he couldn't test it immediately, he sensed a fundamental transformation in the technique and made a mental note to explore these changes during tomorrow's practice. His scriptures showed substantial progress. The Mountain Heart Sutra had improved dramatically, already reaching the hundreds. The Mountain Heart Scripture had advanced even further. With both sword and knife techniques at great completion, they had contributed a combined 22 points to the scripture, even with the 10-to-1 conversion rate. After doubling, the scripture stood just shy of the halfway mark. He expected to make up the difference during tomorrow's training, which would advance him to the 6th layer of body, refining after reset. Though his progress seemed to accelerate, he couldn't help but feel concerned about an imminent slowdown. Once he reached the 6th layer, he wouldn't be able to translate experience efficiently from his current techniques. Feeling satisfied nonetheless with his advancement, he summoned his complete status screen. Name: Xiang Yu. Realm: Body. 5th layer: Mind. Level 1. Species: Human. Spiritual root: Null. Enlightenment: Low 870/1000. Battle instinct: 390/100,000. Spirit flame: Abyssal void flame. 7th grade: 90/30,000. Professions: Cook. 8th grade: 114 out of 200. Techniques: mid-grade phantom footwork. Minor success: 0/200. Low-grade iron body technique. Completion: 200/500. Basic knife technique. Great completion: 400/1000. Basic sword technique. Great completion: 240/1000. Scriptures: Mountain Heart Scripture. 5th layer: 266/500. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1, 160/1000. System function: double EXP. Cooldown: 24 hours. Examining the numbers closely, Xiang Yu realized something he'd almost overlooked. His double knife and sword techniques had already transferred their experience to the Mountain Heart Scripture. The two weapon techniques had contributed a combined total of 32 points, pushing the scripture's total to 266, well beyond the halfway mark. This guaranteed his breakthrough to the 6th layer of body, refining after tomorrow's doubling. A rare smile of satisfaction crossed his face as he studied his progress, particularly in the attributes that had proven most resistant to conventional training methods. His enlightenment approached the threshold for advancement to mid-level. His battle instinct had surged to nearly 400 points, and his spirit flame steadily climbed toward its first 100. Much of this accelerated growth could be attributed to the Mountain Heart Sutra. A technique that initially seemed dangerous had proven invaluable to his exponential advancement. Speaking of which, it was time for his nightly practice. Xiang Yu settled into his meditation posture, back perfectly straight, hands resting lightly on his knees. As he regulated his breathing and focused his mind, the transition happened instantly. His consciousness pulled into his spiritual sea without the gradual detachment he'd experienced in earlier sessions. Within this internal void, he noticed the illuminated radius around him had expanded significantly. The darkness receded further with each practice session, replaced by that gentle ambient light that seemed to emanate from the void itself. Though he still hadn't discovered how to utilize this phenomenon, he sensed its importance to his future cultivation. For now, he would continue cultivating patiently, trusting that understanding would come in due time. Xiang Yu maintained his deep meditation until the first light of dawn crept through his window. As consciousness flowed back into his physical form, his eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the gentle illumination of early morning. Golden rays had just begun to stretch across the horizon, painting the edges of his simple room with warm hues. With practiced mental focus, he summoned his system interface to assess his overnight progress. Enlightenment. Low, 871/1000. Battle Instinct, 392/100,000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 91/30,000. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1, 190/1000. His enlightenment and battle instinct were proving increasingly resistant to improvement. Yet even this gradual progression impressed him. Most cultivators would struggle to advance these attributes at all, particularly at such high levels. With enlightenment already well beyond its halfway point, he felt little concern about its slower pace. The inevitable breakthrough to mid-level was virtually guaranteed. His battle instinct continued its steady climb toward the thousands, a milestone that would transform his combat capabilities in ways he could scarcely imagine. The Abyssal Void Flame showed modest improvement as well, but he didn't think much of it as he could enhance it later during his daily cooking sessions. Most striking was the Mountain Heart Sutra's 30-point increase, a remarkable achievement for a single night's practice. Satisfied with his progress, Xiang Yu rose from his meditation posture. His muscles had remained motionless for hours, yet he felt no stiffness or discomfort. Still, he performed a series of deliberate stretches, preparing his body for the rigorous training ahead. Once properly loosened, he departed for the familiar training ground. The two disciples arrived simultaneously, exchanging brief morning greetings before drawing their weapons. As they settled into their respective stances, Li Yao felt a palpable wave of pressure emanating from her senior brother. His battle intent had intensified overnight, creating an almost physical force that pushed against her senses. But something else caught her attention, a subtle quality in his knife technique that hadn't been present before. It was the feeling of perfection. Li Yao couldn't help but marvel at his progress. Though he wasn't there yet, she could feel that her senior brother was about to perfect a technique. Their weapons clashed in a deadly dance of steel, each strike and parry flowing with increased precision. As they sparred, Xiang Yu found himself puzzled. Despite his battle intent doubling overnight, he hadn't experienced the dramatic enhancement he'd anticipated. Where was the precognition he'd hoped might manifest? The ability to glimpse future attacks before they occurred? He deflected another of Li Yao's lightning-fast strikes, his mind analyzing possible explanations. Perhaps his cultivation level remained too low to fully harness his battle-intense potential. The attribute itself might be advancing normally, but his physical form and spiritual foundation couldn't fully express its capabilities yet. This theory made sense. Many cultivation attributes only revealed their true power once the practitioner reached appropriate realms. Still, even without precognition, his combat awareness continued to sharpen. Prediction lines formed with greater clarity in his mind, his responses becoming more fluid, more instinctive with each exchange. Though he couldn't yet access battle intent's full potential, its benefits remained substantial and immediate. They continued their rigorous practice until the sun reached its zenith, signaling the lunch hour's arrival. Both disciples lowered their weapons simultaneously, acknowledging the time to replenish their energies had come. After savoring the delicious, spirit-infused lunch that Xiang Yu had prepared, a meal that rejuvenated their bodies and replenished their qi, the two disciples returned to the training ground with renewed vigor. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the worn earth as they resumed their relentless sparring, steel meeting steel in a symphony of controlled violence. Hours melted away beneath the azure sky until evening descended, prompting another brief respite for dinner. When they emerged once more into the moonlit training area, Xiang Yu made his customary switch from knife to sword. As the gleaming blade settled comfortably in his grip when he held the sword, he noticed something remarkable. His swordsmanship no longer lagged significantly behind his knife technique. Usually, when he wielded the sword, he would feel the slight difference in mastery between the two. But now each movement flowed with similar precision, each strike carrying comparable intent. While his extraordinary battle awareness certainly contributed to this balance, the true cause was simpler. His sword technique had genuinely caught up to his knife mastery. Across the training ground, Li Yao observed this transformation with widening eyes. The same subtle quality she'd sensed in his knife work now emanated from his sword form, though slightly fainter, a sense of harmony that approached true perfection. A realization struck her. Her senior brother was on the verge of perfecting not one, but two combat techniques simultaneously. With such mastery coupled with his uncanny battle awareness, she guessed that her senior brother would probably be invincible below the Qi refining realm. Unless his opponent was one of those rare monsters who had cultivated body refining to extraordinary heights. The two continued their rigorous practice until midnight finally compelled them to part ways. Alone in his quarters, Xiang Yu settled onto his simple bed, observing the day's progress. Enlightenment. Low 871/1000 plus 1/1000. Battle Instinct. 392/100,000 plus 2/100,000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade. 91/30,000 plus 1/30,000. Mountain Hearts Sutra. Level 1. 190/1000 plus 30/1000. Mountain Heart Scripture. 5th layer. 318/500 plus 84/500. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork. Minor Success. 40/200 plus 40/200. Low-grade Iron Body Technique. Completion. 300/500 plus 100/500. Basic Knife Technique. Great Completion. 500/1000 plus 100/1000. Basic Sword Technique. Great Completion. 360/1000 plus 120/1000. Cook. 8th grade. 118 to 200 plus 4/200. Experience points doubled. Cook. 8th grade. 118 to 200. 7th grade. 0/300. Basic Sword Technique. Great Completion. 360/1000. Great Completion. 720/1000. Basic Knife Technique. Great Completion. 500/1000. Perfect. Low-grade Iron Body Technique. Completion. 300/500. Great Completion. 0/1000. Mid-grade Phantom Footwork. Minor Success. 40 out of 200. Minor Success. 80 out of 200. Mountain Heart Scripture. 5th layer. 318/500. 6th layer. 0/600. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1. 190/1000. Level 1. 380/1000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 7th grade. 91/30,000. 7th grade. 182/30,000. Battle Instinct. 392/100,000. 784/100,000. Enlightenment. Low 871/1000. Mid 0/2000. Xiang Yu clutched his head as an overwhelming torrent of enlightenment flooded his mind. Though only 200 points separated him from the next stage, these final points felt more significant than all his previous gains combined. Thousands of insights flowed into his consciousness, creating the sensation that his brain was expanding, contracting, and contorting in impossible ways. The intensity threatened to completely overwhelm him. Usually by this point, the stabilizing effect of his sutra would have tempered the experience, but this time was different. Though his sutra momentarily cleared his mind, The sheer volume of insights instantly submerged his consciousness once again. The sensation persisted far longer than ever before. Hours seemed to pass, then days, then weeks. Time had lost all meaning as the storm of revelations continued unabated. When the tempest finally subsided, he exhaled deeply, surprised to find it was still night. Despite feeling as though countless ages had passed, not much time seemed to have passed in the physical world. As the intense pressure receded, it left behind a crystalline clarity unlike anything he'd experienced before. His mind felt completely transformed, as though his old consciousness had been replaced with something new and vastly superior. Was this what improving a natural talent felt like? His comprehension had finally ascended to the mid-level. Though the advancement had been agonizing, the results were unquestionably worth the suffering. With merely low-level comprehension, he had achieved a perfect technique in less than a month, an extraordinary feat by any standard. The possibilities with mid-level comprehension seemed limitless, filling him with genuine excitement. Following this transformation came another wave of insights, less overwhelming but still profound. His cooking skill had advanced from 8th grade to 7th grade, flooding his mind with new knowledge. Qi manipulation techniques, methods for controlling spirit flames with greater precision, novel recipes, and refinements to existing approaches. Everything he knew about cooking had been elevated to a higher tier. He sensed that his culinary creations would now provide even greater benefits when consumed, though he would need to test this tomorrow to know by how much exactly. Curiously, his spirit fire no longer seemed to improve from his cooking practice. Still, with the substantial points still available for doubling, he wasn't concerned. Besides, now that his cooking had broken through to a new grade, this might change. A final insight materialized in his mind, clearer, more focused than the others. He saw himself standing, knife in hand, executing a single downward slash. No unnecessary movements, no elaborate flourishes, just a pure, perfect strike. This was true perfection. Opening his eyes, Xiang Yu marveled at this newfound mastery. Even without holding a knife, he could sense the flawless quality of his technique. No testing was necessary. He simply knew. His other techniques had advanced significantly as well. His sword mastery stood at the threshold of perfection, requiring just one more push to cross that boundary. His iron body technique had begun its journey toward perfection, and he could already feel the dramatic increase in his body's durability. Not just his skin, but his internal organs were being reinforced, growing stronger by the moment. He wondered with genuine curiosity how powerful his physical form would become once this technique reached perfection. The phantom footwork had progressed through nearly half of the minor success stage. At this pace, it would surpass the halfway mark before the next settlement. His scriptures showed remarkable development as well. The sutra had gained almost 200 points and wasn't that far off from the halfway point, putting mind level 2 within reach. Most significantly, the Mountain Heart scripture had advanced to the 6th layer, triggering a corresponding breakthrough in his body refining realm. The speed of his progress was truly astonishing. He hadn't even had time to fully appreciate his 5th layer strength before advancing further. He could feel his body actively growing stronger with each passing moment. Deeply satisfied with the day's achievements, he summoned his complete status display. Name: Xiang Yu. Realm: Body, 6th layer. Mind: Level 1. Species: Human. Spiritual root: Null. Enlightenment: Mid 0/2000. Battle instinct: 784/100,000. Spirit flame: Abyssal void flame, 7th grade, 182/30,000. Professions: Cook, 7th grade, 0 out of 300. Techniques: Mid-grade phantom footwork. Minor success, 80/200. Low-grade iron body technique. Great completion, 0/1000. Basic knife technique. Perfect basic sword technique. Great completion, 720/1000. Scriptures: Mountain Heart Scripture, 6th layer, 0/600. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 1, 380/1000. System function, double EXP, cooldown, 24 hours. A surge of pride welled up within Xiang Yu as he admired the perfect status of his knife technique. After admiring his stats for several minutes, savoring each advancement, he decided it was time to practice the Mountain Heart Sutra. Though he had no clock, Xiang Yu could estimate the time by checking the countdown until his next settlement. From what he could tell, 2 hours had already elapsed. His enlightenment breakthrough to mid-level had consumed far more time than anticipated. The memory of that overwhelming torrent of insights sent a chill down his spine. If advancing from low to mid-enlightenment had been this dangerous, what might happen when he eventually progressed to high level? The thought reinforced his determination to prioritize his mind cultivation, creating the mental fortitude necessary to withstand future breakthroughs. Without further deliberation, he assumed his meditation posture, back straight, hands resting lightly on his knees. The moment he closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, his consciousness flowed smoothly into his spiritual sea, the transition now happening in an instant. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed the illuminated area within his spiritual sea had expanded once again, this time considerably pushing the darkness further toward the periphery. The gentle ambient light that emanated from the void itself now encompassed a much larger radius around him. Though this phenomenon intrigued him, he remained focused on his cultivation rather than investigating the change. With the abyssal void flame burning steadily on his spiritual forehead, protecting him from mental demons, he immersed himself completely in the sutra's practice. The flame's black radiance, punctuated by tiny white sparks like distant stars, cast a protective aura that allowed him to explore the depths of meditation without fear of being consumed by the void. Time lost all meaning as he remained in this profound state of cultivation, only returning to physical awareness when the first light of dawn filtered through his window. After stretching his body to dispel any lingering stiffness, he eagerly summoned his system interface to review the night's progress. Enlightenment, mid-January 2000. Battle Instinct, 785/100,000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 7th grade, 184/30,000. Mountain Heart Sutra, Level 1, 400/1000. The stats had increased modestly. Though not the most substantial growth, Xiang Yu felt satisfied, particularly with his enlightenment gaining a single point. This meant he would have something to double after the system reset. Without anything to double, the system's primary advantage would be wasted. Now he could breathe easier knowing progress had been made. As for the Mountain Heart Sutra itself, it had only increased by 20 points, likely because he devoted less time to it after spending 2 hours on his enlightenment breakthrough. Xiang Yu stepped outside his dwelling and inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp morning air that filled his lungs. Truly refreshing. He made his way to the nearby river, eager to wash away the sweat and fatigue from yesterday's training and begin the day anew. After he was done, he headed to the training grounds where Li Yao awaited. They exchanged customary greetings before assuming their sparring positions. This time, however, Xiang Yu didn't reach for his knife, as usual. Instead, he drew his sword. This deliberate change came because his knife technique had already reached perfection, and practicing it further would be pointless. He noted that it didn't even show a progress bar anymore. It made more sense to focus on advancing his sword skills. Not using the knife anymore? Li Yao asked, visibly surprised by the deviation from his established routine. She had grown accustomed to Xiang Yu's training regimen. Knife practice in the morning followed by sword work in the evening. My knife technique reached the perfect level yesterday, so I'll focus on the sword instead, he explained matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Li Yao's eyes widened momentarily before she composed herself. As expected of senior brother, she murmured with acceptance. Without further ceremony, the two began their sparring session. As their weapons clashed, Xiang Yu contemplated his next move in cultivation. Now that he had mastered one technique to perfection, he could finally approach Marshal An Huang for more teachings. What technique should he request next? Lost in these thoughts, he narrowly parried another of Li Yao's strikes, stepping backward to create distance between them. Li Yao, ever persistent, pressed her advantage and surged forward. But Xiang Yu had anticipated this response. When she expected him to dodge as usual, he instead charged forward to meet her, employing the enhanced speed granted by his phantom footwork technique. The unexpected counter startled Li Yao, disrupting her rhythm. Uncertain how to respond, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impact of his strike. Instead, she felt a gentle flick against her forehead. "Ah!" she exclaimed, eyes flying open to find Xiang Yu, smiling down at her. "Don't close your eyes in battle," he admonished, echoing the very advice she had once given him. Li Yao's lips formed a small pout as she realized her senior brother had grown stronger and was now confident enough to tease her during training. As they reset their stances to continue, Li Yao's expression grew serious. She would not let him bully her again. She channeled her power, escalating to the body refining ninth layer. After releasing her ninth layer of body refining, Li Yao felt a remarkable lightness throughout her body. The channeled power transformed her movements, making her feel weightless yet powerful. She was finally fighting Xiang Yu with genuine pressure, though not completely overwhelming him as she once could. For that level of dominance, she would need to unleash even more of her strength. Xiang Yu swung his sword with precision, the blade meeting Li Yao's with a metallic clash that sent sparks dancing through the air. Recognizing his disadvantage in raw strength, he activated his newly improved phantom footwork, executing a smooth sidestep intended to let Li Yao's momentum carry her forward unbalanced. But Li Yao was no ordinary opponent. Instead of tumbling as he anticipated, she gracefully redirected her sword's tip downward, using the blade as a pivot point. In one fluid motion, she performed an acrobatic flip over the sword, landing with perfect balance on the opposite side before immediately creating distance with a controlled backstep. Li Yao caught her breath as she observed her senior brother preparing his next sword form. A mixture of admiration and competitive spirit flickered in her eyes. Senior brother is truly remarkable, she thought. Sparring with him now created genuine pressure that forced her to maintain peak vigilance and performance. The sensation he gave her was the same as the one she got when in front of the old man. And her senior brother had achieved it in such a short time. It was really impressive. He had evolved from someone she could effortlessly overwhelm to an opponent who generated this formidable battle pressure. More surprisingly, their roles had somehow reversed. Where once she had been his teacher, she now found herself learning from him, particularly in battle awareness. His exponential growth had turned their sparring sessions into mutual cultivation opportunities. As Xiang Yu exchanged blows with his junior sister, he marveled at how the iron body technique had transformed his durability. Strikes that would have previously sent him sprawling, he could now withstand with minimal effort. Though absorbing too many consecutive hits might still prove problematic, he thought, nimbly dodging another powerful strike from Li Yao. His progress was undeniable. Before, even when Li Yao deliberately held back, he had struggled to keep pace, constantly finding himself knocked to the ground. Now he maintained his footing against her at what appeared to be comparable cultivation levels. The realization brought an internal chuckle. Could it be that I'm also a genius? The thought emerged unbidden, but he quickly dismissed it as foolishness. A darker possibility suddenly occurred to him. What if Li Yao was still operating at a lower level of body refining than his current sixth layer? Since he couldn't sense cultivation levels within the body refining realm, and she likely couldn't either, there was no way to know for certain. He suspected she avoided inquiring about his level out of respect for his privacy, just as she concealed her true capabilities. This train of thought led him to a practical concern about his system. Why don't I have some sort of appraisal ability? He wondered. What if I encounter some invincible expert playing pig to eat the tiger? I'd be finished before I realized the danger. Just as these worries clouded his mind, his consciousness abruptly shifted. The training ground vanished, replaced by a strange, ethereal space. Within this void, he saw a reflection of himself, sword in hand. With deliberate calm, his reflection lifted the blade and executed a single, perfect downward slash, a movement of absolute purity, devoid of hesitation or unnecessary motion. When awareness returned to his physical body, he found himself effortlessly parrying an incoming attack from Li Yao, the movement identical to the vision he had just witnessed. "Senior brother," Li Yao began, her voice trailing off in astonishment. A rare, genuine smile spread across Xiang Yu's face. "I've reached perfect stage in my sword technique," he announced, unable to contain his joy. He hadn't expected to achieve perfection through his own comprehension rather than the system's doubling. As if responding to his achievement, something unprecedented occurred. Without being summoned, a system notification materialized before him, the first time the system had appeared unsummoned outside the reset period. Ding! New system function unlocked. After sacrificing myself to the WN gods, I was able to create a new priv tier. As for the daily upload and the bonus, I'll do it tomorrow. Or is it today? The usual time, IG daily chapter 0/2, bonus chapter 0/2. Ding. New system function unlocked. Surprise flickered across his face as he stared at the notification hovering in the air. What could this be? The double EXP function was already absurdly powerful, allowing him to achieve what others would consider impossible cultivation speeds. Now there was something new. His mental command acknowledged the notification, revealing system function, double EXP, cooldown, 24 hours, fusion. Knowledge flooded into his mind instantly, a comprehensive understanding of the new system function washing through his consciousness. Fusion would allow him to merge techniques and scriptures, combining their strengths to create something greater than the sum of its parts. However, there were limitations. Techniques could only be merged if they had reached the perfect stage and were compatible with each other. Scriptures merely needed compatibility, without the perfection requirement. A thought immediately sparked in Xiang Yu's mind. The Mountain Heart Scripture and Sutra were described as two halves of the same whole. Wouldn't they be perfect candidates for fusion? To his surprise, when he checked their compatibility, the system indicated they couldn't be merged. This puzzled him briefly before understanding dawned. Perhaps they were considered as not because they originated from the same source technique, but because they complemented each other, one cultivating the body, the other the mind. While slightly disappointed, he didn't dwell on it. His attention shifted to his perfect techniques, the basic knife technique and now perfected basic sword technique. The system showed they were compatible and could be merged immediately. A smile stretched across his face as he contemplated the power such a fusion might yield. Then, a more ambitious idea took root. The system hadn't specified a limit on how many techniques could be merged at once. What if I ask Martial Ant for more weapon techniques? He thought, excitement building. If they're compatible with sword and knife techniques, I could perfect them all and merge them together. The possibilities made his pulse quicken. Perhaps he could create something truly extraordinary. Something like an invincible weapon master technique that would elevate his combat potential exponentially. With his mid-level enlightenment, perfecting additional techniques would be far easier than before. His mind made up. Xiang Yu sheathed his sword and turned to Li Yao. "Let's take a break," he suggested, his tone casual despite the plans forming in his mind. Li Yao tilted her head, confusion evident in her expression. "Isn't it too early?" Their training sessions typically lasted much longer. "No, it's just the perfect time," he replied with unusual enthusiasm. "We're going to prepare a feast." "A feast?" Li Yao's eyebrows rose in curiosity. "Is today a special day?" She mentally reviewed the sect calendar, unable to recall any particular occasion worth celebrating today. Xiang Yu nodded with apparent pride. "Of course. Today is the day I perfected 2 techniques." Li Yao's eyes sparkled with genuine appreciation. Perfecting even 1 technique was a monumental achievement for most cultivators. 2 was truly extraordinary. "I'll go capture more wild boars," she exclaimed, taking off with childlike excitement. As she disappeared from sight, the smug smile on Xiang Yu's face revealed his true intentions. He wasn't actually narcissistic enough to throw a celebration merely for perfecting techniques. His real motivation was far more pragmatic. This would be his first opportunity to prepare 7th-grade spiritual food. Walking toward the kitchen, he couldn't suppress a satisfied chuckle. With food of this quality, convincing, or more accurately, bribing, his martial aunt into sharing additional weapon techniques should be effortless. Given her obvious weakness for his cooking, she'd likely agree to part with several techniques. Once he gathered and perfected those techniques, he could combine them all into something truly invincible. The thought of such power at his fingertips made him laugh aloud, his usually cautious demeanor giving way to genuine anticipation. The kitchen hummed with focused energy as Xiang Yu channeled his newly acquired 7th-grade cooking mastery. Unlike his usual meal preparations, this feast demanded extraordinary attention to detail. His movements reflected the precision of his perfected techniques. Each slice, dice, and julienne executed with flawless economy of motion. The abyssal void flame danced across his fingertips, responding to his will with newfound sensitivity. He adjusted its temperature with mere thoughts, controlling the black fire's intensity with unprecedented precision. Li Yao returned with 2 massive wild boars slung effortlessly over her shoulders. While she cleaned and prepared the game, Xiang Yu gathered rare herbs from Elder Guo's personal garden. The elder wouldn't have parted with him before, but after he realized Xiang Yu's cooking skills, the elder encouraged him to use the herbs as well. As preparation intensified, Xiang Yu's creative vision expanded beyond individual dishes to encompass the feast as a whole. He orchestrated complementary flavors, balancing yang-heavy meats with yin-cooling vegetables, creating a symphony of taste designed to nourish both body and soul. With 7 different main dishes, 12 side plates, 3 soups, and a special dessert, this wasn't merely a meal, it was an event. The kitchen transformed into a controlled battlefield. Multiple woks sizzled simultaneously as Xiang Yu's hands moved with hypnotic speed. Li Yao could only watch in awe as he wielded cooking implements with the same mastery he showed with weapons. The most remarkable element wasn't the quantity, but the quality. Each dish glowed with subtle energy, actual visible qi emanating from perfectly prepared ingredients. When the meals were finally complete, Xiang Yu and Li Yao exhaled deeply, the exhaustion of preparing such an extensive feast settling into their muscles. The sweet aroma of their efforts had already begun working its magic, drawing Elder Guo and Elder Huang as if summoned by an irresistible spell. "Why are you cooking so early? Is there a special occasion?" Elder Huang inquired, her eyes never leaving the tantalizing spread before them. Li Yao answered with unbridled enthusiasm. "That's right. We're celebrating senior brother mastering 2 techniques to the perfect stage." "What?" Both elders exclaimed in perfect unison, their shock palpable. In the next instant, Elder Huang materialized beside Xiang Yu. Moving with such speed he hadn't even registered her approach. She gripped his shoulders, shaking him with unexpected vigor. "Is it true? Is it true?" Her voice rose with excitement as she continued shaking him. "Quick, show me, show me, show me," she chanted. Though surprised by her enthusiasm, Xiang Yu maintained his composure. This was precisely the reaction he'd hoped for, but he wouldn't reveal his techniques before playing his trump card. "Martial Ant, let's eat first," he suggested smoothly. "The food is getting cold. I had a breakthrough in my cooking and decided to prepare this feast for Martial Ant as thanks for giving me the spirit flame." He finished with a respectful bow. "What? For me?" Elder Huang's eyes darted between Xiang Yu and the sumptuous feast, taking in the extraordinary colors, textures, and aromas. She couldn't suppress an audible gulp as her cultivation instincts recognized the unprecedented quality of spiritual energy emanating from the dishes. Suddenly aware of her undignified behavior, Elder Huang stepped back and composed herself. "You're right," she declared with forced dignity. "We should eat first before it gets cold." Xiang Yu allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. His martial aunt's weakness for exceptional food was proving to be the perfect leverage. Once she tasted his seventh-grade spirit cuisine, her happiness would naturally transfer to him as the provider. By explicitly framing the feast as gratitude for her previous generosity, he was establishing a pattern. He rewarded those who helped him. The subliminal message was clear. More techniques shared would result in more extraordinary feasts. His manipulation was subtle but effective. By linking his generosity directly to her previous gift, he was planting the seed for future exchanges, making her more inclined to share additional techniques that would accelerate his path to power. /in, I'm not a psychologist, so if this is an actual thing, you guys could try and give feedback. Daily, 1/2, bonus, 0/2, extra, 0/1. Everyone sat down as Xiang Yu served the meal. Rather than individual portions, he placed a large pot at the center of the table, allowing diners to refill as desired. As they took their first bites, a collective silence fell over the gathering. The food transcended mere flavor. It was a revelation. Each morsel exploded across their palates in a symphony of tastes, with every subsequent bite unveiling an entirely new spectrum of sensations. What made this feast truly extraordinary wasn't just the initial taste, but what happened after swallowing. The food seemingly vanished upon reaching their stomachs, dissolving completely into various essences that spread throughout their bodies. Some elements nourished the mind and soul directly. Others accelerated healing processes, replenished stamina, or gathered as concentrated qi that settled naturally in their dantians. This miraculous quality solves spirit food's greatest limitation, stomach capacity. Spirit foods had one big limitation, which was that one couldn't consume as much as they wanted, as they would eventually get full. By diffusing instantly without leaving physical residue, it allowed continuous consumption without fullness. Even Xiang Yu, despite lacking spiritual roots, could benefit from the soul nourishment, enhanced healing, and stamina recovery aspects of his own creation. This, Eldergua's voice faltered after his first taste. The mind and soul nourishing effects struck him profoundly. At the golden core stage of cultivation, one typically had to continuously feed spiritual energy to their core until it eventually shattered, sprouting a nascent soul that marked breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. This meal's soul-nurturing properties were actively accelerating his nascent soul's development. If he continued consuming such food regularly, the time needed to manifest a nascent soul would decrease dramatically. But there was something even more significant occurring. Years ago, Eldergua had suffered a devastating injury that destabilized his cultivation, damaging his qi pathways irreparably. Though technically at golden core stage, his combat abilities had deteriorated to mere core formation level, and his shattered core meant advancement was impossible. A broken core could never sprout a nascent soul. Now, as he savored each bite, he felt healing essences flowing through his meridians, gradually realigning his damaged qi pathways. His core, long thought permanently damaged, showed signs of regeneration. It was subtle yet undeniable, hope blossoming where none had existed before. Tears welled in his eyes as the realization hit him. All this because he'd once chosen to rescue a poor boy from a ruined town's pavement. The cosmic serendipity overwhelmed him, streams of tears rolling unbidden down his weathered cheeks. The disciples noticed their master's unexpected emotion, exchanging confused glances. Could it be? Elder Huang thought privately, quickly assessing the situation. She turned to the bewildered disciples with a reassuring smile. Just enjoy your food. Senior brother is simply emotional because of how delicious everything tastes, she explained smoothly. Accepting this explanation, the disciples returned their attention to their meals. Elder Huang gave her senior brother a knowing glance before resuming her own feast. Though she typically delighted in teasing him and would normally seize the opportunity to call him a crybaby, she chose to spare him this time. As Li Yao continued savoring her meal, she suddenly realized the immortal empress had fallen unusually quiet. "You still there?" Li Yao inquired mentally, her chopsticks pausing midway to her mouth. "Stop talking, just eat," came the abrupt reply, the Empress's tone carrying unexpected urgency. "What?" Li Yao couldn't mask her surprise. The Empress's voice held none of its usual dignified poise, replaced instead by something almost desperate. Why such concern over whether she ate? True, the food provided remarkable cultivation benefits with each bite, but the Empress's keen interest seemed peculiar. A warm thought blossomed in Li Yao's mind. Perhaps the ancient Empress truly cared for her well-being after all. "Stop your delusions and eat." The Empress cut through her moment of sentimentality. "Our souls are connected, so when the food nourishes your soul, it nourishes mine too." Understanding dawned on Li Yao. The Empress's unusual silence wasn't concern but self-interest. She was allowing Li Yao to eat undisturbed, so she could maximize her own benefits from the soul-nourishing essence. A smug smile curved Li Yao's lips as she picked up another morsel. "Now you get what I always see in senior brother," she teased, her mental voice lilting with satisfaction. Yeah, just eat," the Empress replied dismissively, though lacking her usual aloofness. Li Yao's smile widened as she continued eating. She'd never imagined the haughty, immortal Empress had this side to her, so nakedly appreciative of something as simple as food. It seemed the soul-nourishing essence was particularly valuable to souls who lacked physical forms to cultivate normally. The feast stretched on luxuriously, the four cultivators indulging in Xiang Yu's extraordinary creation for nearly 2 hours before finally emptying the last dish. Though the food dissipated immediately upon consumption, leaving their stomachs physically empty, they all reclined in their chairs with a distinct sensation of fullness, their bodies heavy with pleasant fatigue from the extended dining session. They simply couldn't stop until every morsel was consumed. The cuisine was too exceptional to waste. Each bite had been an investment in their cultivation. Elderg was settled back in his chair, expression serene as Xiang Yu collected the empty plates. His meridians and qi pathways, damaged for so long, now flowed with renewed vitality. He could feel his golden core strength returning, though he recognized the risk of exerting it prematurely. Better to allow his core to heal completely before attempting any significant moves. Still, the progress was remarkable. He estimated his core would fully regenerate after just a few more such feasts. While daily banquets of this magnitude might be impractical, even Xiang Yu's regular meals would contribute to his healing, just at a slower pace. Having long abandoned hope for recovery, Eldergua found himself unexpectedly patient. What was a longer wait when compared to the miracle of having any hope at all? And perhaps his talented disciple might achieve yet another breakthrough in his cooking skills. Xiang Yu finished washing the utensils, his movements efficient and unhurried. As he dried his hands and turned from the basin, his expression shifted subtly, a calculating gleam entering his eyes. The time had finally come for the main topic. Time to get his money's worth. After a few minutes of relaxation, allowing the remarkable benefits of the spiritual food to settle throughout their bodies, Elder Huang finally circled back to the main topic that had initially excited her. "You really reached the perfect stage? And in 2 techniques, no less," she asked with undisguised amazement as Xiang Yu demonstrated both his perfected knife and sword techniques. Even Elder will watch from the side with surprise etched across his weathered face. Though he had long recognized Xiang Yu's genius-level comprehension, he couldn't help being impressed each time he witnessed it in action. The flawless execution, the economy of movement, the perfect balance. Truly, his disciple had achieved something remarkable. Elder Huang leaned forward eagerly. "So, did you want to choose another technique to practice?" Her enthusiasm was palpable. She had finally found a worthy test subject for her theories. If Xiang Yu could master techniques at such an astonishing rate, her experiment to unlock that special physique might actually succeed. Given a few years at this pace, he would definitely break through that legendary barrier. But Xiang Yu's response caught her off guard. "Actually, I wanted to pick more than one," he said, scratching his cheek with feigned casualness. Elder Huang blinked in surprise. Had success gone to the boy's head? How could he possibly practice multiple techniques simultaneously? As his martial aunt, she needed to guide him back to the correct path. If he strayed now, he might never unlock the physique she sought. Martial nephew, she began carefully, although I acknowledge your talent is extraordinary, you simply cannot practice many techniques at the same time. They will interfere with your progress. Her tone carried the weight of centuries of established cultivation wisdom. Xiang Yu had anticipated this response. Time to deploy his first trump card. Martial aunt, he explained with calculated humility, I've actually realized that I practice techniques more easily when I'm working on several simultaneously, just like I did with the knife and sword techniques. Elder Huang's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. Was such a thing even possible? Throughout cultivation history, focus had always been prized above breadth. Still, skepticism lingered in her expression. Seeing her doubtful look, Xiang Yu smoothly employed his second trump card. How about this, he proposed. I'll practice them for a month, and if I can't perfect all of them, I'll give up and study just one at a time. Elder Huang fell into contemplative silence. Xiang Yu seemed like an honest, straightforward disciple. Perhaps he had simply been misled by some unconventional cultivation theory. In the grand scheme of her plans, a single month wasn't significant. Besides, after the extraordinary feast he had prepared, refusing his request seemed ungracious. She considered that teenagers naturally rebelled against restrictions. Being too rigid might have the opposite effect, making cultivation feel like a chore rather than an opportunity. He would likely grow out of this experimental phase on his own once he faced its inevitable limitations. Okay, she relented with a smile. Which techniques do you want? I want all the weapon techniques you have. Elder Huang nearly toppled from her chair. She had expected him to request perhaps 2 additional techniques, but all weapon techniques? Had the boy lost his mind? Can I? Xiang Yu asked, masterfully adopting a pitiful expression that contrasted sharply with his usual stoic demeanor. Elder Huang could only sigh in resignation. It was just a month after all. He would inevitably abandon this folly when he discovered he couldn't handle it. She decided to begin with just the basic weapon techniques, allowing him to play around without risking confusion for more advanced methods. The higher-level techniques could wait until he had demonstrated proper focus and discipline. There are 20 weapons techniques in cultivation. Since you have mastered the first 2, I'll give you the other 18, Elder Huang said with a resigned sigh, her expression a mixture of skepticism and indulgence. Xiang Yu fought to contain his excitement. His plan had worked perfectly. With his system's exponential growth, would it even take a full month to master these techniques? And even if it did, once they were recorded in his system, he wouldn't need the physical manuals anymore. He could practice them at his leisure, steadily perfecting each one without external pressure. In the next moment, 18 manuals flew from Elder Huang's spatial ring, landing neatly in Xiang Yu's waiting hands. He quickly flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the content. Though he noticed they were all basic-level techniques, disappointment never crossed his mind. With this many techniques available for combination through his newly unlocked system function, he had no doubt he could forge something extraordinary. The techniques formed an impressive array of cultivation methods. Basic spear technique, basic staff technique, basic bow technique, basic whip technique, basic saber technique, basic dagger technique, basic fan technique, basic chain technique, basic axe technique, basic hammer technique, basic fist technique, basic claw technique, basic palm technique, basic kick technique, basic grappling technique, basic throwing technique, basic dart technique, basic needle technique. As he examined the list more carefully, Xiang Yu found himself genuinely impressed by the comprehensive collection. Some techniques particularly surprised him. It seemed that even body parts like fists and legs were considered weapons in the cultivation realm. Take this, Elder Huang interrupted his thoughts, tossing a small pouch in his direction. Xiang Yu caught it easily, feeling the unusual weight and texture. It seemed ordinary from the outside, but he sensed something extraordinary about it. "This is a spatial pouch," she explained, her tone softening slightly. "I put all the weapons you'll need inside." She spent the next few minutes patiently demonstrating how to access the space within, how to withdraw specific items, and how to secure the pouch against theft. After the explanation was complete, the two elders finally departed, leaving the disciples alone with their newfound treasures. Xiang Yu held the spatial pouch reverently, turning it over in his hand with wonder. Spatial treasures were exceedingly rare in this world. He never expected to acquire one so early in his cultivation journey. Despite her skepticism about his training methods, Elder Huang had been remarkably generous. He silently thanked his martial aunt in his heart, appreciating her support despite her doubts. "Senior brother," Li Yao asked, her voice tinged with genuine curiosity, "are you really going to practice all 18 techniques at the same time?" The disbelief in her tone mirrored Elder Huang's earlier skepticism. "Yes," Xiang Yu confirmed with unusual confidence. "With your assistance, I'll master them in no time. Then we can have another, even bigger feast to celebrate." Li Yao's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of food. "Another feast?" she exclaimed, her previous doubts instantly forgotten. "I'll definitely help senior brother," she shouted with childlike enthusiasm. Xiang Yu smiled at her predictable response. His junior sister's simple motivations made her remarkably easy to manipulate. She was lucky that he wasn't a bad person otherwise. Day 27 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Today marks a significant milestone in my cultivation journey. I've successfully perfected 2 techniques, basic knife technique and basic sword technique. The sensation of achieving perfection is indescribable, like reaching the purest expression of movement, where every unnecessary motion has been stripped away, leaving only flawless execution. To celebrate this achievement, I prepared a grand feast using my newly improved culinary skills. The dishes I created seemed to have an unexpected effect on Master. Throughout the meal, I noticed tears streaming down his face. I've never seen him display such emotion before. Perhaps my cooking triggered some long-forgotten memory? Whatever the reason, it was strangely touching to see this usually stoic elder so moved. Taking advantage of the positive atmosphere, I approached martial aunt about acquiring more techniques. After considerable persuasion, and likely influenced by the extraordinary meal I just served, she eventually relented and granted me 18 different weapon techniques. Her skepticism was written plainly across her face, but I maintained an earnest expression. I spent the remainder of the day practicing these new techniques with my junior sister's assistance. My approach might seem unorthodox to most cultivators, switching between weapons every few minutes rather than mastering one at a time. But my heightened battle awareness allows me to transition seamlessly without losing momentum. An interesting discovery today: my battle intent enables me to exert nearly the same force with beginner-level techniques as I could with completion-level techniques. This unexpected synergy makes my unorthodox training method even more effective. After tonight's reset, my phantom footwork technique broke through to the intermediate level, substantially increasing my movement speed. The system showed basic weapon techniques, beginner 20/100, basic weapon techniques, beginner 20/100, beginner 40/100. Day 28 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Training continued as established, with junior sister helping me cycle through various weapons at regular intervals. During lunch, I noticed Master seemed somewhat dejected. Perhaps he was hoping for another extravagant feast? If he truly desires such treatment, he should offer something of value, like martial aunt did with the techniques. Of course, I kept these thoughts to myself, offering only silent consolation in my heart. Today's reset brought remarkable progress. All the weapon techniques I've been practicing advanced to the minor success stage. Even more impressively, my Mountain Heart Sutra advanced to level 2, elevating my mind to level 2 as well. The mental transformation is extraordinary, like suddenly gaining access to cognitive abilities far beyond what any human in my previous world could achieve. My thoughts flow with crystal clarity, connections forming between concepts with effortless precision. Still, I remind myself that this is merely a stepping stone, not my ultimate destination. Basic weapon techniques. Beginner, 60/100, plus 40/100. Basic weapon techniques. Beginner, 60 out of 100. Minor success, 0 out of 200. Day 29 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Today proceeded without particular incident. Just continued training with junior sister, cycling through the various weapon techniques as always. After reset, my iron body technique reached the perfect stage, becoming the third technique I've mastered to this level. The physical changes are profound and immediate. Not only has my skin hardened beyond normal iron, but my internal organs and even blood vessels have undergone similar transformation. It feels as though I've been reforged from the inside out, becoming something fundamentally different from my original form. The durability this provides should significantly enhance my survival chances in future confrontations. Basic weapon techniques. Minor success, 40/200, plus 40/200. Basic weapon techniques. Minor success, 40/200. Minor success, 80/200. Day 30 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Martial Ant was absent during lunch today. I carefully preserved her portion, storing it in my spatial pouch when I noticed Master eyeing it with poorly concealed interest. I'm almost certain I heard him click his tongue in disappointment, though perhaps that was merely my imagination. Upon Martial Ant's return, I presented her with the saved meal. Her gratitude was so overwhelming she nearly kowtowed to me. I barely managed to catch her before she could complete the gesture, which would have made things unnecessarily complicated. Her appreciation for my cooking is truly remarkable. Considering she's actively helping me unlock an ancient physique, I should continue prioritizing her well-being. Supporting her also means supporting Master, as there seems to be something going on between them. Perhaps I'll have a martial nephew sooner than expected? After reset, all my weapon techniques advanced to the intermediate stage. Truly impressive progress. Additionally, my body cultivation broke through to the 7th layer, substantially increasing my physical strength. Basic weapon techniques. Minor success, 120/200, plus 40/200. Basic weapon techniques. Minor success, 120/200, intermediate, 0/300. Day 31 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Junior sister appeared to struggle against me during today's training sessions. This is likely due to the combination of my perfect level iron body technique and my advancement to the 7th layer of body refining. If she's finding our sparring too challenging, I wonder why she doesn't simply increase her cultivation level a bit. She's clearly holding back significantly. After reset, my cooking finally broke through to the 6th grade. Since I so recently demonstrated my 7th grade cooking abilities, I've decided to keep this advancement secret for now, continuing to display only 7th grade techniques when preparing meals. I've also noticed my spirit flame has already reached the thousands, while my battle instinct is now in the tens of thousands. My enlightenment continues accelerating and will soon reach 100 points. It strikes me that a full month has passed since my transmigration to this world. I hope future months continue in this peaceful pattern of training with junior sister, minus the near-death experiences, of course. Basic weapon techniques. Intermediate, 50/300, plus 50/300. Basic weapon techniques. Intermediate, 50/300, intermediate, 100/300. Day 32 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Junior sister trained with exceptional intensity today. I struggled to match her pace, but my elevated battle intent statistics allowed me to keep up reasonably well, avoiding any embarrassment to my fellow transmigrators. The remainder of the day followed our established routine. Training, cooking, more cooking, and yet more training. I've noticed Master and Martial Ant seem increasingly close lately. Is a relationship truly developing between them? If so, I call it first. Considering my cooking played a pivotal role in bringing them together, I should rightfully claim some portion of any dowry exchanged. After reset, my weapon techniques finally reached major success stage. While this progress is undeniably rapid, I can't help feeling it could advance even faster. Basic weapon techniques. Intermediate 150/300 plus 50/300. Basic weapon techniques. Intermediate 150/300. Major success 0/400. Day 33 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. After today's reset, my phantom footwork technique broke through to the completion stage, significantly enhancing my mobility. More importantly, my battle instinct finally reached its maximum potential, transforming to battle instinct. Mortal 100,000/100,000. The addition of mortal suggests this attribute can be further developed, though my current cultivation level likely prevents access to higher tiers. While it's somewhat disappointing that I can't begin advancing to the next level immediately, the current battle intent already provides ample advantage against any threats I might reasonably encounter at this stage. As long as an invincible being that has existed for billions of years doesn't come looking for me, that is. Basic weapon techniques. Major success 50/400 plus 50/400. Basic weapon techniques. Major success 50/400. Major success 100/400. Daily 2 halves bonus 2 halves extra 0/1. Day 34 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. The system reset brought many breakthroughs today. I advanced to the body refining 8th layer. I can still feel my strength growing by the second. More significantly, the Mountain Heart Sutra broke through to the 3rd level, elevating my mind to level 3 as well. This mental transformation surpasses even my previous breakthroughs. It's as though a veil has been lifted from my consciousness. My thoughts crystallize with effortless precision, connections forming between concepts I'd never realized were related. My mind has never felt clearer. Another monumental development. My spirit flame finally broke through to the 6th grade. I can feel its power intensifying with each passing moment. Visually, the flame hasn't changed dramatically, but it has darkened slightly, and the white sparks dancing within its black depths have grown fewer. Though subtle in appearance, the difference in power is unmistakable. Basic weapon techniques. Major success 150/400 plus 50/400. Basic weapon techniques. Major success 150/400. Major success 300/400. Day 35 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Master and Martial Ant seemed preoccupied today, mentioning that the Heaven Testing Pagoda would open soon, probably within a week. Junior Sister's eyes lit up with excitement at this news, but I remained indifferent. The only disappointment I feel is that I won't be able to train with her while she's gone. After today's reset, my weapon techniques finally broke through to the completion stage, another significant milestone. My Abyssal Void Flame has reset its experience counter, now showing 10/40,000. I wonder when it will advance again and what new capabilities might emerge. Basic weapon techniques. Major success 350/400 plus 50/400. Basic weapon techniques. Major success 350/400. Completion 0/500. Day 36 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Today brought an experience of extraordinary intensity. I'm profoundly grateful for my level 3 mind breakthrough. Without it, I doubt I could have withstood the transition to high-level enlightenment. The mental tsunami was overwhelming, yet somehow my enhanced consciousness managed to contain and integrate the flood of insights. I perceive the world through entirely new eyes now. Colors seem more vibrant, patterns more evident, connections more obvious. Is this how cultivation geniuses experience reality? No wonder they progress so rapidly. They literally inhabit a different perceptual universe. My phantom footwork has also broken through to great completion stage and now advances steadily toward perfection. The difference in speed and control is immediately noticeable. My movements flow with unprecedented fluidity, as though the very air offers less resistance to my passage. Basic weapon techniques. Completion 50/500 plus 50/500. Basic weapon techniques. Completion 50/500. Completion 100/500. Day 37 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. A moment of triumph today as I finally turn the tables on Junior's sister, fighting her on equal terms and even briefly overwhelming her. My satisfaction proved short-lived. However, she simply released another layer of her cultivation, crushing my offense as though I'd regressed to the first layer of body refining. Despite this humbling experience, I gleaned valuable insights. I finally realized which cultivation level she was using against me. From the first through 10th layers of body refining, the difference between stages remains relatively modest. Beyond the 11th layer, however, cultivators enter an entirely different realm of power, explaining why she could overwhelm me so completely. This realization brought unexpected encouragement. I'm actually holding my own against her 10th layer with merely my 8th, suggesting I'm not simply a weakling incapable of fighting beyond my realm. I wonder if breaking through to the 9th layer would allow me to match her, though I doubt it. After reset, my weapon techniques advanced to Great Completion stage, now racing toward their final destination of perfection. My cooking also broke through to the 5th grade, granting new insights and numerous 5th grade spiritual food recipes. As usual, I'll keep this advancement secret, continuing to prepare 7th grade meals for everyone. Basic weapon techniques. Completion 250/500 plus 150/500. Basic weapon techniques. Completion 250/500. Great completion 0/1000. Day 38 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Master and martial ant continue their blossoming romance. They're not even attempting to hide it anymore. I spotted them chasing each other playfully across the sky during our practice session. I even witnessed martial ant boldly taking food directly from Master's plate. Though he feigned annoyance, his eyes betrayed his pleasure at her attention. I find myself wondering whether my future martial nephew will be a boy or a girl. After today's reset, I broke through to the 9th layer of body refining, power surging through my body like never before. Basic weapon techniques. Great completion 150/1000 plus 150/1000. Basic weapon techniques. Great completion 150/1000. Great completion 300/1000. Day 39 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Today brought confirmation that the Heaven Testing Pagoda will open in just 2 days. During our sparring session, my earlier assessment proved accurate. Despite my advancement to the 9th layer of body refining, I remain far from Junior Sister's equal. However, the gap has narrowed considerably. I'm no longer overwhelmed as completely as before. I suspect I might finally match her when I break through to the 10th layer of body refining. The realization suddenly struck me that I could advance to the chi refining stage now if only I possess spiritual roots. The limitation feels increasingly frustrating as my body cultivation approaches its natural ceiling. After reset, my phantom footwork finally achieved perfection, a milestone worthy of celebration. My weapon techniques aren't far behind, rapidly approaching their own perfect state. Basic weapon techniques. Great completion 450/1000 plus 150/1000. Basic weapon techniques. Great completion 450/1000. Great completion 900/1000. Day 40 of transmigrating to the cultivation world. Something extraordinary happened during this morning's sparring session. As I exchanged blows with Junior Sister, one technique suddenly achieved perfection. I immediately switched to another, but within minutes, the same phenomenon occurred. This pattern continued throughout the day until, just before midnight, the final technique crossed that sublime threshold. Junior's sister watched with widening eyes, clearly impressed by my talent. I understand her reaction completely. I'm rather impressed myself. The speed of my advancement defies conventional understanding of cultivation progression. Enlightenment. High 30/3000 plus 2/3000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade 315/40000 plus 5/40000. Mountain Hearts Sutra. Level 3 2040/3000 plus 40/3000. Mountain Heart Scripture. 9th layer 90/900 plus 30/900. Cook. 5th grade 35/500 plus 5/400. Experience points doubled. Cook. 5th grade 35/500. 5th grade 70/500. Mountain Heart Scripture. 9th layer 90/900. 9th layer 180/900. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 3 2040/3000. Level 4. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade 315/40000. 6th grade 630/40000. Enlightenment. High 30/3000. High 60/3000. Author's Corner. Writing these 2 diary chapters took almost 5 hours. I don't think I'll write something similar anytime soon. For those who are interested in the numbers, join the Discord. I'll post the progress for each of the skip days. Announcement. As April approaches, I'll stop doing bonus chapters temporarily to prepare for the next month. I just realized that it's been almost a month since I started writing Infinite Awakening. Thank you guys for taking the time to read my work. See y'all tomorrow, Heartsuit. Daily, 2 halves, bonus, 2 halves, extra, 1/1. Is this a nice place to end the volume? Xiang Yu's eyes scanned the streamlined reset screen, noticing how many of his stats had advanced significantly. Some had even reached their full potential, disappearing completely from the daily reset. As he watched this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The once lengthy list of doubling attributes had condensed, making him feel as though he wasn't fully exploiting his system's potential. He longed for the satisfaction of watching thousands of stats double each day. His attention settled on his mind level, which seemed to have just hit its own bottleneck. Was this limitation due to his current cultivation level, or had the Mountain Heart Sutra simply reached its ceiling? Despite this concern, he took comfort in achieving Mind Level 4, an impressive feat that would likely provide sufficient mental fortitude to withstand future enlightenment breakthroughs, at least for now. The recent doubling of his high enlightenment had occurred without any strain, suggesting his mind had grown robust enough to handle such transformations. Xiang Yu summoned his complete status display. Name: Xiang Yu. Realm: Body. 9th layer: Mind. Level 4. Species: Human. Spiritual root: Null. Enlightenment: High 60/3000. Battle instinct: Mortal 100/000/100/000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade 630/40/000. Professions: Cook. 5th grade 70/500. Techniques: Mid-grade Phantom Footwork. Perfect. Low-grade Iron Body Technique. Perfect. Basic Knife Technique. Perfect. Basic Sword Technique. Perfect. Basic Weapon Techniques. Perfect. Scriptures: Mountain Heart Scripture. 9th layer 180/900. Mountain Heart Sutra. Level 4. System Function: Double EXP. Cooldown: 24 hours. Fusion. Satisfaction washed over him as he admired the rows of perfect designations in his techniques section. To have advanced this dramatically in just a little over a month exceeded even his own expectations. His enlightenment had ascended to the high level, placing him among the ranks of thousand-year geniuses, though still far behind his junior sister, who qualified as a million-year genius. Despite his impressive progress, one glaring issue remained unchanged: his null spiritual root status. Though he had maintained optimism about his advancement, Xiang Yu recognized the fundamental limitations he faced. If unlimited body refinement were possible without talent, wouldn't immortals with millions of body refining layers be commonplace? He couldn't determine precisely how far his physical cultivation could progress. The system still tracked his advancement through the ninth layer, suggesting he possessed above-average potential. Most cultivators reach their limit at the ninth layer, either breaking through to qi refining if blessed with spiritual roots, or abandoning cultivation entirely if not. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Then, drawing his attention to his techniques section, he examined the 18 newly mastered techniques alongside his original 2 weapon skills. He decided to postpone worrying about his cultivation ceiling. He would cross that bridge when he got there. For now, his priority was testing the newly unlocked fusion system function he'd been anticipating for so long. Xiang Yu stared intently at the techniques displayed before him as he activated the system function. To begin the merge process, he first selected the fist and spear techniques, but he immediately encountered resistance. The system indicated that the 2 techniques were incompatible. Shock rippled through him. If these 2 couldn't merge, did that mean his dream of creating an invincible technique was impossible? With mounting anxiety, he rapidly tested various combinations, only to discover that only a few pairs out of his 20 techniques showed compatibility. Discouragement had nearly settled in when inspiration struck. He selected the knife technique and paired it with the sword technique, which the system confirmed were compatible. Then, experimentally, he added the spear technique, one that had previously shown incompatibility with the sword. To his astonishment, the system accepted this addition. A smile of realization spread across his face. The techniques didn't all need direct compatibility with each other. They merely required a chain of connection. The sword was compatible with the knife, which in turn was compatible with the spear, creating a linking bridge between otherwise incompatible techniques. Renewed hope surged through him. His ambitious dream technique could still materialize. He just needed to construct the proper chain. Working methodically, he connected the spear to the kicking technique, then linked that to the fist technique, and continued building his sequence. Occasional incompatibilities arose, requiring restructuring, but these proved mere temporary obstacles. Within minutes, he had successfully arranged all 20 weapon techniques into a harmonious chain of connections. His finger hovered over the fusion button, ready to merge his masterpiece, when a daring thought seized him. His gaze drifted to the scriptures section of his status display. Could he possibly? He swallowed nervously. There was no harm in attempting, he reasoned. With tentative movements, he selected the Mountain Heart scripture and added it to his fusion chain. He squeezed his eyes partially shut, bracing for the inevitable rejection notification. After several seconds passed without any negative response, his eyes widened in wonder. The scripture had integrated seamlessly into his technique chain. Emboldened by this success, Xiang Yu reached further. He added the Mountain Heart Sutra to the mix, holding his breath as he awaited the system's verdict. Just like before, the sutra connected without resistance, expanding his fusion chain even further. Turning his attention to his remaining techniques, Xiang Yu added both the mid-grade Phantom Footwork and the low-grade Iron Body technique to the growing amalgamation. Once again, the system accepted these additions without protest, incorporating them into the ever-expanding chain of connection. By now, Xiang Yu could barely contain his excitement, practically salivating at the possibilities before him. The fusion would combine 20 weapon techniques, a movement technique, a body enhancement ability, a body refining scripture, and a mind refining scripture. If this didn't result in an invincible war god technique, he would consider himself thoroughly cheated by the system. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, Xiang Yu extended his finger and gently tapped the fusion button. The moment his fingertip made contact, a blinding light erupted from the interface. He suddenly stumbled to the ground, struggling to get up. He wondered what was happening as he held onto the walls of his house, trying to get up. Suddenly, he felt all the strength leave his body, loosing his grip on the brick wall as he fell onto the cold floor. Xiang Yu felt his body lose all strength as he crawled on the ground, desperately trying to rise but failing. This wasn't the end of his suffering. What came next was even more jarring. A searing pain shot through his entire body, penetrating deep into his bones. The agony was so intense that he drifted in and out of consciousness every few seconds. Yet he kept his lips firmly shut the entire time, though, biting down to ensure no sound escaped. With his level 4 mind, he could analyze the situation despite the overwhelming pain. He recognized that something profound was happening to his body due to the fusion, but he didn't want to alert anyone to his condition. Revealing all his secrets wasn't part of his survival strategy. This excruciating process continued for what felt like hours, though he was barely conscious for most of it. The pain transcended anything he'd ever experienced or imagined possible. His body felt as though it was being torn apart, ravaged by invisible beasts. He experienced the sensation of being skinned alive, his muscles stripped away, his bones removed one by one. This torment persisted for a long time before it finally subsided and he regained full consciousness. He found himself sprawled on the ground, contorted into a position as if someone had tried to fold him like clothing. Noticing it was still night, he realized the ordeal likely hadn't lasted as long as it seemed. He attempted to rise, moving slowly and deliberately, afraid of triggering the pain again. To his surprise, the opposite occurred. His body felt remarkably light. Not only was there no pain, but he sensed his physical condition had somehow improved beyond its previous state. Wondering what had happened, he instantly summoned his system. Name: Xiang Yu. Realm: Body. 11th layer, 111,000. Mind: Level 4, January 4000. Species: Human. Spiritual root: Medium grade, Omni-element. Physique: Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 1/1,000,000. Enlightenment: High 60/3000. Battle instinct: Mortal 100,000/100,000. Spirit flame: Abyssal void flame. 6th grade, 630/40,000. Professions: Cook. 5th grade, 70/500. Techniques: Scriptures. System function: Double EXP. Cooldown: 24 hours. Fusion. As Xiang Yu read his stats, his jaw nearly dropped when he noticed his spiritual root was no longer null. He actually had a spiritual root now, and a medium grade one at that. Medium grade could be considered a 100-year genius. With such a root, he could qualify as an inner disciple in even a top-ranked sect. However, he had never heard of an omni-element root. He only knew of the 5 usual elements. Drawing on knowledge from video games from his previous life, he deduced that omni-element likely meant he could control all elements. This wasn't necessarily advantageous in the cultivation world, where single-element roots were prized for their ease of cultivation. The more elements, the longer cultivation typically took. But to Xiang Yu, it didn't matter which spiritual root he received. With his system, any root would become the best instantly. He was slightly disappointed to see no progress bar beside the spiritual root. It seemed he needed something to help him advance it, even by just a single point, so his system could double from there. Then he noticed another new addition to his status, a physique stat. He possessed something called the Transcendent Tao body. He wondered if this was what his martial aunt had been talking about. If so, did that mean obtaining this physique required perfecting and merging techniques? Without the system's fusion function, would he never have acquired it, even after practicing thousands of techniques? The thought was terrifying. He questioned whether his martial aunt knew about this restriction. This physique, if not for someone like him with a system, who else could possibly acquire it? Perhaps only someone with godlike enlightenment who could seamlessly merge techniques. Everyone else might as well give up. The outrageous requirements finally made sense when understanding of the physique flowed into his mind. The Transcendent Tao physique was the ultimate body for cultivation. It allowed mastery of all techniques easily and optimized his physical form for cultivation, refining different energy types effortlessly and comprehending all worldly concepts. However, those benefits would come in later stages. At its current level, he merely received a slight boost in enlightenment, enhanced recovery, an optimized body, and the ability to manipulate all elements once he cultivated qi. Looking at the experience required to elevate the technique, he could only sigh, though he acknowledged the current benefits weren't insignificant. He realized his body refining had also broken through during the process, advancing to the 11th layer, but the experience requirement had dramatically increased afterward. This made sense. After the 10th layer, each subsequent level was like breaking through a major realm. Currently, he felt capable of easily overpowering his former self. He even suspected that if he fought Li Yao at her full-body refining capacity, he might not necessarily lose. Such was the power of the transcendent Tao body, even at level 1. He also noticed his mind level, which had previously stopped improving, seemed to have resumed advancement. Since morning hadn't yet arrived, he considered whether to practice as usual, but after careful deliberation, he decided to attempt qi refining instead. Having reached the 9th stage of body refining, his physical form should be able to handle qi, and with his transcendent Tao physique, he could absorb various energies easily without complications, even without a specific qi refining technique. It was finally time for him to become an actual cultivator. Author's Corner. When gaining a physique, your body usually undergoes a huge change since it's like having a new body. Martial physiques are mostly cultivation physiques, and when you get a physique, your cultivation potential increases. This is how Xiang Yu was able to get a spiritual root. His spiritual root was upgraded, but since he didn't have one, the essence for the upgrade just created one. At first, I thought of giving him a low-level spiritual root, but that would be overdoing it. Since the physique is so strong, it would be nerfing to give a low-level one. But giving a higher level would have been overkill, since he didn't have any to begin with. What do you guys think? Daily, 2 halves. Xiang Yu settled into a lotus position. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and stilled his thoughts. Unlike others who needed to study a qi refining scripture to be able to gather qi, Xiang Yu simply allowed his body to follow its natural instincts. The transcendent Tao physique was a perfect conduit for spiritual energy, allowing him to gather and refine all sorts of energies easily without the need for a scripture. As his breathing slowed to a gentle rhythm, Xiang Yu felt a strange, tingling sensation across his skin. The qi around him had begun to respond to his presence. Threads of energy pressed against his skin, seeking entry. Then, without conscious effort on his part, his pores dilated and the qi flowed inward. The feeling was quite foreign to Xiang Yu, but still pleasant nonetheless. The qi was neither hot nor cold, but somehow both at once. It carried a vitality that made every cell in his body vibrate with new life. Each breath drew more energy inside, all of it naturally flowing toward his lower abdomen, his dantian. The pleasure of the experience was unlike anything Xiang Yu had known before, only a few levels below the feeling of his enlightenment increasing. But unlike the feeling of his enlightenment increasing, this feeling was more physical as it occurred on his physical body directly instead of just his mind. Now he understood why cultivators would seclude themselves for decades, lost in the ecstasy of meditation. If ordinary cultivation felt this refreshing, how much more profound must the higher realms be? Time lost meaning as Xiang Yu continued absorbing qi. Minutes stretched into hours, but his awareness remained fixed on the growing reservoir of energy in his dantian. With each passing moment, the sensation intensified, the spiritual energy condensing into a glowing pool within him. Suddenly, he felt resistance. His dantian had reached capacity, a natural limit for a body that had never channeled qi before. Just as panic threatened to break his concentration, something shifted. The gathered qi began to move on its own. Pressure built within his core, uncomfortable but not painful, and then release. The accumulated energy surged outward from his dantian in all directions. Xiang Yu could perceive the qi carving pathways through his body. His meridians, that had been dormant since birth, finally awakened. Channels opened throughout his body, creating a network for the energy to flow. He felt a transformation occurring within his body, his cells becoming attuned to the spiritual energy now coursing through him. His body hummed with newfound power, and something clicked into place. Xiang Yu's eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the dim light of his chamber. 41 days after his transmigration, he had finally reached the Qi gathering realm, officially beginning his cultivation journey. He raised his hand before his face, slowly clenching his fingers into a fist. He could feel Qi responding to his will, flowing into his arm and hand. The raw physical strength increase after breaking through to the Qi gathering realm wasn't that much, but the realm still had its own benefits. Now he could reinforce his muscles with Qi, enhancing his physical abilities. After the initial wave of excitement subsided, Xiang Yu centered himself once more. Since it was still dark outside, he returned to his meditative state. He didn't want to waste time now that he could finally cultivate. Throughout the night, faint wisps of energy could be seen dancing around his motionless form, being endlessly drawn to his body. He stayed in this state until the first rays of dawn pierced through his window. Xiang Yu opened his eyes gently, taking a moment to appreciate the golden light spilling across his chamber. With a deep exhale, he released the last of the tension from his body, feeling more alive than ever before. This is truly addictive, he thought. He really wanted to just sit down and do this for the rest of his life. With his transcendent Tao physique, he no longer needed food to sustain himself. He could theoretically cultivate without interruption. Still, he couldn't just do that. The others would certainly notice if he vanished entirely, and questions would follow which he didn't feel like dealing with at the moment. If he wanted to cultivate all day, he needed to find a good reason for his retreat. Xiang Yu dismissed his scattered thoughts with a shake of his head. Those could wait. What he cared about at the moment was seeing his results. With just a thought, he summoned his system interface, eager to see how his breakthrough had affected his overall status. Name: Xiang Yu. Realm: Body. 11th layer, 111th, 000. Spirit: Qi gathering first layer, 5/100. Mind: Level 4, January 4000. Species: Human. Spiritual root: Medium grade, Omni-element. Physique: Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 1/1, 000. Enlightenment: High 60/3000. Battle instinct: Mortal 100, 000/100, 000. Spirit flame: Abyssal void flame. 6th grade, 630/40, 000. Professions: Cook. 5th grade, 70/500. Techniques: Scriptures. System function: Double EXP. Cooldown: 24 hours. Fusion. Xiang Yu noticed that not much had changed from before. The only notable change was the new spirit section that had appeared under his realm category. Seeing how the system created a new section for his Qi cultivation, it seemed that it was indeed true that one could still continue their body refining even after advancing to the Qi gathering stage. Most cultivators likely abandon body cultivation after developing their Qi pathways, either because they reached their physical limits or because the increasingly demanding requirements outweighed the benefits. After all, it was easier to just meditate and gather Qi to advance rather than lifting weights just to barely advance in body cultivation. For Xiang Yu, however, such concerns didn't bother him at all. With his transcendent Tao physique, he didn't believe that he'd reach the limit for his body anytime soon. And with his system's exponential growth, even painfully slow progress would eventually yield results. He wouldn't be abandoning either path. As his eyes scanned down the list, Xiang Yu suddenly noticed something he'd ignored before. The techniques and scripture sections were completely empty. Though he understood that it was because of the fusion, it still stung his heart to see the section so empty. Still, it wasn't like they were gone completely. Xiang Yu could still feel their effects. For the Mountain Heart Sutra, he could still continue body refining. For the Sutra, his mind level that had hit a bottleneck had actually resumed its advancement. As for the other techniques, he could still feel their mastery within him. He could feel his perfect level mastery of every technique. In fact, it felt even stronger than before. Testing this theory, he reached for an imaginary knife, flowing through a complex series of cuts and parries. The movements felt natural, perfect, as though they'd been engraved into his very essence rather than merely memorized. He concluded that the transcendent Tao physique must have integrated their fundamental principles. He wondered if it had an innate mastery of weapons. Despite this rationalization, Xiang Yu couldn't suppress a twinge of regret. The system's most powerful function was its ability to double accumulated experience, and without techniques or scriptures listed in the interface, he couldn't leverage this advantage. Leaving it like this would be quite a loss. I need new techniques, he decided. His martial aunt had recently given him 18 techniques, so he couldn't request for more so soon. Not without explaining how he'd managed to master the previous batch, which would raise uncomfortable questions about his abnormal learning speed. There was no way this sort of speed could be attributed to just genius-level enlightenment. After pondering several approaches, Xiang Yu settled on a strategy. He would confess to an error in judgment, admitting he'd been overly ambitious in requesting 20 techniques simultaneously. To preserve his reputation, he would claim to have perfected 2 of them, but recognized his folly in attempting to master so many at once. Now, he would explain, he sought deeper knowledge, a few high-level techniques rather than many basic ones. Yes, that should work, he concluded, a smug smile spreading across his face. His martial aunt didn't seem like a petty person and would likely appreciate his apparent humility and willingness to acknowledge mistakes. His self-congratulation was interrupted by a gentle knock at his door. "Senior brother?" Li Yao's familiar voice called from outside. In an instant, Xiang Yu's blood ran cold. He realized that he had made a critical oversight. Now that he had broken through to the Qi-gathering realm, his spiritual energy would be perceptible to other cultivators. Without concealment techniques, his newfound cultivation base would be instantly exposed. Li Yao, with her extraordinary cultivation, would detect his breakthrough immediately. Before he could formulate a plan, the door swung open with a decisive push, and Li Yao stood framed in the doorway. "Senior brother?" Li Yao's voice filled the room as the door swung open. She stepped inside with a concerned expression. "You didn't answer for so long, so I thought something happened." She offered a quick apologetic bow for entering uninvited, but as her gaze settled on Xiang Yu, her expression shifted. "Senior brother?" Xiang Yu's heart rate intensified. Had she detected his breakthrough? His mind raced through possible explanations, excuses, anything to divert her attention from his newly acquired qi. But before he could stammer out a response, Li Yao continued unexpectedly. "Were you practicing that scripture you received from Master?" she asked, her head tilting slightly in curiosity. "What?" Xiang Yu couldn't hide his surprise. Relief washed over him as he realized she hadn't noticed his cultivation breakthrough. He quickly composed himself. "Yeah, that's what I was doing," he confirmed. Li Yao studied him for a moment, making him slightly nervous. "You should practice it less," she finally said. "I heard that mind techniques are very dangerous." Xiang Yu rose from his seated position, offering a reassuring smile. "Yes, I'll be more careful next time." He seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Why did you come here?" "Well, the heaven testing pagoda will be opening soon, so I won't be able to practice with you like usual anymore," she explained, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "I just came to say goodbye." Xiang Yu nodded slowly. He had nearly forgotten about the heaven testing pagoda. "How long will it last?" he asked. "About a week," Li Yao replied. "But don't worry, I'll come back as soon as it's over." She maintained her cheerful expression, though internally she knew this was a lie. Her true plan was to go in search of the rebirth pill immediately after the testing concluded. But he didn't need to know that. Xiang Yu acknowledged her words with another nod. "Master and Martial Ant will be the ones overseeing the event," she continued. "Master said that you should take care of the pavilion when he's away." Disappointment flickered across Xiang Yu's features. If both Elder Gua and Elder Huang would be absent for a week, his plans to request new techniques would have to wait. He suppressed a sigh, resolving to address that problem later. Junior sister, since you'll be gone for a week, let me pack some meals for you, Xiang Yu offered. Li Yao's eyes immediately sparkled with anticipation when she heard him mention food. As he made his way to the kitchen, Xiang Yu reflected on Li Yao's upcoming challenge. She was the quintessential protagonist archetype in this cultivation world, talented, determined, and destined for greatness. Yet even main characters faced trials and tribulations. The heaven-testing pagoda would undoubtedly present challenges, perhaps even dangers. The least he could do was provide her with meals that would aid her recovery if she encountered trouble. In the kitchen, Xiang Yu moved at frightening speeds. Preparing meals for an entire week would have been daunting for most, but his advanced cooking skills made the task manageable. Now, with qi flowing through his meridians, he could finally combine his spiritual energy with his abyssal void flame, accelerating the cooking process and enhancing the quality of his dishes. For the first time, Xiang Yu attempted to create 6th-grade spirit food. To his surprise, even though he had not prepared 6th-grade meals before, his 5th-grade mastery made it seem so effortless, as if he'd done it thousands of times before. As he finished preparing the main meals, an idea struck him. He decided to prepare one additional dish. When he returned to Li Yao, she had already completed her preparations for departure. "Junior sister, here are the meals I prepared for you," he said, presenting her with a neatly packaged collection of containers. "I recently had a breakthrough in my cooking, so they might be a little different from before." As Li Yao accepted the meals, her eyes widened slightly at the spiritual energy emanating from the food. Even the Empress's soul residing within her salivated at the potent qi infused in each dish. Li Yao quickly composed herself and stored the meals in her spatial pouch. "Take this too," Xiang Yu added, extending a small, carefully wrapped package. "What's this?" she asked curiously. "This one is a special dish I made. It has some special properties," he explained. Seeing her eyes light up with excitement as she reached for it, Xiang Yu pulled his hand back slightly. He cleared his throat. "This one is not for eating casually. You should only take it when you absolutely have no other choice. Otherwise, you'll have wasted it." Li Yao's expression shifted to surprise, but before she could respond, the Empress's voice echoed in her mind. "Your senior brother is right. Though I would really like the essence in that spirit food, you should keep it as a trump card. Who knows, it might even save your life." Li Yao was genuinely shocked by the Empress's assessment. Had her senior brother truly reached such a level of skill? She nodded solemnly and accepted the small wrapped meal. Xiang Yu watched her, wondering if she really understood him. That meal was a 5th-grade creation he had poured all his skill into, teetering on the verge of breaking through to 4th-grade quality. If she didn't use it at precisely the right moment, its potential would be wasted. But he dismissed his concerns. What serious dangers could possibly threaten someone like Li Yao? The two disciples exchanged formal farewells, and Li Yao departed, her slender form rising gracefully into the air as she flew away. Xiang Yu watched until she disappeared from sight before returning to his room. Though disappointed by the delay in acquiring new techniques from Elder Huang, he recognized that cultivation was the best use of his time. Settling back into his meditative position, Xiang Yu closed his eyes and began absorbing qi once more, the energy flowing into his body easily. In the scripture pavilion, Elder Mei Ziyuan's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he gazed out the window. "Perfect," he murmured to himself. "Everything is falling into place." He had noticed that Elder Huang of the Phoenix Ascension Pavilion and Elder Gua of the Mountain Heart Pavilion had been spending considerable time together at the Mountain Heart Pavilion. After using some of his connections, he had successfully arranged for both elders to oversee the heaven-testing pagoda event. With both elders absent for the duration of the event, the Mountain Heart Pavilion would be virtually defenseless, guarded only by that unremarkable senior disciple. Just a trash mortal with no spiritual roots. Any other time, Elder May would never have thought of the boy as anything worth considering at all, but this time was different. Even though the disciple did not specifically do it, He was still partially involved in the death of one of his most valuable pawns. He just wouldn't let this grudge go. Now that the boy was alone in the pavilion, he would use this opportunity to eliminate the loose end that had been troubling him. That useless pawn had failed in his mission to deal with Li Yao, and had instead lost his life in the process. But now Elder Mei could rectify that failure and remove both disciples in one coordinated strike. For the senior disciple, he had already selected a trusted subordinate who would infiltrate the Mountain Heart Pavilion, making quick work of the lone disciple. As for Li Yao, he had deployed a different strategy. Several of his most capable subordinates had been instructed to enter the heaven-testing pagoda as participants. Their mission was clear: find the girl and ensure she never emerged from the testing grounds. In such a dangerous environment, deaths were not uncommon. Her demise would be attributed to the rigors of the test itself, arousing no suspicion. Elder Mei reached for a delicate porcelain cup and took a measured sip of spirit tea, savoring both its refined taste and the imminent success of his schemes. As long as nothing unexpected occurs, he whispered to the empty room, everything will proceed according to plan. Wang Wei sneakily climbed the Mountain Heart Pavilion, moving carefully so as not to trigger any would-be traps. As he ascended, relief washed over him. The elder of the pavilion truly wasn't present. Initially, he suspected that Elder Mei might be using him to test the pavilion's strength. After climbing for a while, he had confirmed that the elder wasn't present as he couldn't sense his aura. The only one present at the pavilion was just the useless senior disciple who didn't even have spiritual roots. As he walked up, he couldn't help but have thoughts about what he would do to Xiang Yu once he reached the top. Upon reaching the top, Wang Wei's gaze immediately locked onto Xiang Yu's house nearby. He approached it slowly, not making any noise. Observing the house, he couldn't help but think that it was quite ragged for a senior disciple. But what else could one expect from a trash with no spiritual roots? He thought disdainfully. Wang Wei moved more stealthily as he approached the house. He moved toward the window and peered inside, only to freeze in shock. Xiang Yu sat there, staring directly back at him, eyes focused and aware, as if he'd been expecting him all along. After the initial surprise and shock subsided, Wang Wei mentally berated himself for his nervousness. How could this trash with no spiritual roots have anticipated me? He reassured himself. He's probably just staring aimlessly through the window. He couldn't help but feel that the boy was really pitiful, even staring out the window all day like an idiot. Inside, Xiang Yu observed the intruder calmly. After the earlier encounter with his junior sister, he had decided to always have his chi sense extended throughout the surrounding area, creating an invisible detection field around his house. This way, he could avoid any surprises. The moment he sensed someone approaching, he immediately ceased his cultivation. He studied the stranger carefully. From his aura, the man was clearly at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, powerful enough to qualify as an inner or even core disciple in the sect. As he observed the stranger, he wondered if he was a messenger sent by his master or an intruder. The latter seemed more likely as he could sense the killing intent radiating from the man. Despite the stranger's attempts to mask it with Xiang Yu's maxed-out battle intent, the man's murderous aura was unmistakable. It practically screamed that he wanted Xiang Yu dead. Xiang Yu remained outwardly calm while his hand secretly reached for his spatial pouch, ready to draw a weapon at the slightest provocation. His muscles tensed in preparation for the inevitable confrontation, while in his mind, he wondered who he had provoked to have such a strong person wanting to kill him. Wang Wei scratched his head and spoke casually. I was thinking of killing you quietly, but it seems I've been figured out. In the next breath, the walls separating them crumbled violently, sending debris and dust billowing into the air. Wang Wei strode confidently over the rubble, his boots crunching on shattered wood and stone. Where are you? Hope you didn't get crushed to death, 'cause that would be too boring, he called out, his voice laced with amusement. In the next instant, Wang Wei whipped around instinctively, lifting his sword just in time to block a lightning-fast attack. The impact sent vibrations through his blade and pushed him back several inches. Shock registered on his face as he stared at his trembling arm. Then it's Xiang Yu standing before him, sword in hand, looking completely unharmed. How? Wang Wei demanded, his face contorting in disbelief. How could someone without any cultivation have such strength? He shouted. Xiang Yu thought that his opponent's reaction was weird. Couldn't he sense his cultivation level? The same thing had occurred with his junior sister earlier. A thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps the system had a cultivation concealing function? If true, that would be an incredible advantage. But there was no time to ponder such possibilities at the moment. Pushing all distractions aside, Xiang Yu tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward to meet his opponent head-on. As Xiang Yu charged forward, in his mind, the initial clash had revealed much about his opponent's capabilities. He guessed that his opponent's body refining was probably not that high, most likely just at the 9th layer. Since his own body refinement had reached the 11th layer, he had the physical advantage. However, he remained cautious, aware that the realm difference between them could not be ignored. Wang Wei's higher cultivation realm meant richer qi enhancement, potentially closing or even surpassing the gap in base physical abilities. Yet Xiang Yu felt no urge to retreat. His confidence stemmed from his perfected iron body technique, which had been integrated into his transcendent Tao physique, multiplying its effectiveness several times over. His master had told him earlier that if he perfected the technique and reached the 9th level of body refinement, he would be able to take a hit from a peak qi gathering cultivator. Now that the technique's effect had been multiplied and he had reached the 11th layer of body refining, he didn't believe that he couldn't handle an early-stage foundation-building cultivator. The combination of his perfect-level techniques absorbed into the transcendent Tao physique created a formidable foundation. Xiang Yu mentally assessed his position. He didn't lose out in strength, speed, or skill. But what made him even more confident was a new effect he had discovered in his battle intent. He could sense that the battle was winnable. He hadn't expected the battle intent stat to have such a feature. This was really useful. He could finally know when to fight and when to run. Wang Wei's eyes widened in panic as he witnessed Xiang Yu's approaching speed. He barely managed to raise his sword in time to block another devastating attack, the impact reverberating through his arms. You're not trash at all, he stuttered, fear creeping into his voice. You've been hiding your power all along. Xiang Yu remained silent, pressing his advantage with relentless pursuit. The situation had become more complicated. His opponent now knew his secret. Allowing Wang Wei to escape was not an option. Though Xiang Yu's combat power had reached the foundation establishment stage, he hadn't actually broken through to that realm. This meant that he couldn't fly. It would be really bad if Wang Wei discovered this limitation and decided to exploit it. He needed to maintain enough pressure to prevent Wang Wei from even considering aerial escape. Xiang Yu delivered another sword strike. Wang Wei managed to block it, metal scraping against metal in a shower of sparks. But this was exactly what Xiang Yu had anticipated. Using the momentary proximity, he threw a powerful punch directly at Wang Wei's lower abdomen. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, sending him flying backward until he crashed into the remaining walls of Xiang Yu's partially destroyed house. Moving with lightning speed, Xiang Yu appeared before his opponent could regain his footing. He placed his foot firmly on Wang Wei's chest, exerting pressure that pinned him firmly to the ground. The cracked wooden planks creaked beneath them. "Wait, don't kill me," Wang Wei began to beg, his voice thick with desperation. Yet behind his pleading eyes, he was scheming. He hadn't expected Xiang Yu to be hiding such power, but he still had one last resort, a trump card. As he continued his theatrical pleas for mercy, his hand slowly inched toward his pocket. Though it pained him to use such a valuable life-saving treasure, Wang Wei calculated that the benefits would far outweigh the cost. When he delivered information about Xiang Yu's true power, after supposedly killing him, the rewards would be substantial. The mere thought of the benefits he would receive was exhilarating. As Wang Wei slowly pulled something from his pocket, a triumphant anticipation filled him. Just one more second was all he needed. When his fingers finally grasped the object, his pleading expression transformed completely, morphing into a malicious grin. He stretched his hand towards Xiang Yu. "Ha! You really thought I was serious, Dai," he screamed out. But something was terribly wrong. A strange sensation made him pause. His eyes darted to his outstretched arm, only to discover with horror that it only ended at the elbow. Turning his head, he spotted the severed half of his limb several meters away. The cut was so clean and precise, he didn't even realize when it happened. When he realized what had happened, his face contorted in excruciating pain as he started to scream. Before the sound could fully escape, Xiang Yu swiftly pressed his sword against Wang Wei's lips, then forced the blade into his mouth. "Quiet. Are you trying to announce to everyone?" Xiang Yu hissed in a low but threatening voice. With the cold steel pressing against his tongue, Wang Wei could only swallow his cries, tears welling in his eyes as the pain continued to pulse through him. Xiang Yu had been watching his opponent's every move carefully. He had already noticed him trying to retrieve something from his pocket. There was no way he would allow him to turn the situation around. When he noticed that he had calmed down, he removed the sword from Wang Wei's mouth and flipped him over, pressing his face against the ground. Taking Wang Wei's remaining arm, Xiang Yu twisted it behind his back and pinned it in place with his knee. The position was excruciating, ensuring Wang Wei couldn't attempt any further tricks. Face down in the dirt, each breath Wang Wei took kicked up small clouds of dust. The tears streaming from his eyes mixed with the earth, creating muddy tracks down his cheeks. Xiang Yu placed his sword next to Wang Wei's head, the proximity causing him to instantly stop squirming. "I'm going to ask a few questions," Xiang Yu stated matter-of-factly. He moved his sword closer to Wang Wei's exposed throat, the edge just grazing the skin. "The questions are optional, so you don't have to answer." Wang Wei cursed inwardly at the transparent threat. Who would believe that? He thought bitterly, but he dared not voice his thoughts aloud, fearing he might indeed lose his head. "First question, who sent you?" Xiang Yu asked directly. Despite his precarious position, Wang Wei managed a defiant smirk. Do you think that just a few threats will make me speak?" Xiang Yu regarded him silently for a moment before nodding. "I guess that's true." Without hesitation, he swung his sword, ready to end the man's life in one clean strike. Only when the blade was mere inches from his neck did Wang Wei's resolve crumble. "Wait, stop. I'll answer," he shouted, panic evident in his voice. "You should have just said that sooner," Xiang Yu replied calmly, halting his attack. Wang Wei thought to himself that this guy was really a madman. He didn't even attempt to extract information through other means. He had simply decided to kill him outright. "I was sent by Mei Ziyuan," he confessed, his voice trembling. Xiang Yu processed this information, searching through his memories. The name belonged to the elder of the scripture pavilion. He wondered what he could have possibly done to offend such a powerful figure. "Why does he want to kill me?" he asked. "Because you and your junior sister killed one of his pawns," Wang Wei responded, his voice weak from pain and fear. Xiang Yu frowned, trying to recall. "You mean Gu Hanming?" he asked, putting the pieces together. Yes, Wang Wei confirmed hastily. "What do you mean by pawn?" Xiang Yu pushed further, sensing there was more to this story. Wang Wei hesitated, clearly weighing his options. Only when Xiang Yu pressed his sword closer to his throat, breaking the skin just enough to draw a thin line of blood, did he begin to speak. Wu Wuming. But before he could finish the name, dark veins suddenly appeared on his forehead, spreading rapidly across his face like a sinister web. His eyes widened in terror as he realized what was happening. No, he screamed, a sound filled with genuine horror. Recognizing what was happening, Xiang Yu instantly backed away, putting several meters between them in a blur of movement. In the next second, Wang Wei's body exploded violently, the force tearing him apart and leaving nothing but scattered remains and a dark stain on the ground where he had been. Xiang Yu cautiously approached the explosion site, scanning for any remains. Nothing was left, not flesh, not bone, not even a scrap of fabric. He recognized that this was likely a curse designed to prevent information leakage. Though Wang Wei's final message was cut short, Xiang Yu had heard enough. Wuming, the name echoed in his mind as he searched his memories. The Wuming cult was one of the greatest demonic sects in the eastern region, infamous for their ruthless methods. What business did such a powerful organization have in their small sect? And if Wang Wei was working for Elder Mei Ziyuan, did that mean the Elder himself was a demonic sect spy? How many more spies had infiltrated their sect? What should he do with this information? Reporting it presented its own problems. He would need to explain how he discovered this information, which meant revealing his true strength. He wasn't ready to expose himself just yet. He let out a deep sigh as he sheathed his sword and placed it back in his spatial pouch. He decided that he would let the matter be for now. There wasn't much he could do anyway. Something caught his eye amidst the debris. Wang Wei's severed hand remained intact, having been cut off before the curse activated. Xiang Yu walked over and picked it up, noting that the lifeless fingers still clutched a small paper. He could tell that it was a talisman, though he didn't know the specific effect of the talisman. More importantly, he noticed a spatial ring on one of the fingers. His eyes widened slightly at the discovery. Spatial rings were significantly more expensive than spatial pouches and offered greater storage capacity. Since the owner was already dead, Xiang Yu could easily access its contents. Slipping the ring onto his own finger, he mentally connected with it, immediately sensing the storage within. 10 cubic meters of space, far larger than his mere 2 cubic meter spatial pouch. Probing the contents, he found a qi refining scripture, which he promptly set aside. His physique already granted him those abilities naturally. Several other scrolls and books caught his attention, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were mostly demonic techniques. The only truly useful technique he found was a high-grade fire palm manual. As he examined the details of the manual, he couldn't help but feel that the manual was really impressive. Wang Wei must not have mastered it yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated him that easily. Xiang Yu decided to keep the fire palm technique and the talisman. As for the demonic texts, he summoned his void flame and burned them along with the severed hand. Though not particularly righteous himself, he had no desire to be labeled a devil and hunted for cultivating forbidden techniques. The talisman from Wang Wei's hand remained a mystery. Examining it, Xiang Yu reflected on the importance of secondary professions. His 5th-grade cooking skill, seemingly mundane, was probably 1,000 times more valuable than his qi-gathering cultivation, even when considering his foundation establishment combat prowess. He resolved to study more secondary professions in the future. Such skills might prove invaluable in unexpected situations. Carefully, he placed the talisman in his new spatial ring for later examination. But first, I need a new house. Xiang Yu stood before the remains of what was his house just a few moments ago, surveying the destruction. Now that the immediate danger had passed, he realized just how poor his housing conditions had been. Since arriving in this world, his entire focus had been about gaining power and surviving. Now that he could somewhat protect himself, it seemed appropriate to improve his living situation. It's about time I build a house worthy of my senior brother position, he thought. He summoned his void flame. The flame danced between his fingers before expanding outward. The flames consumed all remains of his previous home, leaving nothing but clean earth in their wake. He extended the cleansing process to encompass an even larger radius, preparing a pristine foundation for his new residence. After clearing the location, Xiang Yu pondered what type of house to construct. Brick would require too much time and effort, so he opted for wood instead. The Mountain Heart Pavilion was surrounded by lush forests, providing abundant materials for his project. He spent several minutes examining the surrounding area, extending his qi sense to locate suitable materials. As he did so, he was startled by how far his perception could reach. In theory, qi sense was a golden core ability, though it was available to others in limited form, only allowing people to detect the area around them. But because he had already unlocked his spiritual sea, his qi sense was almost no different from that of an actual golden core cultivator. Xiang Yu recalled how the area in his spiritual sense had been expanding alongside his mind level increases. He wondered if the distance his qi sense could reach was proportional to this. Intrigued by this possibility, he decided to test his limits. He extended his qi sense further and further, feeling it encompass more trees, spreading like an invisible tide across the landscape. To his amazement, his perception soon covered the entire Mountain Heart Pavilion. He sensed he could push even further, but restrained himself. Extending throughout the rest of the sect might alert others and cause unnecessary panic. Still, he was very satisfied with this discovery. However, he knew that he couldn't maintain coverage over the entire pavilion continuously. Once the master and martial ant returned, they might detect his chi sense, which could lead to problems. Though his system seemed to conceal his cultivation level, it might not necessarily hide active techniques. Better to remain inconspicuous until he surpassed them in strength, at which point they wouldn't be able to detect him. Returning to his construction plans, Xiang Yu confirmed bamboo as his material of choice. Not only would it allow for quick assembly, permitting him to return to training sooner, but it would also provide aesthetic appeal and considerable durability. Later, when he gained knowledge of formation making, he could reinforce the structure with protective arrays. Without further delay, he set to work. Cutting bamboo stalks was effortless with his strength, and though transporting them required several trips due to the density of the forest, his enhanced physical capabilities made the labor relatively light. Soon, a substantial pile of building materials stood ready at his construction site. Xiang Yu had initially planned something modest, a bedroom, and perhaps a large hall for indoor training. This would allow him to train privately, since when he trained outdoors, others might see the progress he was making. But as he worked, he suddenly had new ideas. He thought that a kitchen would be useful for preparing specialized foods just for himself. And considering that he might get new secondary professions in the future, he decided to add some more rooms. By the time he finished, his house had grown considerably. The final structure included a bedroom, kitchen, martial arts hall, pill refining room, artifact refining room, and one expansive chamber dedicated to both formation and talisman making. These were all the secondary professions he could think of. If he acquired more later, he could always build more rooms. When he finished building the new house, the sun was already setting. Stepping back to admire his creation, a proud smile spread across his face. What he had built was no mere house, but nearly an estate. The master and his junior sister would certainly be surprised upon their return. Suddenly remembering the approaching reset, Xiang Yu realized he hadn't yet trained with a new technique he'd acquired from Wang Wei. He hurried into his newly constructed martial arts hall, determined to gain at least a few experience points before reset. Xiang Yu sat cross-legged on the bamboo floor of his new martial arts hall. Unlike the physical techniques he normally practiced that required repetitive swinging of weapons or rigorous body movements, the fire palm technique required a different approach. This was a chi-related technique that involved infusing his palm with fiery energy to deliver devastating attacks. Typically, such elemental techniques require practitioners to possess the corresponding spiritual root. Only those with fire element spiritual roots could naturally manipulate fire chi. However, Xiang Yu's situation was unique. His omni-element spiritual root granted him affinity with all elements, removing this limitation. He closed his eyes and directed his attention inward, sensing the vast ocean of chi circulating through his meridians. Now came the challenging part, transforming this pure energy into the flame element. For most cultivators, their single-element spiritual roots automatically converted absorbed chi into their natural element without conscious effort. Xiang Yu's omni-element root, however, left the chi in its original, unadulterated form. While this gave him higher quality energy, pure and unpolluted by elemental transformation, it also meant he needed to manually convert his chi into specific elements when employing techniques like the fire palm. This additional step would require concentration and practice to master. Hours passed as Xiang Yu remained motionless, his consciousness immersed in the internal landscape of his chi pathways. Gradually, he began to sense the subtle differences in his chi as he attempted to shift its properties toward the fire element. At first, the transformations were fleeting and unstable, but with persistent effort, the changes became more consistent. After nearly 3 hours of meditation, Xiang Yu finally grasped the method. He could now seamlessly transform his pure qi into fire-natured energy. He realized that after a few attempts, it became almost second nature. He made a mental note to practice converting his qi into other elements later to build versatility and prevent future difficulties. With the transformation aspect mastered, Xiang Yu proceeded to the technique itself. He guided the newly converted fire qi along his meridians and concentrated it into his arm. Responding to his will, his arm began to glow with a subtle red hue. The effect wasn't as dramatic as he had anticipated. He had imagined spectacular visual effects like those from movies, but the reality was more subdued, resembling a modest glow stick rather than an inferno. Despite the underwhelming visual display, he was satisfied with the result. He had successfully learned a high-grade technique on his first attempt. Such rapid mastery would be extraordinary for most cultivators, but with his comprehension ability long since reaching the high stage, perhaps it was to be expected. Throughout the night, Xiang Yu continued practicing the fire palm technique, refining his control over the fire qi and increasing the stability of his transformations. The soft red glow illuminated the otherwise dark martial arts hall as he repeatedly channeled and dispersed the energy, each cycle growing smoother than the last until finally. Calculating settlement. Xiang Yu sat in his meditative position as the familiar system screen materialized before him. Body refining. 11th layer, 2011s, 000, plus 20/11, 000. Qi gathering. First layer, 20/100, plus 20/100. Mind. Level 4, January 4000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 1/1, 000. Enlightenment. High 62/3000, plus 2/3000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade, 630/40, 000. High grade Fire Palm. Beginner, 10/100, plus 10/100. Cook, 5th grade, 90/500, plus 20/500. Experience points doubled. Cook, 5th grade, 90/500, 5th grade, 180/500. High grade Fire Palm. Beginner, 10/100. Beginner, 20/100. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade, 630/40, 000. 6th grade, 1260/40, 000. Enlightenment. High 62/3000. High 124/3000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 1/1, 000, 000. Level 1, 2/1, 000, 000. Mind. Level 4, January 4000. Level 4, February 4000. Qi Gathering. First layer, 20/100. First layer, 40/100. Body Refining. 11th layer, 2011s, 000. 11th layer, 4011s, 000. His eyes scanned through the information. The first detail that caught his attention was the 20 points gained in body refining. He had a thoughtful expression as he wondered when he had gained the points. He then realized that he had exerted his body quite a bit when building the house, so it was probably from there. The act of cutting, carrying, and assembling materials had served as a form of body training. The Qi gathering progression surprised him even more. He had actually gained 20 whole points. When he practiced before, he hadn't gained that many points. He attributed this unexpected boost to his extensive practice in transforming pure Qi into fire element for the new technique. After the system's doubling, his Qi gathering now stood at 40 points. If he gained just 10 more points during the day, he would break through to the second layer after the next reset. This rate of progress wasn't bad at all. As for the fire palm technique itself, he had managed to accumulate only 10 points. Despite the modest number, Xiang Yu wasn't disappointed. He had only practiced for a limited time, and it was a high-grade technique that naturally required more effort to master. The doubled points brought it to 20, which was still commendable progress for a single day. His cooking skill had also increased by 20 points, likely due to the meals he had prepared for his junior sister. He had indeed outdone himself with those dishes, even preparing a fifth-grade meal. This observation triggered another realization. He hadn't eaten anything since morning. With his transcendent Tao physique, he didn't need to eat to sustain himself, so he had completely forgotten about food. He suddenly had a bold idea. Now that he was alone on the mountain, he had the perfect opportunity to leverage his fifth-grade cooking skills. Not only could he advance his culinary abilities, but with his spiritual roots, he could also fully absorb the benefits of spiritually enhanced food to accelerate his cultivation. With this in mind, Xiang Yu formulated a structured daily routine. After midnight, he would focus on mind cultivation. From morning until noon, he would dedicate himself to cooking various spiritual foods, using them to enhance his qi practice. The afternoon to midnight would be reserved for technique practice, particularly the new fire palm and other combat skills. This schedule felt perfect, a balanced approach that would maximize the development of all his abilities. For body refining, he determined to wear weighted clothes throughout his daily activities, providing constant resistance training without requiring dedicated time. With his new routine established, Xiang Yu decided to put it to practice instantly. It was already past midnight, time to begin cultivating his mind as planned. Xiang Yu quickly settled into his meditative position, his consciousness instantly pulled into his spiritual sea. Upon arrival, he froze in astonishment. The familiar landscape had transformed completely. Before, the area was filled with an endless dark void with a gentle radius of illumination. But now, the area was a vibrant, dynamic expanse filled with flowing colors and dazzling light. Streams of multicolored qi floated through the space. The dark void had given way to this colorful manifestation as his spiritual power grew and refined itself. Time passed without notice as he immersed himself in this practice, until finally, sensing the changing energy in the world outside his body, he slowly opened his eyes. The first rays of dawn were breaking through his window, painting the bamboo walls with soft golden light. It was morning, time to transition to the next phase of his new routine. With the sun rising, Xiang Yu prepared for his cooking and qi cultivation session. Since he had already constructed his own kitchen, he made a quick trip to the common kitchen area, selecting various utensils to stock his personal cooking space. Next came the ingredients. Since his junior sister wasn't around, Xiang Yu ventured into the forest surrounding the Mountain Heart Pavilion to look for prey. He caught a wild boar and also gathered various herbs. As he gathered the herbs, he thought to himself that he should also plant his own herbs just like his master did. They might even be useful when he finally gained the pill refining profession. As he returned from hunting, he encountered a small herd of vicuñas grazing in a clearing. With swift movements, he managed to catch several of the animals alive. These would serve multiple purposes, not just as potential food, but their fine wool could be used to create a proper bed. After days of sleeping on hard floors, the prospect of comfortable rest appealed greatly to him. Back at his bamboo dwelling, Xiang Yu set about preparing the wild boar for cooking. As for the vicuñas, he placed them in a hastily constructed pen behind his house. As he worked, a concerning thought occurred to him. During his hunt, he had noticed a scarcity of wild boars in the forest. It seemed their hunting had begun to affect the local ecosystem. We might run out of food if this continues, he realized. With this in mind, he decided not to cook the vicuñas, but keep them instead. Before returning to cooking, Xiang Yu took time to shear the vicuñas. Using his qi to refine the collected wool, he stuffed it into cloth casings and sewed them shut, creating a surprisingly luxurious mattress. He placed this atop the bamboo bed frame he had constructed, testing it with a satisfied smile. The comfort was immediate and welcome. Realizing he had become distracted by the bed-making project, Xiang Yu hurried back to the kitchen. He needed to adhere to his planned routine. He began preparing the wild boar, employing his fifth-grade cooking techniques to infuse the meat with spiritual energy. Though this was his second time preparing fifth-grade meals, it would be his first time actually consuming them himself. When the dishes were finally ready, Their aroma filled the kitchen with tantalizing scents. He took his first bite, and a wave of heavenly flavor washed over his palate. But although the taste was remarkable, it paled in comparison to the effects that followed. As he continued eating, he could feel his qi rising steadily within him, the energy accumulating and strengthening with each mouthful. After finishing the meal, Xiang Yu immediately sat in meditative posture. The overwhelming qi circulating inside him needed guidance and refinement. He directed the energy through his meridians, feeling it strengthen and expand his qi pathways. The circulation continued, the energy growing more and more condensed until suddenly. Qi gathering. Second layer, 1/200. Author's Corner. Is he improving too fast, lol? 7th grade cooking was able to heal a golden core, so I thought that I would be nerfing him if 5th grade wouldn't be able to trigger a breakthrough. Xiang Yu is late in cultivation, but so many of his other stats have increased a lot, so the cultivation speed might be quite fast, and I don't want to nerf him. Also, it's my time hearing about Vicunius. I was looking for a source of wool for MC's bed, and I found it. They're also a protected species, so he probably shouldn't be eating them, but oh well. Xiang Yu felt an invisible barrier collapse within him as the surging qi that had started to overwhelm his meridians suddenly calmed, settling peacefully into his dantian. He exhaled deeply, dissipating the excess energy that remained in his system. Feeling the change within him, he quickly checked his system status, confirming that he had indeed broken through to the second layer of the qi gathering realm. Just as he had thought before, it seemed his cooking profession was indeed worth 1,000 times more than his cultivation. Even though it was just a minor realm, breaking through just by eating was really incredible. He couldn't help but feel that he needed to gain more secondary professions. After he was done refining all the leftover energy, Xiang Yu noted that it was nearly noon and decided to transition to technique cultivation in accordance with his new schedule. Maintaining his meditative posture, he began channeling fire qi into his palm. The familiar warm sensation spread through his hand as the energy concentrated, causing a subtle red glow to emanate from his skin. After practicing this basic application for some time, he suddenly had a bold idea. He reached into his spatial ring and retrieved the Fire Palm Technique manual, examining it with a smile. If I understand the fundamental principles correctly, he reasoned, the technique itself isn't inherently tied to fire. Since he had studied a palm technique before, he could tell that the technique, in its roots, was just a palm technique. The elemental aspect was merely one component that could potentially be substituted. If he could use the fire palm as a base template and replace the elemental aspect, he might gain 5 techniques from just one. For most cultivators, such a task would be nearly impossible, requiring extraordinary comprehension abilities and deep understanding of elemental theory. However, with his high-level comprehension combined with the enhancement from his transcendent Tao physique, Xiang Yu believed it was within his capabilities. He began studying the fire palm technique with focus, scrutinizing every detail and annotation. His eyes traced the meridian pathways described in the manual, noting how the qi was directed and transformed. He paid particular attention to sections describing the role of the fire element in the technique's execution, mentally cataloging what aspects would need modification if he substituted a different element. Theory alone wasn't sufficient. Xiang Yu conducted numerous practical experiments, attempting to apply water-nature qi using the same circulation pattern designed for fire. Several attempts failed, some even resulting in minor injuries. Backflows of unstable energy that damaged his meridians, unexpected energy explosions that burned his palm from the inside. Fortunately, his transcendent Tao physique's enhanced recovery capabilities quickly repaired these self-inflicted wounds, allowing him to continue his experiments without significant delay. Hours passed as Xiang Yu alternated between theoretical study and practical application. The sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting his bamboo dwelling with orange and red hues. Just as daylight was fading, a breakthrough occurred. During one attempt, instead of the familiar red glow, his hand emanated a soft blue luminescence. The sensation was different, cool and flowing rather than hot and crackling. He had successfully adapted the technique to channel water chi. Excitement surged through him as he quickly checked his system status. There was high-grade water palm. Beginner, 1 out of 100. He had succeeded in extracting a new technique from the original, proving his theory correct. Now that Xiang Yu had successfully created a technique based on a different element, excitement surged through him. After creating the water palm technique, he could now determine which components of the technique were affected by elemental changes and could now swap them out systematically to match the values of the element he was creating a technique for. Now he possessed a genuine template for elemental palm techniques. Without hesitation, he applied the same principles to the remaining 3 classical elements, filling in the template with precise adjustments for each. One by one, new notifications appeared in his system. High-grade wood palm. Beginner, 1 out of 100. High-grade earth palm. Beginner, 1 out of 100. High-grade metal palm. Beginner, 1/100. He briefly considered creating techniques for mutated elements like wind, ice, and thunder, but recognized his understanding of these elements was insufficient to formulate proper techniques yet. Even so, his achievement was remarkable. He now possessed techniques to practice independently, without relying on his martial ant for more techniques. With multiple techniques now populating his system, Xiang Yu felt a deep satisfaction. The system's potential was no longer being squandered. More importantly, the process of analyzing and modifying the original technique had taught him invaluable lessons about technique construction and elemental theory. Perhaps I should study more techniques, he thought, gazing at his palm. I might eventually create techniques from scratch without needing templates. Such an ability would allow him to make full use of his system's capabilities. Even if his initial creations were mediocre, he could employ the system's merging function to combine them into something truly powerful, just as he planned to do with the 5 elemental palm techniques once they reached perfect level. The prospect of what might result from merging all 5 perfected elemental techniques intrigued him. Would it create a divine-level technique? He wondered. Setting aside these ambitious thoughts for the future, Xiang Yu focused on immediate practice. He systematically worked through each of his new techniques, cycling through the elements one after another. What had initially been challenging, the constant transformation of his chi between different elemental natures, gradually became easier and easier until it was second nature. Throughout the night, his palms pulsed with different colored lights as he activated each element in sequence. Rippling blue water energy, then green wood chi that spiraled like vines, earthy brown light, and finally metallic silver and gray lights. The repeated practice reinforced his control, each cycle becoming more fluid than the last. The hours passed swiftly as Xiang Yu lost himself in perfecting these techniques, refining his control over elemental transformations. Finally, midnight arrived, and the system reset notification appeared. Body refining, 11th layer, 7011s, 000, plus 30/11, 000. Chi gathering, 2nd layer, 50/200, plus 50/200. Mind, level 4, 42/4000, plus 40/4000. Transcendent Tao body, level 1, 5/1, 000, plus 3/1, 000. Enlightenment, high 167/3000, plus 43/3000. Spirit flame, abyssal void flame, 6th grade, 1265/40, 000, plus 5/40, 000. High grade fire palm, beginner, 20/100. High grade water, wood, earth, metal palm, beginner, 10/100, plus 10/100. Cook, 5th grade, 200/500, plus 20/500. Experience points doubled. Cook, 5th grade, 200/500, 5th grade, 400/500. High grade water, wood, earth, metal palm, beginner, 10/100, beginner, 20/100. High-grade fire palm. Beginner, 20/100. Beginner, 40/100. Spirit flame. Abyssal void flame. 6th grade, 1265/40,000. 6th grade, 2530/40,000. Enlightenment. High 167/3000. High 334/3000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 5/1, 000,000. Level 1, 10/1, 000,000. Mind. Level 4, 42/4000. Level 4, 84/4000. Qi Gathering. Second layer. 50/200. Second layer. 100/200. Body Refining. 11th layer. 70/11,000. 11th layer. 140/11,000. Xiang Yu observed the day's advancements with quiet satisfaction. Despite having already broken through to the second layer of Qi Gathering, he was still able to gain 50 new points. He surmised these points came from new techniques he had been training, which required transforming his Qi into different elemental forms. After the system's doubling effect, this brought him to 100 points, meaning that he was guaranteed a breakthrough to the third stage after the next reset. Such speed was remarkable even to him. But what surprised him even more was that his transcendent Tao physique had actually gained 3 points. He hadn't expected to be able to increase the points of this extraordinary physique at all and wondered what had caused it to improve. From what he understood of the transcendent Tao physique, it possessed a feature that allowed him to cultivate all sorts of essences. He reasoned that it had increased because he had transformed his Qi into the 5 elements. He made a mental note to expand his studies to other elements as well. That way, he would be able to further improve his transcendent Tao physique, unlocking more of its boundless potential. Another stat that had increased greatly was his enlightenment, jumping by a whole 40 points. He speculated this was probably because he had created new techniques. To increase his enlightenment even more, it seemed he would need to continue innovating and crafting techniques of his own rather than merely practicing established arts. As for the elemental techniques, he had managed to gain 10 points for each after practicing diligently, and they were now at 20 after the doubling effect. His spirit flame appeared to have entered the thousands and was now picking up pace in its development. Speaking of flame, his cooking skill was actually just 100 points away from breaking through to 4th grade. Xiang Yu contemplated how the 5th grade meals were already useful for cultivation and wondered just how much more beneficial the 4th grade ones would be. His mouth watered not because of the taste, but rather because of the benefits it might bring him. After inspecting all the day's progress, he pulled up his full status panel. Name, Xiang Yu. Realm, Body, 11th layer, 140/11,000. Spirit, Qi Gathering 2nd layer, 100/200. Mind, Level 4, 84/4000. Species, Human. Spiritual Root, Medium Grade, Omni-Element. Physique, Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 10/1,000,000. Enlightenment. High 334/3000. Battle Instinct. Mortal 100,000/100,000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade. 2530/40,000. Professions. Cook. 5th grade. 400/500. Techniques. High grade Fire Palm. Beginner. 40/100. High grade Water, Wood, Earth, Metal Palm. Beginner. 20/100. Scriptures. System Function. Double EXP. Cooldown. 24 hours. Fusion. His eyes lingered on the numbers, checking out each line with a sense of accomplishment. After admiring the numbers for a while, letting the satisfaction of progress wash over him, Xiang Yu finally decided it was time to return to training. According to his carefully planned routine, it was now time for his mind cultivation. He settled into a comfortable meditative posture, his breathing slowing to a measured rhythm. Within moments, his consciousness detached from his physical form, instantly drifting into the vast expanse of his spiritual sea. The following day, Xiang Yu slowly opened his eyes from his meditation as the sun was starting to rise. According to his routine, it was time for qi practice and cooking, so he quickly set out to look for something to cook. He covered the entire pavilion with his qi sense, instantly detecting the location of some wild boars. At the same time, he also noticed some people snooping around the pavilion. Their cultivations were just at the qi gathering stage, so he didn't care about them much. He wondered if they were also subordinates of Elder Mei. It seems they have already noticed that Wang Wei is missing. Still, Xiang Yu just hoped they would continue their snooping and not find trouble with him. Otherwise, he would have to get rid of them too. As he thought of this, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If the elder found out that his assassin had gone missing, would he send an even stronger one? Or worse, would he come to finish the job off himself? Just the thought alone made him shiver involuntarily. For one to become an elder, they had to have at least core formation realm strength. Xiang Yu didn't want to have such a formidable opponent after him. He hoped the elder would simply ignore him. After all, he was just an insignificant person in the grand scheme of things. The elder shouldn't pay attention to him. With that reassuring thought, he pushed his worries aside and went off to catch the wild boars. This time, he successfully caught 3 wild boars, 2 male and 1 female. He even managed to catch another vicuña, this one male. The ones he had before were both females, so he was glad to have this male one. He finally had a complete family. He first built a quick shed for the boars, placing 1 male and 1 female there. As for the other male, without delay, he got to work, expertly preparing the meat. After the meat was ready, he began cooking it. His hands moved quickly, expertly controlling the spirit flame, as well as infusing qi to prepare the 5th-grade dishes. The aroma filled the pavilion, rich and enticing, but Xiang Yu's mind remained focused on cultivation rather than mere enjoyment. Once the meals were ready, he started eating them, pausing every few bites to circulate his qi. The energy from the food flowed through his meridians, strengthening his cultivation base with each circulation. Although the meals are truly delicious, he cared more about the benefits to his cultivation. Outside the heaven-testing pagoda, Li Yao just reached the 50th floor. Someone spoke, excitement evident in their voice. Her speed is really impressive. Another added, unable to hide their admiration. Do you think she can break the record? Asked a curious onlooker, eyes fixed on the towering pagoda. No way. The record was set by the ancestor, managing to clear the 99th floor. How could it be broken by just anyone? Scoffed a skeptical cultivator. Mind. Level 4, 124/4000. Level 4, 248/4000. Qi Gathering. Second layer. 150/200. Third layer. 0/300. Body Refining. 11th layer. 180/11. 000. 11th layer. 360/11. 000. Instantly, Xiang Yu felt the qi in his body rise for a second before settling down. He had broken through to the 3rd stage of qi gathering. He then felt a huge wave of insights flowing into his mind as his cooking broke through to the 4th grade. The knowledge poured directly into his consciousness. Ingredients he didn't know about, different ways to manipulate qi and spirit flame. Thousands of recipes for 4th-grade spirit foods, as well as hundreds of recipes for special foods with unique cultivation benefits. Each recipe appeared in his mind, complete with preparation methods and the precise qi manipulation required. He was very impressed with the insights he had gained and couldn't wait to try them out in the morning. He then noticed that his transcendent Tao body had actually increased by 2 points. He guessed that it was probably because he had managed to transform his qi into lightning. Although the increase was small, it was quite impressive that such a stat could increase at all. He observed that his enlightenment was almost reaching the thousands, and it wouldn't be long before it broke through to the superior realm. After the high realm was superior, sacred, then divine, following the same grading as techniques. Xiang Yu wondered what realm his junior sister was in. Speaking of improvements, his abyssal void flame had also improved quite a bit, reaching 5,000 points. It wouldn't be long before it broke through to the 5th grade. He couldn't wait to see what improvements it would bring. As for the techniques, they all had improved quite a bit, and the fire palm had even reached the minor success stage. Satisfied with the progress, he summoned his full system screen to admire the comprehensive view of his growth. Name: Xiang Yu. Realm: Body. 11th layer, 360/11,000. Spirit: Qi Gathering 3rd layer, 0/300. Mind: Level 4, 248/4000. Species: Human. Spiritual root: Medium grade, Omni-element. Physique: Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 24/1,000,000. Enlightenment: High 714/3000. Battle instinct: Mortal 100,000/100,000. Spirit flame: Abyssal void flame. 6th grade, 5070/40,000. Professions: Cook. 4th grade, 0 out of 600. Techniques: high-grade lightning strike in palm. Beginner, 20 out of 100. High-grade fire palm. Minor success, 0 out of 200. High-grade water, wood, earth, metal palm. Beginner, 60 out of 100. Scriptures: system function, double EXP, cooldown, 24 hours. Fusion. Xiang Yu was very satisfied to see that his system panel wasn't so barren anymore and was filled with techniques, high-level ones no less. The only disappointing thing was his empty scriptures section. He wondered how to get more scriptures, but decided to dismiss the thoughts as it was time to cultivate the Mind Heaven-Testing Pagoda 95th floor. Li Yao cuts down another huge monster. The monster disintegrates into nothingness as she sheaths her sword. She then lets out an exhale, her shoulders dropping slightly from the constant tension of battle. There is no end to them. "How long has it been?" she asked. "It's been 4 days," the Empress replied. Li Yao nodded as she heard this. She thought to herself that it was really taking long, and the upper floors were getting harder and harder to clear. Her combat power was almost at the golden core stage, yet it was taking her so long. Considering that the pagoda doesn't accept people over 50 years of age, just how strong does it expect someone under 50 to be? Considering the fact that the sect ancestor was able to clear up to the 99th floor, did that mean that he was at the golden core stage at the age of 50? That can already be considered a genius that appears once every 100,000 years. But if that's the case, then why is the Azure Cloud Sword sect considered a low-level sect if the ancestor was such a genius? As she was thinking of this, the huge gate to the next floor slid open with a rumbling sound that reverberated through the chamber. She dismissed her thoughts and moved forward with determined steps. After she stepped in, the gate closed behind her with a heavy thud, sealing her path of retreat. She was already used to this pattern, so she didn't react. She just got into her sword stance, her body shifting into perfect balance. In the next breath, a monster appeared in the middle of the room, materializing from thin air. It was a cat-like monster, but it looked more like a demon cat than an actual cat. Its fur was pitch black with streaks of blood red, and its eyes glowed every now and then. Long, curved claws extended from its paws. Li Yao felt that the monsters seemed to be getting more and more demonified the higher she climbed. "That's right." The Empress spoke, her tone more serious than usual. "You need to be more careful. There is something strange going on in this treasure." Li Yao thought that it was really strange if even the Empress told her to be careful. After all, the Empress was not one to show concern without good reason. The cat monster then pounced at her, its powerful legs propelling it across the chamber with frightening speed. She sidestepped to dodge, noting that it was quite fast, faster than she had anticipated. But just as she thought she had dodged, the monster's tail swung backward, targeting her unguarded back. Fortunately, she managed to sense this at the last second, jumping and managing to evade the attack by mere inches. While in the air, she infused her sword with her qi, causing the blade to glow with a soft blue light. Then she made hundreds of swings in a second, her arms moving so fast they became a blur to the naked eye. It didn't seem like anything was happening at first, her blade cutting through empty air as the monster moved below. But in the next seconds, hundreds of slashes landed on the cat monster simultaneously. The creature's body was diced and dissected, reduced to nothing but particles of light that faded away. She slowly floated to the ground, observing her sword with a critical eye. She thought to herself that the spell technique was really powerful. It was even more effective than she had expected. "Do you think the elder is jealous of Li Yao?" whispered one disciple to another. "Who knows?" came a non-committal reply. "Well, it's understandable. Li Yao has just reached the 80th floor, while none of his disciples have even entered the rankings." The elder heard these whispers, but he didn't say anything. He thought to himself that it seemed he would have to abandon the plan of killing Xiang Yu for now. He didn't want to lose any more of his men. He then suddenly had a smile creep across his face as he observed Li Yao's name rise in the rankings. He thought to himself that it didn't make much difference if he let Xiang Yu live for a few days. After all, once their mission was complete, everyone was going to die anyway. Daily 1/2. After Xiang Yu got rid of the attacker's body, he got back to training. He also made sure to have his chi sense on the lookout so he could make a run for it in case someone even more powerful came. Instead of continuing to practice the elemental palm techniques, Xiang Yu first studied the new lightning strike technique. This was because he wanted to see if he could get some insights on the lightning element by practicing the technique. That way, he would be able to create a 6th elemental palm technique to add to his growing collection. Studying the lightning strike technique wasn't that hard. Xiang Yu already had some knowledge of the sword, so it was quite easy to pick up the basic movements and energy pathways. The illustrations in the manual showed precise positions for channeling the lightning energy through the blade, which he followed carefully. He then spent some time circulating his chi, trying to transform his pure chi into the lightning element. Unlike the other elements he had transformed before, the lightning element was really hard to get the hang of. He guessed it was because it was a mutated element different from the primary 5 elements. When he finally succeeded in the transformation, he felt the violent lightning chi flowing through his chi pathways. The chi was quite unstable and was even hurting him when he tried to channel it, causing him to have to refine it even more. His meridians tingled painfully as the energy coursed through them, like countless needles pricking him from within. After a few more hours of concentrated effort, he finally had the hang of it. He felt the lightning chi flowing softly through his meridians. When it finally spread to his sword, the energy showed its true nature, sparkling and crackling violently along the blade's edge. He was very pleased with the progress. He could finally control the lightning. Still, he felt that it was quite dangerous. If he didn't handle the unstable lightning correctly, it might explode and hurt him from within. This meant that he needed more practice to master it compared to the other techniques. Still, the raw power was really impressive. He could feel that just this single technique could probably deal more damage than all the others combined. He then summoned his system to see if the technique had been registered. High-grade lightning strike. Beginner. 5 out of 100. Seeing as it was registered into the system, he moved on to the fun part. Now that he had learned how to transform his chi into lightning, it was time to create the lightning palm technique. After doing it so many times with the other elements, he was already used to the elemental palm technique template, just replacing a few values. After trying it a few times, he succeeded. He was now able to infuse lightning chi into his palm to attack. As he observed his glowing blue and silver palm that crackled every now and then, sending small arcs of energy between his fingers, he thought to himself that the lightning element was really destructive. He needed more practice to make sure that it didn't hurt him when using. If he managed to completely master the element, it would be quite powerful. High-grade lightning palm. Beginner. 5 out of 100. Xiang Yu continued practicing the elemental palm techniques throughout the night. As for the lightning strike sword technique, Xiang Yu was already quite versed in the sword itself, so the only thing he needed to work on was just the lightning element itself, which he was already working on through the lightning palm technique. He continued his practice until it was finally reset time. Body refining. 11th layer, 180/11,000 plus 40/11,000. Qi gathering. Second layer, 150/200 plus 50/200. Mind. Level 4, 124/4000 plus 40/4000. Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 12/1,000,000 plus 2/1,000,000. Enlightenment. High 357/3000 plus 23/3000. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade, 2535/40,000 plus 5/40,000. High grade Lightning Strike and Palm. Beginner, 10/100 plus 10/100. High grade Fire Palm. Beginner, 50/100 plus 10/100. High grade Water, Wood, Earth Metal Palm. Beginner, 30/100 plus 10/100. Cook, 5th grade, 420/500 plus 20/500. Experience points doubled. Cook, 5th grade, 420/500. 4th grade, 0 out of 600. High grade Water, Wood, Earth, Metal Palm. Beginner, 30/100. Beginner, 60/100. High grade Fire Palm. Beginner, 50 out of 100. Minor success, 0 out of 200. High grade Lightning Strike and Palm. Beginner, 10/100. Beginner, 20/100. Spirit Flame. Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade, 2535/40,000. 6th grade, 5070/40,000. Enlightenment. High 357/3000. High 714/3000. Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 12/1,000,000. Level 1, 24/1,000,000. At that moment, the door to the 97th floor opened. 99th floor. Li Yao was flung through the air, clashing into the wall with a thunderous impact. The cold stone pressed against her back as she slowly pushed herself upright, wincing at the pain coursing through her body. Blood trickled down her lip as she used her sword to support her trembling legs. She thought to herself that the previous floor's opponent was just a peak core formation, and now they had jumped straight to a middle-stage golden quarrel monster. She wondered if she could even win against such overwhelming power. The difference in power was simply too great. Just as this doubt crept into her mind, the humanoid demon charged at her with frightening speed. Its massive form blurred across the chamber, each footfall cracking the floor beneath it. Li Yao's instinct screamed at her move. She pushed herself with every ounce of remaining strength and managed to jump out of the way. The demon, missing its target, barreled straight into the wall. Its fist crashed against the surface with such force that the entire room shook violently. Dust and small fragments rained down from above. Yet surprisingly, the walls remained intact. Li Yao landed gracefully on the opposite side of the chamber, her feet sliding slightly as she regained her balance. The demon, realizing it hadn't hit its target, whirled around with unnatural speed for its eyes. Its hollow eyes locked onto her. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao calmed her racing heart and stabilized her stance. She shifted into her proper sword form, positioning her feet and blade at the perfect angle. Though the monster was overwhelmingly strong, she reasoned it wasn't impossible to defeat. As she watched the monster approach, she thought to herself that she just needed a chance, just one single opening. As the creature approached, its body underwent a transformation. Thick, writhing tentacles erupted from its back, shooting toward her at blinding speeds. Li Yao lifted her sword in defense, bracing for impact. When the tentacles reached her, they seemed to harden on contact, producing a sharp clanking sound as they struck her blade. Just how hard are these things? She wondered, eyes widening as she dodged one that whistled past, mere inches from her face. The tentacles moved with unnatural coordination, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. Despite this, Li Yao was still able to deflect them, but she felt that she wouldn't be able to last for long like this as the attacks were becoming more and more unpredictable. Seeing as she was getting surrounded, she jumped high into the air. But the tentacles didn't relent. They followed her trajectory, stretching impossibly as they pursued her through the air like hungry serpents. Li Yao realized that creating distance offered no advantage at all. From her elevated position, she observed the monster watching her from below, its grotesque face tilted upward. She concluded that she had no choice but to confront it directly. When separated, she couldn't inflict any meaningful damage, and the monster was exhausting her with these relentless tentacle attacks. If this pattern continued, she would inevitably lose through sheer attrition. With this in mind, Li Yao infused energy into her sword. The blade responded immediately, beginning to glow with an intense blue light that illuminated the entire chamber. The luminescence continued intensifying until it started sparking and crackling with electric energy, small arcs of lightning dancing along the edge. She then dove straight toward the monster. The creature's tentacles targeted her like homing missiles, but Li Yao plunged directly into their midst. Her electrified blade sang through, severing tentacles with each stroke. The severed appendages fell to the ground, dissolving into dark mist upon impact. Her momentum unbroken, Li Yao continued her assault, chopping through the forest of tentacles until she found herself face to face with the monster itself. With one perfect swing, she cut the monster's arm clean off, the electrified blade passing through its dark flesh with surprising ease. Victory was short-lived, however, as the monster used its remaining hand to strike her with devastating force. The blow connected squarely with her torso, sending her flying backward once more. She crashed into the wall with bone-jarring impact, cracks spreading outward from the point of collision. But Li Yao was not finished. She rose quickly, her determination undiminished. She realized that before this moment, she couldn't inflict any significant damage on the creature, but now, when she used her elemental power, she could finally hurt it. "Do you believe me now that you should use your element more?" The Empress finally spoke. Among the mutated elements, the lightning element is the hardest to master, but it's also the strongest, both in raw power and in speed. "If you can master how to use your element properly, you won't lose out to him," she continued. In battles above the Foundation establishment realm, it's all about the innate element. That demon, for example, is able to give you such a hard time because he has mastered the dark element. Although you don't have the light element that directly opposes it, the lightning element isn't that far off either. It can now be considered that you have the elemental advantage, she spoke with certainty. Li Yao remained focused, her eyes never leaving the monster across the chamber. Through her heightened senses, she observed it attempting to regenerate the arm she had severed. Dark energy swirled around the stump, slowly taking shape. She couldn't allow the monster to regenerate. Without hesitation, she leaped forward once more. Li Yao charged at the monster, applying the lightning element to her movement technique. Electricity crackled around her feet with each step, causing her speed to increase significantly, her form blurring into little more than a streak of blue light as she crossed the chamber. Despite her incredible speed, the demon's cut-off arm was almost completely regrown by the time she reached it, dark energy swirling and solidifying into flesh. She swung her sword at the demon with all her might, but the demon easily caught the attack with its intact arm. Its massive fingers wrapped around the blade, stopping her momentum completely. When Li Yao saw this, her face initially showed a panicked expression, but then her lips curled into a knowing smile. "Caught you," she said. In the next instant, she channeled her lightning chi directly into the blade. The sword that the demon was holding so confidently started glowing and crackling with intense electrical energy. Arcs of lightning danced between the metal and the demon's flesh, causing the creature's expression to shift from confidence to alarm as electricity coursed through its body. Li Yao didn't relent, applying even more force to her sword, feeding it with an increasing amount of her lightning chi. The blue light intensified until it was almost blinding. When the demon finally realized what was happening, it quickly released the sword and stepped back, wisps of dark smoke rising from its damaged hand. Li Yao clicked her tongue in disappointment at the lost opportunity, but charged forward once more. This time, however, the demon was prepared. Its other arm had completely regrown. It used this newly formed limb to launch a punch toward her. Luckily, Li Yao's reflexes were equally impressive. She quickly brought her sword down, infused with lightning, to block the attack. The impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, but she held her ground. She thought to herself that her battle awareness had truly developed from all those practice sessions with her senior brother. But she couldn't waste precious seconds thinking about her senior brother now. This was a matter of life and death. She instantly pushed off the ground and jumped, landing nimbly on the demon's outstretched arm. The demon, though humanoid in shape, was quite enormous compared to her, so Li Yao's relatively small frame was able to run along its limb like a pathway. She sprinted up the massive arm. Reaching the shoulder, she executed a perfect flip, positioning her body so that her head aligned with the demon's. In midair, her hair whipping around her face, she channeled lightning into her sword. She then swung her weapon in a wide arc, aiming directly for the creature's neck. She reasoned that she couldn't keep up with the monster's extraordinary regeneration abilities, so her only option was to decapitate it. She didn't believe that even this abomination could regenerate after losing its head. Her sword glided through the air as it moved toward its target, trailing blue electricity in its wake. But before she could complete her lethal strike, the demon raised its massive arm, using it as a shield to block Li Yao's attack. Her lightning-enhanced blade sank deep into the demon's flesh, cutting halfway through its forearm before losing momentum. Li Yao found herself suspended in midair, now trapped as her sword was wedged firmly in the demon's flesh. The creature didn't waste this golden opportunity. It swung its free fist toward her with devastating force. Caught in this compromising position, she couldn't defend at all and took the punch head-on. The impact was thunderous, sending her flying across the chamber once more. She struggled to rise, her body protesting every movement. This time, she had truly taken enormous damage. Although she had managed to summon protective chi around herself at the last second, the impact was still devastating. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth as she fought to stand, her legs trembling beneath her. She raised her sword once more. It had been dislodged from the monster's arm when she was thrown. She thought to herself that she might actually die if she didn't give this battle everything she had. She channeled all the remaining chi in her body. This time, she would fight without holding back. All the energy within her flowed into her sword, covering the blade with large amounts of lightning. But she didn't stop there. "Wait, you're not going to—" The Empress tried to intervene. But Li Yao ignored the warning. The lightning spread beyond her weapon, enveloping her entire body in a crackling cocoon of electrical energy. Her hair stood on end, floating around her head like a luminous halo. "That move is dangerous. You still haven't completely mastered it yet." The Empress spoke with genuine concern, but Li Yao continued channeling her power, enhancing both herself and the sword with lightning chi until her entire form flickered and sparkled with raw elemental energy. At this moment, her body was completely engulfed in crackling blue electricity, small arcs jumping between her fingers and across her skin. Her eyes glowed with the same intense light, giving her an otherworldly appearance. She moved with such incredible speed that it appeared as though she was teleporting across the chamber. One instant she stood against the wall, the next she materialized before the demon, swinging her electrified sword in a wide arc. The demon was visibly surprised by her impossible speed. It raised its arms in a desperate defensive posture, but the effort proved futile. Li Yao's lightning-enhanced blade cut through its limbs as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The severed arms fell to the ground with a heavy thud, the cut edges smoking and sparking. The demon screamed out for the first time since the battle began, a horrifying sound that reverberated throughout the chamber. It attempted to regenerate its arms, but the stumps were completely covered in persistent lightning where they had been cut, the electricity disrupting and preventing any further regeneration. Li Yao didn't allow it a moment to contemplate a solution. She moved again with that same impossible speed, instantly appearing above the demon's head. With perfect form, she swung her sword in one single, elegant arc. The blade flashed brilliantly, and in the next second, it passed through the demon's body, splitting it perfectly in two from top to bottom. Both halves of the creature fell to the ground, dark energy leaking from the perfect cut like smoke. When Li Yao watched the demon start turning into nothingness, dissolving into particles of dark mist that scattered across the floor, she could finally relax. She let out a long sigh of relief, her shoulders sagging from exhaustion. In that moment of victory, the energy covering her started flashing erratically, flickering for a few seconds before it completely disappeared, leaving her drained and vulnerable. Without the support of her lightning armor, she dropped from her elevated position, falling unceremoniously to the ground. She lay there, breathing heavily, her limbs feeling like lead. She had exhausted all her energy reserves and desperately needed to rest. As she stared at the ceiling, she wondered if that was just the 99th floor, then just how incredibly powerful would the opponent on the 100th floor be? Could she even stand a chance? Hey, that was dangerous. Do you know what would have happened if you fell into this weakened state and there were others around? The Empress spoke, her tone somewhere between scolding and concerned. Li Yao just smiled weakly, her face pale from exertion. Relax, I've already accounted for this. There's no one else here. That's why I dared to use this move. As she was speaking, she suddenly heard the distinct sound of a gate opening, the heavy stone grinding against stone. Her heart raced as she turned toward the 100th floor gate, expecting to face another challenge immediately. But she noticed with confusion that the 100th floor gate remained firmly closed. Her momentary relief vanished instantly as she looked back with growing horror, realizing that the door to the 98th floor had opened instead. How is that possible? Before she could reason, she heard the voices of people approaching from below. I told you we could just wait for them to fight and just finish off the job, came a smug male voice. Hee, as expected of you. Now we don't even have to lift a finger, replied another, this one tinged with malicious delight. Kikik, came a third voice, the high-pitched laughter echoing ominously through the chamber. To be continued. Xiang Yu perched atop a tree, his eyes surveying the group of wild boars grazing peacefully below. His gaze moved from one animal to the next, evaluating their value as ingredients. He wanted to find a nice specimen to test out his newly gained 4th-grade cooking recipes. After several minutes of careful observation, he finally settled on a particularly robust specimen, a boar with glossy black fur that seemed well-fed compared to its companions. In one fluid motion, he dropped from his hiding place. His hands found their target, snatching the chosen boar and vanishing back into the forest. The remaining animals continued their foraging, completely oblivious to the fact that one of them had just disappeared without a trace. Later, when Xiang Yu returned to his house, he laid the boar on his preparation table. He reached for his knife, beginning the familiar process of preparing his meal, skinning the hide, separating meat from bone. Midway through his task, his hands paused as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. I wonder how Junior's sister is doing, he mused. It's been a few days since they left. I hope she's doing okay. Xiang Yu sat in a meditative posture, his expression troubled as he struggled to circulate the violent energy flowing through his meridians. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Though clearly encountering difficulty, he still persisted with determination, refusing to give up despite the obvious strain. The minutes stretched into hours as he maintained his focus, guiding the rebellious energy through his chi pathways. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of internal struggle, Xiang Yu's tense muscles began to relax. His furrowed brow smoothed gradually, and his clenched jaw loosened. With a deep exhale, he released a significant amount of remnant qi that spread throughout the room in a colorful mist that dissipated shortly after. As he opened his eyes, their usual sharpness dulled by fatigue, Xiang Yu frowned slightly. This wasn't working as he had hoped. Although he could accelerate his cultivation with the help of spirit food, he felt certain there must be a more efficient approach. Just now, he had prepared a fourth-grade spirit meal with meticulous care. Yet after consuming it, he had only managed to absorb a mere 10% of its total medicinal properties. It was the same frustrating pattern as before. When he had eaten fifth-grade food, he had only absorbed 20% of the benefits. Most of the precious energy was simply going to waste. The fundamental problem was clear. His medium-grade spiritual root simply couldn't handle such concentrated power. If this continues, he thought, if I ever manage to create first-grade spirit food, wouldn't I be completely incapable of absorbing its benefits? The thought was quite disheartening. He had to find a way to overcome this limitation. The most obvious solution would be to upgrade his spiritual root, but Xiang Yu didn't know of any reliable method to accomplish such a feat previously. He had theorized that consistently consuming high-level food might stimulate his spiritual root enough to trigger a slight advancement. Once even the smallest advancement occurred, his system could handle the rest and help him improve exponentially. But now it seemed that not only was this approach failing to trigger any advancement, but he also suspected that his spiritual root might actually suffer damage if repeatedly overwhelmed by energy it couldn't properly process. The delicate channels might become permanently blocked or distorted, setting back his cultivation permanently. Xiang Yu stared at the floor, deep in contemplation. After several minutes of intense thought, his eyes suddenly brightened with inspiration. With swift movements, he reached toward his spatial ring. From the spatial storage, he retrieved 3 items: a round pill that emitted a faint golden glow, and 2 paper talismans covered in intricate calligraphy. The path forward might lie in secondary professions, he mused, studying the pill carefully. Mostly pill refining. He had kept the foundation-building pill because he had no use for it, at least not at the moment. But now, he saw a different purpose for the item. He recalled how he had acquired the cooking profession. After cooking for a few days, the profession had suddenly appeared in his system, complete with levels and capabilities. Could the same principle apply to other professions? The possibility was tantalizing. Xiang Yu decided to test his theory. He would study the pill's composition carefully and attempt to replicate it, learning the fundamentals of pill refining in the process. Additionally, he found some blank papers and carefully cut them to match the shape of the talismans he possessed. He wouldn't limit himself to pill refining alone. Talisman drawing might prove equally valuable. Before embarking on this new path, however, Xiang Yu remembered another pressing matter. His fire palm technique had just broken through to the minor success realm the day before and still had 0 experience points available to double. In order not to waste his system's function, he realized he needed to advance this technique first. He began practicing the palm technique. This time, he practiced just the fire palm technique, deliberately ignoring his other techniques, not wishing to waste precious time on skills that already had experience points to double. He decided that from then on, he would only practice techniques when they had no experience points. Otherwise, he'd just leave it to the system unless he really wanted a technique to reach mastery quickly. That approach would save time for learning professions and other valuable skills. With his current strength, techniques and scriptures might not increase his strength by much. He could only rely on secondary professions to boost his cultivation speed. After just a few minutes of focused practice, Xiang Yu managed to gain 2 points of experience for his fire palm technique. The soft red glow on his palms dimmed slightly until it went off completely. With that out of the way, he turned his attention back to the pill and talismans. Xiang Yu started with the pill, turning it carefully in his palm as he considered his approach. He possessed no formal knowledge about pill refining, only fragmentary bits of information gathered from overheard conversations and stories. Such hearsay could hardly be considered reliable guidance for something as complex as alchemy, but it was all he had to work with. He began by inspecting the pill with meticulous attention. Closing his eyes, he deactivated the chi sense that normally blanketed the entire pavilion, instead concentrating all his sensory ability on this single small object. The pill seemed to magnify in his perception as he focused, allowing him to examine its structure with much detail. For anyone else, such a thorough inspection would have been nearly impossible, but Xiang Yu's uniquely powerful chi sense, when concentrated on such a tiny target, allowed him to perceive details that would remain hidden to most cultivators. As his awareness penetrated the pill's structure, he could discern how different properties interacted and fused with one another. The energy pathways twisted and flowed in complex patterns, creating a harmonious whole that was far greater than the sum of its parts. Though he couldn't identify which specific herbs had been used, his knowledge of medicinal ingredients was still too limited. He gradually developed a rough understanding of the formation process itself. The way the energies had been bound together, the layering of effects, the stabilization of volatile elements. These aspects began to make sense to him even without knowing the specific ingredients. With this preliminary understanding, Xiang Yu gathered some herbs he knew possessed medicinal properties. He didn't attempt to recreate the foundation-building pill. Such ambition would be foolish at this stage. Instead, he decided to create his own original concoction using random herbs with medicinal qualities. His goal wasn't to create a functional pill, but rather to practice the formation process he had observed. He reasoned that with enough attempts, he might accumulate sufficient experience for the profession to manifest in his system, just as cooking had done previously. He summoned his spirit fire. With careful concentration, he used the fire to heat the herbs while simultaneously manipulating his chi to shape them into a pill form. The delicate balance required intense focus. Too much heat would scorch the ingredients, while too little would fail to activate their properties. As he worked, he attempted to refine the medicinal properties of the herbs, encouraging them to blend into the pill structure rather than remaining separate entities. Without an alchemy furnace, he was forced to perform this delicate process by hand, leaving the process vulnerable to atmospheric contamination and energy leakage. Professional alchemists would have considered his method crude and inefficient, but Xiang Yu, lacking any formal training, pushed forward with determination, unaware of these shortcomings. Hours passed as he made attempt after attempt. Each failure taught him something new. How quickly certain herbs burned, how others resisted blending, how his chi needed to flow to maintain the proper structure. Though he achieved no successful pills, his understanding gradually deepened. Eventually, Xiang Yu noticed the light changing around him. Glancing toward the window, he saw the sun hanging low on the horizon, its golden rays stretching across the sky. The day had slipped away while he was absorbed in his practice. Looking down at the floor around him, he observed the scattered remnants of numerous failed attempts, scorched herbs, malformed lumps, and powdery residues that had once been promising ingredients. Despite the evident lack of progress, Xiang Yu felt no discouragement. This was merely the first day of what he knew would be a long journey. As for the depleted herb supply, he wasn't concerned. These were merely low-level medicinal plants that grew abundantly throughout the forest. He could easily gather more, and if they proved insufficient, a mischievous smile crossed his face as he considered another solution. He could always borrow some from the master's personal supply. Surely the master wouldn't be too reluctant to part with a few herbs. After all, Xiang Yu reasoned with amusement. If he ate the meat, wouldn't the master drink the soup? The three men walked slowly into the 99th floor, their footsteps echoing in the vast chamber. The one who appeared to be the leader of the group couldn't help but think to himself that they were quite fortunate for having chosen this particular strategy. From what he had witnessed, if they had decided to confront Li Yao directly in combat, they would have been the ones lying dead on the cold stone floor. When they had observed the fierce battle between Li Yao and the demon, they were genuinely shocked by her power. He felt that Li Yao possessed golden core cultivation, or at least combat prowess equivalent to that realm. The three brothers, with their mere early core formation realm strength, stood no chance against such a powerful opponent. Had they faced her head-on, Even with 1,000 lives, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Eldest brother, as expected of you, to come up with such a plan. One of the brothers spoke, his voice filled with admiration that hadn't been present during their earlier planning. That's right. Eldest brother really has great foresight, the other one added with equal reverence. The eldest just looked at them before sighing deeply. These two, their faces changed as quickly as turning pages in a book. Just hours ago, they had vehemently opposed his suggestion to wait and observe, insisting instead on capturing Li Yao directly. If he hadn't convinced them to exercise patience, they truly would have died without even a burial place. At the center of the room, Li Yao struggled desperately to rise from her prone position. She managed only to lift her head to face the incoming opponents. She wondered with growing panic how they had gained entrance to this floor. It shouldn't have been possible for more than one person to occupy a floor at the same time. They're using a concealment treasure to deceive the pagoda. The Empress spoke in her mind, her voice matter-of-fact despite the dire situation. It seems like quite a nice treasure, too. You should take it, she continued, as if discussing the weather rather than a life-or-death predicament. Damn it, how am I supposed to take it? I can barely even stand, Li Yao thought bitterly. Oh, I forgot about that, the Empress replied with surprising casualness. Hey, aren't you too relaxed? I'm about to die, you know. Li Yao spoke aloud, frustration evident in her voice. She thought to herself that these three were all core formation realm cultivators. Under normal circumstances, she would have defeated them easily, but now, emptied of energy and barely conscious. Aren't you forgetting something? The Empress interrupted her gloomy thoughts. Li Yao could only ask weakly, forgetting what? You tell me. The Empress replied jokingly, clearly enjoying herself. Hey, now is not the time for jokes. Do you really know of a way out? Li Yao asked, desperation creeping in her voice. Fine, I'll tell you. The Empress finally relented. When Li Yao heard the Empress's suggestion, her expression transformed into a knowing smile. Ah, I almost forgot about that. She spoke, her face brightening with renewed hope. Big brother, she's smiling. Do you think we scared her too much? One of the approaching brothers asked, confusion evident in his voice. Well, with that face of yours, which woman wouldn't be scared when they saw you? The other replied with a snicker. You. The insulted brother prepared to retort, but the eldest raised his hand. Calm down. The eldest spoke sharply, causing them to fall silent immediately. Be on your guard. I sense that this girl isn't as simple as she appears. Eldest brother, aren't you being too cautious? One brother questioned. That's right. She has already exhausted all her strength. What can she possibly do? The youngest-looking one added dismissively. Don't get distracted, he reprimanded sharply. TCH, I was just saying, the second one muttered, clearly disappointed. The eldest cleared his throat in embarrassment. He had been trying to appear cool and intimidating, but his brother had ruined the moment entirely. Anyway, as I was saying, but before he could finish his sentence, Li Yao suddenly rose from her position with impossible speed. The brothers didn't even register when her sword materialized in her hand. In the next heartbeat, she had pierced directly through the eldest brother's chest, splitting his heart perfectly in two with. It's nothing personal, Li Yao echoed his earlier words with a cold smile as the brother coughed up blood, his eyes widening in shock as life drained from them. Li Yao pulled her sword free in one fluid motion, swinging it elegantly to remove the blood. Crimson droplets splattered across the stone floor in a macabre pattern. Only now did the remaining two brothers fully register what had just happened. How is that possible? The youngest spoke in utter disbelief, his face pale with shock. In the next instant, both brothers were consumed by rage, their faces contorting with fury. How dare you kill the eldest? They roared in unison as they charged at Li Yao, weapons drawn and caution abandoned. But Li Yao simply swung her sword in a perfect arc, cutting off both their heads in one fluid, almost casual motion. The precision and speed of her attack made it appear as though she had never been weakened at all. She then swung her blade once more to clear the blood before sheathing it carefully. The sword clicked satisfyingly into place as the two severed heads of the disciples hit the ground with heavy thuds, their expressions forever frozen in shock and rage. Li Yao walked over calmly and collected the spatial rings from the three brothers' fingers. But she had no time to inspect her spoils as something extraordinary was happening within her body. When she had realized she was in mortal danger, she had remembered the gift her senior brother had given her, something he instructed her to use only when she had no other choice. When she had opened the small package earlier, she was surprised to discover it contained what appeared to be a simple cake. Yet this ordinary-looking dessert radiated immense spiritual energy. The moment she placed it in her mouth, she was first struck by its overwhelming sweetness. Then, before she could even swallow, the cake dissipated into pure qi, traveling throughout her body with startling speed. The energy was so potent that her core filled instantly, restoring her strength and allowing her to dispatch the three brothers with ease. But the effects weren't complete. She could feel the energy continuing to build within her, growing at an alarming rate. If she didn't handle this properly, she might actually explode from the overwhelming power. Quickly, circulate the energy. Don't let any of it go to waste, the Empress shouted urgently in her mind. Li Yao immediately assumed a meditative position and began circulating her energy, desperately struggling to refine the seemingly limitless power flooding into her core. Her body glowed with a faint blue light as she fought to control the surging tide of energy that threatened to tear her apart from within. Outside the heaven-testing pagoda, Elder Mei Yuan instantly rose from his position, his face contorted with disbelief. "I am possible," he spoke, his voice trembling with rage and confusion. The spiritual connection he maintained with his three subordinates had just been severed completely. This could only mean one thing. They had died. How could this happen? Could they have triggered some trap hidden within the pagodas? But that was impossible. He had told them of all the traps in the pagoda. How could they fall for them? Could it be that the three trained cultivators couldn't overwhelm a single girl? Was Li Yao truly that formidable? His robes billowed around him as he charged towards the heaven-testing pagoda, murderous intent radiating from his body like waves of heat. But before he could reach the entrance, two figures materialized before him, their gleaming swords pointed directly at his chest. "Elder Mei, I don't think this is appropriate." Elder Huang Fengqi's soft voice cut through. Despite her gentle tone, her eyes remained sharp and vigilant. "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to interfere with the test?" Elder Shantian demanded, his eyebrows furrowed in disapproval and his sword firm. The disciples and spectators gathered around the pagoda turned their attention from the test rankings toward this unexpected confrontation. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Had Elder Mei truly lost his senses because his disciples failed to secure positions in the rankings? Elder Mei Zuan glanced around nervously, noticing the growing crowd of witnesses. Damn it! Now that things had spiraled to this point, there was only one path forward. "Everyone!" he shouted, his voice carrying across the courtyard. "Change of plans, attack." In the next heartbeat, chaos erupted. Throughout the previously peaceful gathering, concealed figures suddenly drew hidden weapons, faces transforming from passive observers to cold-blooded killers as they began cutting down the unsuspecting spectators around them. "Not good. We're under attack," one person shouted above the sudden screams and clash of weapons. "Ring the bell." As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long shadows across his workspace, Xiang Yu decided to stop his pill refining efforts and turned his attention to the two talismans and blank paper he had prepared. He picked up a brush, then, just as he had done with the pill, redirected all his qi sense, focusing its full power on analyzing the talismans. What he discovered surprised him. These weren't merely calligraphy marks as he had initially assumed. The visible characters were merely the surface layer. Beneath them ran intricate patterns of pure qi, woven together with remarkable precision. If he had to compare it to something from his former world, the design resembled a computer motherboard. Complex pathways of energy connecting in systematic patterns beneath the visible surface. Since both talismans were identical, They contained the same elaborate network of qi channels under the visible writing. Xiang Yu set the brush aside. The calligraphy, he realized, merely served to identify the talisman's purpose. The true functional component was the intricate qi pattern embedded at the center of the paper. Instead of ink, he focused a small amount of qi at his fingertip, directing it toward the blank paper as he attempted to recreate the pattern. The moment his qi made contact with the paper, it tore into pieces. Xiang Yu stared at the shredded remains and sighed deeply. Evidently, he needed far greater concentration to draw such delicate patterns without destroying the medium. He selected another sheet and tried again. Failure. Another attempt. Another failure. Yet another piece of paper. Yet another failure. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, Xiang Yu exhaled slowly to calm his mounting frustration. He took another blank sheet, holding it gently in his hand. Closing his eyes, he intensified his concentration to unprecedented levels. For a brief, promising moment, it seemed he might succeed, until the paper suddenly tore apart like the others. Undeterred, he selected his next piece of paper. As he held it, he closed his eyes and concentrated with even greater intensity. The challenge was clear. He needed to make his qi impossibly gentle. He wondered if cultivators used some kind of specialized tool, something similar to the lithography machines from his previous world, to create these talismans. It seemed almost impossible that raw qi could be controlled with such precision. Perhaps his concentration simply wasn't sufficient. Refusing to surrender, Xiang Yu deepened his focus even further. In his mind, he meticulously visualized the talisman pattern. Every twist, every turn, every minute connection. He pictured it with such extraordinary detail that he slipped into a trance-like state where nothing existed except the swirling, interconnected patterns of the talisman design. When he finally emerged from this meditative state, Xiang Yu opened his eyes slowly, carefully, and witnessed something remarkable. The paper in his hand was glowing softly, suffused with qi energy as the pattern he had visualized was etching itself into the material. Not by his conscious direction, but as if guided by the pure intensity of his concentration and the perfect blueprint he had created in his mind. He watched with amazement as the pattern materialized before his eyes. When the initial shock faded, Xiang Yu suddenly realized what was happening and regained his focus. To think it was that simple all along. When using qi normally, it originated primarily from the dantian, a source typically violent and unstable in nature. But during his intense concentration, he had inadvertently drawn upon the qi from his spiritual si, a gentler, more refined energy that flowed like a calm breeze rather than the usual turbulent force. This revelation explained why cultivating the mind was so crucial for combating mental demons. The serene qi in the spiritual si could help pacify the turbulent energy coursing through a cultivator's body. When he had burned the pattern's image into his mind, mastering every intricate detail, he had subconsciously replicated it onto the paper using this refined spiritual si energy. So this is why, he whispered to himself, genuine wonder in his voice. What had seemed impossible now made perfect sense. These delicate patterns could be drawn on such fragile material because cultivators weren't using destructive dantian qi, but rather the controlled, gentle energy of the spiritual si. Did this mean that only those at the golden core stage could craft talismans? After all, only cultivators at that realm could access their spiritual si. Had he not unlocked his spiritual si prematurely, would talisman crafting have remained forever beyond his reach? Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel fortunate. The spiritual si that he didn't know how to use before was slowly starting to show its value. He slowly opened his eyes completely, observing with satisfaction that the pattern had been perfectly replicated on the paper. He had created a talisman entirely on his own. Moreover, after studying the pattern so intensely and successfully replicating it, he now understood its purpose. It seems to be an explosion talisman, but only 9th grade, he thought to himself. Like other professions in the cultivation world, talisman making was also structured from 9th grade, lowest, to first grade highest. He wondered if this achievement qualified him as a ninth grade talisman maker. Eager to confirm, he prepared to summon his system interface to check if the profession had officially manifested. But before he could complete the mental command, a loud, resonant bell sound penetrated his concentration. The sound reverberated through the entire sect. From his predecessor's memories, he instantly recognized the sound as the sect's emergency bell. For that bell to ring with such urgency could only mean one thing. The Azure Cloud sect was under attack. Xiang Yu's mind raced. Was the sect under attack? Had Elder Mei and his accomplices finally decided to make their move? As these thoughts whirled through his mind, Xiang Yu suddenly felt a tingling sensation spreading across his entire body. He instantly recognized this feeling. It was the feeling of his battle awareness activating, automatically shifting him into combat-ready status. But why would this happen? Even if the sect was under attack, there was no immediate threat to him personally unless... Oh no! He gasped as realization struck him. He had been focusing all his spiritual sense on the talismans and pill, completely withdrawing the chi sense that normally blanketed the entire pavilion. He had left himself utterly defenseless, unable to detect anyone approaching. Damn it! I let my guard down, he thought as he quickly spun around, only to be met with an enormous fist hurtling toward his face at frightening speed. The massive knuckles filled his vision, already too close to evade completely. In that split second between recognition and impact, Xiang Yu's enhanced battle instinct screamed warnings through every fiber of his being. He had made the cardinal mistake that he had sworn never to make in this dangerous world. He had become distracted, forgotten his surroundings, and now someone had managed to approach him undetected. Xiang Yu watched the incoming fist with widening eyes. Enemy! He really had let his guard down this time. But his battle instinct didn't let him stay in the trance for long as he instantly recovered, entering combat-ready status. He moved his hand, placing the talisman he'd just finished making on the opponent's fist before retreating back a few steps. Talisman! In the next second, an explosion erupted, the shockwave pushing Xiang Yu, who was already several steps away, even further back. So powerful, he gasped, surprised by the effect. He hadn't expected a ninth-grade talisman to be so potent. No wonder a Foundation establishment cultivator kept it as a trump card. It made sense since even the lowest-grade talisman could only be made by a golden core cultivator. He was really grateful that he had killed Wang Wei and the other assassin before they could employ this trump card. Otherwise, he would have been the one to die. The only problem was that his newly built house had also been caught in the blast. When the explosion dust finally settled, he could finally see the opponent clearly. Enemy, *3. To his surprise, there were actually 3 of them, and they didn't seem to be harmed at all, except for the one in the front who appeared to have taken on the full blast. He was a huge man with a muscular stature. His right hand had been blown right off, but he still remained calm. Xiang Yu used his chi sense and was shocked. The 2 others were actually middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, while the huge man was an early-stage core formation cultivator. Xiang Yu now understood why the others were unharmed. The man had blocked the explosion for them. Xiang Yu felt truly nervous. Not to mention the core formation cultivator, he didn't even know if he could win against the middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Had the heavens really decided to kill him today? Though anxiety churned inside him, he maintained an outwardly calm facade. He needed to come up with a plan. The huge man held his remaining arm, using chi to stabilize the blood flow. I thought that it was a killing formation or a hidden expert. The man spoke, his voice steady despite his injury. Who would have thought that it was just a kid playing around with talismans? As he spoke, he used voice transmission to communicate with the others. Don't let your guard down. I used almost half my strength to take on that attack. He thought to himself that he had been caught off guard since the disciple didn't seem to have any cultivation. To think that the boy would use a talisman at such close proximity, he could only take it head on. Demonic cultivators, you think I don't know your scheme? Xiang Yu shouted, causing the man to be startled. Could it be that their plan had already been exposed? How could he know that they were demonic cultivators? Today, this elder will teach you a lesson. Xiang Yu declared confidently. In the next second, talismans appeared in his hands. There were almost a dozen of them. When the big man saw this, he panicked. How could this youth have so many talismans? Xiang Yu then threw all of them towards the intruders. Not good. Run, the core formation cultivator shouted, and the three scattered in different directions. The big man perched atop a tree, a few meters away from where he was before. Why isn't the explosion happening, he wondered. He then looked toward where the talismans had been thrown, only to see pieces of paper scattered on the ground. And Xiang Yu, he was gone. That brat, the man shouted. They had been tricked. There weren't any talismans at all. The man dropped from his hiding location, and the others, having also realized the deception, came down as well. Quickly, go capture him, the man commanded. He's just a mortal. There is no way he could have gotten far. In his mind, he thought that he had assumed the disciples seemed to know about their plan, but as it appeared now, the boy was probably just spouting nonsense. Still, they needed to catch him just in case. The Foundation establishment subordinates bowed and scattered in different directions. The injured man then got into a meditative posture. He thought to himself that he should recover his energy first. Those two should have no trouble capturing a mortal. Even though Xiang Yu might have a few more talismans, as long as they stayed vigilant, they should be able to avoid being harmed. In the forest, Xiang Yu ran, employing his movement technique to move even faster. He had used his remaining 2 talismans, holding them together with blank papers to give the illusion of having many talismans. He had learned this trick from a street magician he had seen doing card tricks once. He thought to himself that at his current state, there was no way he could contend against the core formation realm cultivator, even an injured one. Escape was his only option. Tree, *12. Since his system could conceal his cultivation, as long as he hid well, he would be able to avoid detection. Unless the core formation cultivator had a chi sense as strong as his that could cover the entire pavilion, there was no way that he could find him. Cave. As he was running, he noticed a cave entrance partially hidden by foliage. He thought to himself that this cave was concealed well enough to serve as a hiding place. He quickly gathered a handful of fallen leaves and branches, slipping inside the small opening and carefully arranging the foliage to make it appear as though it was just a normal bush. Once inside, he pressed himself against the cool stone wall and forced his breathing to slow, calming himself down. Stone. When his heartbeat finally steadied, he could properly assess his situation. He could also finally address the random text that kept appearing before him. He thought he was losing his mind for a moment. With his mind clear, Xiang Yu summoned his system interface and was instantly surprised by what he saw. Professions: Cook, 4th grade, 20 to 600, Talisman Maker, 9th grade, 10 out of 100, Appraiser, 9th grade, 2 out of 100. Author's Corner. I read your comments about the appraisal function, and they seem to be quite split. This is what I came up with. After analyzing the pill and the talismans so deeply, he gained the profession. What do you guys think? Xiang Yu's eyes widened as he observed the information displayed by his system. Professions: Cook, 4th grade, 20 to 600, Talisman Maker, 9th grade, 10 out of 100, Appraiser, 9th grade, 2 out of 100. The Talisman Maker profession wasn't a surprise. He had already managed to create a talisman, so he had expected that. But the Appraiser profession caught him completely off guard. He hadn't specifically tried to develop this skill, yet somehow it had manifested. After a moment's reflection, understanding dawned on him. When he had concentrated his chi sense to analyze the pill and talismans in minute detail, he had unknowingly been performing appraisals. But with its current 9th grade level, the appraiser profession only allowed him to identify basic item names. Still, it wasn't all bad. With further development, he could potentially discern intricate details about objects and, most importantly, he could see through the old monsters playing the pig. Dismissing his system interface, Xiang Yu settled into a meditative posture. He regulated his breathing, allowing his energy to recover while calming his racing thoughts. The cool stone against his back anchored him as his heartbeat gradually steadied. After several minutes of meditation, his mind cleared enough to properly assess his situation. While his current hiding spot provided temporary safety, he couldn't hide forever. If the intruders conducted a thorough search of the entire pavilion, they would eventually discover him. He needed to either find an escape route or somehow eliminate the core formation cultivator and his companions. Xiang Yu surveyed his cramped surroundings. The cave barely allowed him to sit comfortably, measuring roughly 1 meter wide and 3 meters deep, with a ceiling so low he couldn't stand upright. His gaze drifted to the back of the cave, where something unusual caught his attention. Soft rock. He identified it after activating his appraisal. He was currently spamming it continuously to farm experience points. After all, it didn't cost much to use, so it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Curiosity piqued. He rose to a hunched position and cautiously approached. He wondered if there was something beyond the rock. Extending his hand, he pressed his palm against the soft stone surface. Channeling his chi sense into the material, he detected a distinct space beyond. Applying gentle pressure, he watched as the rock crumbled away like dried clay, revealing a hidden realm that took his breath away. It turns out that hidden in the small cave was an even bigger cave. The air inside was concentrated with chi, so dense it manifested as colorful mist, swirling in gentle currents throughout the space. Massive flowers and lush vegetation flourished in this hidden sanctuary, their vibrant colors almost otherworldly in intensity. At the center of this cavern was a small spring, approximately 5 meters in radius. The water itself wasn't clear, but instead rippled with strange colors. From the spring's center grew an enormous tree. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu leapt into this larger area. The moment he crossed the threshold, rich qi enveloped him, tingling against his skin and seeping into his meridians. The density of spiritual energy here far surpassed anything he had experienced in the outside world. Activating his appraiser ability once more, he examined his surroundings. Herb, *22. Every plant growing in this hidden cave appeared to be a medicinal herb, and quite high-level ones at that. It seemed they'd been nurtured by this concentrated spiritual qi for quite some time. Xiang Yu advanced slowly toward the center, wondering if his master knew about this extraordinary place hidden within the pavilion. As he approached the massive tree rising from the spring's center, he focused his appraiser ability on it. Spirit vein. This was actually a spirit vein? Xiang Yu stared in disbelief at the magnificent tree rising from a spring. Spirit veins were natural treasures that rarely occurred in the cultivation world. They were a phenomenon where concentrated qi flowed through the earth, creating pockets of extraordinary spiritual energy. These natural phenomena were coveted throughout the cultivation world, often becoming the foundation for powerful sects. No wonder such impressive herbs flourished here. The continuous flow of rich spiritual energy had nurtured these plants to this point. If other sects or powerful cultivators discovered this place, the Azure Cloud sect would face far greater threats than just the Wuming cult. Such a treasure would attract covetous gazes from across the entire cultivation world. Before exploring further, Xiang Yu returned to the cave entrance. With careful movements to avoid making any audible noises, he used a huge stone to seal the opening. He couldn't risk someone accidentally stumbling upon this secret realm. With the entrance secured, Xiang Yu walked back toward the center of the cavern. Despite its impressive energy concentration, he realized that the qi here wasn't actually that overwhelming for his cultivation. Although this place could be considered a sect holy land, the benefits of the qi here were nowhere near what he got by cultivating using spirit food. Nevertheless, the spirit vein possessed tremendous value for herb cultivation. If he ever advanced his pill refining skills, he could grow rare ingredients here, ensuring a stable supply of high-quality materials without needing to venture into dangerous territories or pay exorbitant prices. But survival came first. Settling into a meditative posture at a comfortable distance from a spring, Xiang Yu retrieved a stack of blank papers from his spatial ring. His lips curved into a thoughtful smile as a plan formed in his mind. At my current level, talismans are the only way I can harm the core formation expert, he reasoned. Now that I've become a 9th grade talisman maker, I should put this skill to use. A rather wicked grin spread across his face. So what if you're in the core formation realm? I don't believe you won't die if I hit you with 1,000 talismans. Focusing his concentration, Xiang Yu closed his eyes and directed energy from his spiritual seed toward the blank paper in his hands. He visualized the explosion talisman blueprint he had memorized earlier, recalling every intricate line and connection clearly. Slowly, the pattern began etching itself onto the paper, glowing faintly as spiritual energy infused the material. After several seconds of intense concentration, the design was complete, a fully functional explosion talisman. Examining his creation with satisfaction, Xiang Yu noted that while successful, the process wasn't effortless. He could feel a slight strain in his spiritual sea. It was the first time he had strained his spiritual sea so much since its formation. It wasn't debilitating, but he could tell that mass-producing talismans would require significant mental endurance. Undeterred by this minor fatigue, he picked up another blank sheet and began the process again. With each successful talisman, his confidence grew alongside his arsenal of explosive surprises for the unwelcome visitors. Minutes passed as Xiang Yu continued crafting talismans. By now, he had produced more than 20 explosive talismans. However, fatigue was beginning to set in. When he examined his spiritual sea, he noticed it was starting to dry up as the continuous channeling of energy took its toll. After making a few more talismans, he decided to take a rest, setting aside the stack of completed talismans. As his concentration relaxed, Xiang Yu finally took proper notice of the water surrounding the core of the spiritual vein. In cultivation novels, something like this would be a holy spring or something similar, he reasoned to himself. Curious, he approached the spring's edge and activated his appraisal. Spirit Spring. The description confirmed his suspicions. From his memories, spirit springs were springs filled with concentrated spiritual energy that could aid in cultivation or recovery. But a question remained. How should he use it? Should he scoop some up for a drink? Or should he immerse himself completely? Deciding to test it first, Xiang Yu knelt by the edge and cupped his hand, scooping up a small amount of the iridescent liquid. He brought it to his lips and took a cautious sip, only to immediately spit it out with a grimace. The liquid was intensely bitter, almost caustic, and seemed to thrash violently inside his mouth. I guess it's soaking then, he muttered, somewhat embarrassed despite having no audience. After quickly removing his clothes, Xiang Yu cautiously lowered himself into the spring. The moment his body submerged, a wave of refreshing energy coursed through him. Every cell seemed to tingle with revitalization as the spring's essence penetrated his skin, muscles, and meridians. He could feel subtle changes occurring within his body. He wondered if the spring also possessed body-refining properties. Taking advantage of the spirit spring's rejuvenating effects, Xiang Yu settled into a meditative posture within the water. While the spring naturally replenished his qi and strengthened his body, he turned his attention inward to recover his depleted spiritual sea. As he deepened his meditation, he could sense the vast expanse of his spiritual sea gradually refilling with energy. Time lost all meaning as Xiang Yu became completely absorbed in his cultivation. The outside world faded away, his awareness focused entirely on the harmonious circulation of energy within his body. He remained in this blissful state of deep meditation until the system notification suddenly appeared before him, jolting him back to reality. His eyes snapped open as the system's reset screen materialized. Body refining. 11th layer for 20/11/000 plus 60/11/000. Qi gathering. 3rd layer 150/300 plus 150/300. Mind. Level 4 308/4000 plus 60/4000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1 25/1 000 plus 1/1 000 Enlightenment. High 760/3000 plus 46/3000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade, 5075/40,000, plus 5/40,000. High grade Lightning Strike in Palm. Beginner, 20/100. High grade Fire Palm. Minor success, 2 out of 200, plus 2/200. High grade Water Wood Earth Metal Palm. Beginner, 60/100. Cook, 4th grade, 20/600, plus 20/600. Appraiser, 9th grade, 50 out of 100, plus 50/100. Talisman Maker, 9th grade, 30 out of 100, plus 30/100. Experience points doubled. Talisman Maker, 9th grade, 30 out of 100, 9th grade, 60 out of 100. Appraiser, 9th grade, 50/100, 8th grade, 0/200. Cook, 4th grade, 20/600, 4th grade, 40/600. High grade Water, Wood, Earth, Metal Palm. Beginner, 60 out of 100, minor success, 0 out of 200. High grade Fire Palm. Minor success, 2 out of 200, minor success, 4 out of 200. High grade Lightning Strike in Palm. Beginner, 20/100, beginner, 40/100. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade, 5075/40,000. 6th grade, 10/150/40,000. Enlightenment. High 760/3000. High 1520/3000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 25/1,000,000. Level 1, 50/1,000,000. Mind. Level 4, 308/4000. Level 4, 616/4000. Chi Gathering. 3rd layer, 150/300. 4th layer, 0/400. Body Refining. 11th layer for 20/11,000. 11th layer, 840/11,000. Xiang Yu noticed that the spring seemed to be more useful than he had expected. Though it had only slightly enhanced his body refining realm, its impact on his qi cultivation had been substantial. His normal daily practice had already given him 100 experience points, yet merely soaking in this spring for a brief period had given him an additional 50 points. He realized that the spring was actually more effective than spiritual food. Unlike consuming spirit food, where his limited spiritual root could only absorb a fraction of the available energy while the rest dissipated uselessly, the spring's qi was naturally absorbed through his skin and meridians, allowing for a much higher utilization rate. As for the excess, it would just remain in the spring, meaning nothing was wasted. The process was also gentler, avoiding the violent energy surges that sometimes accompanied spirit food consumption. This way, he could focus on other things while still cultivating his qi. However, as Xiang Yu assessed the spring more carefully, he noticed its energy had been nearly depleted. The water that had once shimmered with multicolored energy now resembled ordinary river water, its spiritual essence exhausted. He wasn't particularly concerned. The spring would eventually recharge as the spirit vein beneath continued to produce energy, but it did suggest the spirit vein wasn't as powerful as he had initially hoped. He guessed the spirit vein was probably not that high level. Though the spring hadn't fully restored his spiritual sea, the subsequent doubling of his mind cultivation experience had completed the process, even expanding the area in his spiritual sea further. As always, his system was still the best. As for his other stats, there wasn't much difference, except his 4 elemental palm techniques that had advanced to the minor success stage. Most surprising was his appraiser profession. After spamming earlier, it had reached the halfway point of 9th grade, then jumped directly to 8th grade after the doubling effect. Eager to test this advancement, Xiang Yu immediately picked up one of his handcrafted talismans and activated his appraisal skill. 9th grade talisman. A sigh of disappointment escaped his lips. Though the skill had indeed advanced, the improvement wasn't that great. It could now identify the grade of the item, but still failed to specify the talisman's type, arguably the most crucial information. Undeterred, Xiang Yu turned his attention to the surrounding herbs, applying his appraisal skill to each of them. Ninth grade herb, asterisk 12. Eighth grade herb, asterisk 5. Seventh grade herb, asterisk 2. His eyebrows rose with genuine surprise. He hadn't expected such high-quality medicinal herbs to be growing in this place. Finally, he directed his appraisal toward the spirit vein itself. Low-grade spirit vein. The assessment confirmed his earlier suspicion. While not particularly powerful by cultivation world standards, even a low-grade spirit vein remained an extraordinary find. The fact that it could nurture herbs up to the 7th grade was quite impressive. But this wasn't the time for herb gathering or spirit vein analysis, he reminded himself. With enemies still searching for him throughout the pavilion, survival remained his priority. He examined the 28 talismans he had already created. Though the number was quite impressive, it still fell short of what he needed. To ensure victory against a core formation cultivator, even an injured one, he would require many more. Elder May, what is the meaning of this? Elder Gua questioned, his sword pointing directly at Elder May's throat. The courtyard had descended into chaos around them, with disciples fleeing in every direction and bodies of the fallen scattered across the ground. You actually colluded with outsiders to attack your own people, Elder Huang added, her blade steady as she flanked him from the other side. Her eyes burned with fury. Martial Uncle treated you so well, and this is how you repay him? Colluding? Elder May's lips curved into a smile. He threw his head back and erupted into laughter that echoed across the courtyard. The sound sent chills down the spines of the remaining disciples who watched from a distance. Elder Gua and Huang exchanged nervous glances, their grip on their weapons tightening. Why would I need to collude with them? Elder May wiped away a tear of mirth. I was never one of you to begin with. In the next heartbeat, his hands began channeling a dark, ominous energy that seemed to devour the surrounding light. Black mist swirled around his fingers, carrying the unmistakable taint of demonic cultivation. Elder Gua's eyes widened in disbelief. You were actually a demonic cultivator from the start. Elder May's smile only widened. I hadn't planned to reveal myself before getting the treasure, but who cares now? The demonic energy around his hands intensified. Treasure. Elder Huang followed his gaze toward the towering pagoda behind them. Realization dawned on her face. You're actually after the heaven-testing pagoda? Oomph. Elder May scoffed, the sound dripping with disdain. What heaven-testing pagoda? That's clearly a treasure of our wombing cult ancestors' making. His eyes gleamed with fanatical devotion. The demon's sealing tower. He shook his head dismissively. Well, there's no point in educating you orthodox sect bastards. Without warning, Elder May unleashed a vicious claw attack toward Elder Gua. Though the elder attempted to block, the demonic strike connected squarely with his chest, sending him flying backward through the air. Elder Huang seized the opportunity to attack from behind, but May sensed her approach. He caught her sword arm mid-strike, then pivoted and hurled her like a ragdoll toward the already airborne Elder Gua. Their bodies collided with a sickening thud before both crashed against the pagoda's outer wall. Junior sister, are you okay? Elder Gua asked, cradling Elder Huang in his arms amidst the dust and debris. A faint blush colored her cheeks before she quickly jumped to her feet, composing herself. Elder Gua attempted to rise, but stumbled, coughing violently. A stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Elder Huang rushed to his side. Senior brother, are you okay? Did your injury relapse? Elder May approached them leisurely, his step unhurried, his laughter echoing in the courtyard. Elder Huang positioned herself protectively in front of Elder Gua, her sword raised despite her trembling hands. To think this sect genius has fallen to this state, Elder May mocked, looking down at Elder Gua with undisguised contempt. This wouldn't have happened if you had just minded your own business. What do you mean by that? Gua struggled to rise, his face pale with exertion. Elder Huang placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Senior brother, don't force yourself. Well, I guess I can tell you now that things have come to this, Elder May said. Years ago, the sect master of the Azure Cloud Sword sect had 3 disciples, his biological son, and 2 adopted sons he treated as his own, Mei Ziyuan and Guoshantian. Among them, Guoshantian shone brightest, his talent unrivaled, and his future limitless. He was the natural successor to become sect master when the old master passed away. But the sect genius didn't want to be sect master, Elder May continued, his voice bitter with old resentment. So all I had to do was get rid of the useless son, and I'd be sect master. His eyes narrowed. But you just had to interfere. If he had become sect master back then, his mission would have been completed years ago. Because of Guo Shantian, his plans had been delayed for over a decade. You. Elder Guo rose to his feet, pushing Elder Huang away as understanding dawned on his face. Does that mean you had something to do with Master's death? Elder May's only response was a smug smile. Something snapped within Elder Guo. His face contorted with rage. You bastard, he roared. Suddenly, a brilliant golden aura erupted around him, pulsating with pure spiritual energy so intense that it forced Elder Huang back despite her attempts to approach him. Senior brother, don't, she cried out, shielding her eyes from the blinding light. Elder May took an involuntary step backward, momentary fear flashing across his face. You actually managed to recover your strength? Then, noticing Elder Guo's strained expression, his confidence returned. No, there's no way a lower-level sect like the Azure Cloud sect could afford it. You're burning your golden core to achieve this power. If you do this, you'll never be able to advance again, even if you survive. But Elder Guo was beyond listening. The golden aura intensified until it seemed he stood within a miniature sun. When the light stabilized, he fixed Elder May with a gaze of pure hatred. It doesn't matter if I can't advance anymore, he declared, his voice resonating with power. I will definitely kill you today. He charged forward, his sword coated with brilliant energy as it descended upon May. The traitor raised a shield of demonic energy that met the blade with a sound like metal striking metal. But Elder May lost the contest of strength and was thrown several meters backward, his feet carving furrows in the earth. He stared at Elder Guo in shock. How could a mere burning of the golden core produce such power? Elder May himself had reached the early stage of the golden core realm using resources from the woman cult. He had calculated that with his strength and subordinates, he should have easily overwhelmed the sect. Yet here he was, being tossed around like a novice. As another blow sent him flying, his face twisted with hatred. This damn Guo Shantian, always ruining his plans, back then and now again today. No, he wouldn't allow it. Elder May's body began emitting even more demonic power until he was completely enveloped in darkness. When Elder Guo's next punch came, he caught it mid-air, his palm smoking where it connected with the golden energy. It's my turn now, he spoke menacingly, demonic chi swirling around him. Xiang Yu exhaled heavily, his gaze falling upon the impressive stack of talismans he had created. Over 100 of them now rested in his hands. His spiritual sea had really improved after the system's doubling effect, allowing him to produce far more talismans than he initially thought possible. Still, it wasn't nearly as many as he had hoped for. He settled into a meditative position, focusing on recovering his depleted spiritual sea. Though he preferred to craft more talismans, time was running short. His chi sense had detected the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators drawing closer to his location. He couldn't risk them discovering the spirit vein. Even if he managed to kill them afterward, what if they somehow managed to send information back and expose the existence of the spirit vein? His lips curled into a frown. He couldn't sense the core formation cultivator among them. He assumed that he might be trying to recover from the earlier attack. Still, this presented a perfect opportunity to eliminate the weaker threats first. As for the core formation cultivator, he would devise a strategy when the time came. After several minutes of focused meditation, Xiang Yu felt his spiritual energy stabilize at an acceptable level. Rising from his position, he cast one final glance at the spirit vein, noting with satisfaction that the spring was gradually regaining its multicolored hue. Xiang Yu removed the large rock blocking the cave entrance. After slipping through the opening, he meticulously replaced the stone, ensuring no casual observer would discover this hidden treasure. Outside the small cave, he gathered fallen branches and foliage, arranging them to conceal the entrance completely. Expanding his chi sense outward, he located the two Foundation establishment cultivators. He wasn't concerned about them detecting his probing. The chi sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator wasn't that strong. He had already tested this with the previous assassins. Still, he remained cautious about extending his awareness too far, wary that the core formation expert might possess methods beyond his current understanding. Moving silently through the forest, Xiang Yu approached his targets stealthily. From his elevated position in a tall tree, he finally spotted them. The two Foundation establishment cultivators stood in a small clearing, engaged in conversation. Initially, Xiang Yu felt a flutter of concern at finding them together rather than separated. Dealing with two Foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously wouldn't be easy. But thinking about it, maybe this wasn't so bad after all. This way, he could get rid of both at the same time. A devious plan formed in his mind, causing his lips to spread into an unsettling smile. They won't know what hit them, he thought without further hesitation. Xiang Yu leapt from his hiding place. The two Foundation establishment cultivators huddled together, frustration evident in their expressions as they exchanged findings from their separate searches. I've checked the eastern sector thoroughly. Nothing, the first cultivator reported, his brow furrowed with annoyance. The second shook his head. The western quadrant is clear as well. How far could a mere mortal have gone? We've searched nearly the entire pavilion without finding a single trace. A subtle rustling of leaves interrupted their conversation. Both cultivators tensed, hands instinctively moving toward their weapons as they turned toward the sound. Their eyes widened simultaneously as they beheld an impossible sight. The very person they had spent hours hunting was standing directly before them, arms crossed casually over his chest. Xiang Yu's posture radiated an unsettling confidence that seemed entirely at odds with his supposed status as a powerless mortal. Looking for me? Xiang Yu's voice carried a hint of mockery that immediately set the cultivators on edge. The taller of the two recovered first, his initial surprise giving way to a predatory smile. You should have just stayed hidden, kid, he growled, taking a deliberate step forward as his companion mirrored his movement. Wait, wait, wait. Xiang Yu waved his hands. He then thrust his hands forward, revealing nearly 20 talismans clutched between his fingers. Don't get any closer, or I'll explode these talismans. The two cultivators froze momentarily, exchanging puzzled glances before they simultaneously erupted into unrestrained laughter. Their bodies shook with laughter, one cultivator actually leaning against his companion for support as tears of amusement streamed down his face. You're really funny, the shorter one wheezed, wiping tears from his eyes. Do you really think we'll fall for that trick twice? His companions snickered in agreement as they resumed their advance, completely dismissing Xiang Yu's threat. When Xiang Yu saw this reaction, he thought to himself that it was a success, but externally. His body began to visibly tremble, fear seemingly overtaking his features as he took a step back. I'm really serious this time, he stammered, his voice cracking with terror. Don't come any closer. I'll really throw them. His fingers clutched the talismans so tightly that his knuckles whitened. Their laughter intensified at this pathetic display, the taller cultivator actually doubling over with amusement. Why don't you throw it? He taunted between gasping breaths. Xiang Yu retreated another step, his shoulders hunched. I'll really do it, he insisted. The cultivators exchanged amused glances, clearly enjoying what they perceived as a mortal's futile attempt at intimidation. Tell you what, the shorter one proposed mockingly. We'll just stand here and not move. Why don't you throw them? His companion nodded, both grinning. In his mind, Xiang Yu thought coldly, since you insist, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yet his facade of terror remained perfect, his body continuing to tremble as he slowly raised his hands holding the talismans. I'll really do it, he warned one final time, his voice wavering. The cultivators responded with renewed laughter, completely oblivious to Xiang Yu's thoughts. Xiang Yu's trembling lips curved into a subtle smile. His plan had worked perfectly. In one fluid motion, he hurled all 20 talismans directly at the two cultivators. Without waiting to witness the immediate aftermath, he instantly activated his movement technique and propelled himself away from the soon-to-be blast zone. As he moved through the forest, Xiang Yu noted that a single talisman had been enough to severely injure a core formation cultivator, though he had been caught off guard. Now he had deployed 20 simultaneously. Though some might see this as excessive for two Foundation establishment cultivators, Xiang Yu believed in being thorough. What if they possessed some heavenly defensive treasure? When making his move, he always made sure it was lethal. Several meters away, he halted atop a tall tree and turned to observe his handiwork. The talismans didn't detonate in one massive explosion, but rather in a devastating chain reaction. The rapid succession of blasts reminded him oddly of popcorn popping. He extended his chi sense over the explosion site, monitoring for any sign that either cultivator might have somehow escaped the explosion. As the final explosion faded and the dust began to settle, Xiang Yu confirmed with satisfaction that both cultivators had been completely annihilated. Not even their ashes remained. He exhaled softly in relief. It seemed they didn't possess any heavenly defensive treasures after all. In the very next instant, a powerful presence materialized at the explosion site. The core formation cultivator had arrived, his body fully recovered. Even the arm that Xiang Yu had previously blown off had been completely regenerated. The cultivator's head turned, his piercing gaze locking directly onto Xiang Yu's position among the trees. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in shock as the core formation expert pinpointed his location instantly. The cultivator's methods were clearly beyond ordinary tracking techniques. Before Xiang Yu could formulate an escape plan, the expert materialized directly in front of him, moving with such blinding speed that Xiang Yu's eyes could barely follow. Instinctively, Xiang Yu began trembling, adopting his practiced facade of terror. But the core formation cultivator wasn't deceived. The man drew back his massive fist, the air itself seeming to compress around his knuckles as he prepared to strike. Your chi sense is all over the place, yet you pretend to be immortal, the man declared, his voice filled with contempt. Xiang Yu finally realized what was happening. The cultivator had tracked him through his extended chi sense. He felt a moment of relief at his earlier decision not to blanket the entire pavilion with his chi sense. If he had really gone through with it, he would have immediately betrayed his position and potentially exposed the hidden spirit vein. With milliseconds to spare, Xiang Yu channeled everything into his movement technique, propelling himself away at maximum speed. The cultivator's fist connected with the tree where Xiang Yu had perched just moments before, obliterating it into splinters that exploded outward like wooden shrapnel. Landing several meters away, Xiang Yu observed the devastation, his lips twitching slightly. Such a huge tree had been reduced to fragments with a single punch. How was he supposed to fight against such overwhelming power? Perhaps he should have waited until he'd refined a few thousands more talismans before confronting this opponent. Just as I thought. You're hiding your strength, the man continued, his lips curling into a predatory smile. He rose from the ground, his body floating eerily through the air as he approached. To think that you have a scripture that can hide your strength so deeply. Hand it over, and maybe I'll leave your corpse intact. Xiang Yu stared at him with deadpan eyes. Who wants an intact corpse? Without hesitation, he whirled around and bolted, activating his movement technique once more. The core formation expert's laughter echoed through the forest as he gave chase. Despite Xiang Yu's considerable speed, the gap between them steadily closed, the difference in their cultivation realms becoming apparent with each passing second. As the cultivator's presence loomed directly behind him, Xiang Yu suddenly turned around to face his pursuer with palm extended. The abrupt reversal caught the man by surprise, causing him to momentarily decelerate. Their palms collided with tremendous force, sending Xiang Yu flying backward several meters. But in that brief moment of contact, Xiang Yu had accomplished his true objective. The cultivator's eyes widened in sudden realization as he desperately shook his arm, barely managing to shake off the talisman Xiang Yu had placed there. Despite his quick reaction, he couldn't completely escape the explosion that followed, the blast hurling him backward through the air. Rising from where he'd landed, the core formation expert assessed the situation. One moment's delay, and he would have suffered severe injuries. He'd assumed the boy had depleted his supply of talismans in the earlier explosions. After all, such items were crafted exclusively by Golden Core Realm experts or above. How could a disciple from a minor sect possess so many? 20 talismans had already seemed insanely excessive, yet the boy somehow had even more. Had their intelligence been flawed? No. The man was certain they had accurately assessed every expert within the Azure Cloud Sword sect. The only explanation was that the disciple himself was the anomaly. He must have stumbled upon some ancient inheritance, which would explain his possession of such an advanced concealment scripture. Greed flickered across the cultivator's face. If he could take this inheritance for himself. But the momentary distraction proved costly. When he refocused, Xiang Yu had completely vanished from sight. Although Xiang Yu had fled, the core formation cultivator tracked him effortlessly, his chi sense detecting that the young disciple hadn't traveled far. Despite Xiang Yu's ability to conceal his cultivation level, the expert possessed numerous methods of detection beyond mere cultivation sensing. After pinpointing Xiang Yu's exact location, the man charged in Xiang Yu's direction. Upon reaching an open clearing, the cultivator slowed his pace, carefully scanning the surroundings. Something about the situation made him uneasy. "Show yourself, kid," he called out, his voice carrying across the clearing. Xiang Yu emerged from behind a tree on the opposite side of the clearing. He observed the man with calculating eyes, inwardly acknowledging that the core formation cultivator's chi sense nearly matched his own. The man had detected him despite his concealed cultivation. To truly evade such perception, he would need an advanced concealment scripture capable of masking not just his cultivation, but his entire presence. Seeing as he couldn't hide anymore, Xiang Yu drew his sword with a sigh. "Not running anymore?" the man asked, advancing into the clearing unhurriedly. When Xiang Yu remained silent, a predatory grin spread across the cultivator's face. "At least you know that you can't run," he taunted, suddenly accelerating into a charge. Xiang Yu watched the approaching man, but he didn't make any moves. Any time now, he thought. The core formation expert continued his charge, closing the distance rapidly, until the world around him suddenly changed. One moment, he was rushing through the open ground. The next, he found himself in the middle of a chaotic battlefield as explosions detonated in rapid succession. The first blast caught him directly, sending shockwaves through his body before he could mount a defense. As he struggled to regain his bearings, a second explosion struck, then a third. Only then did the cultivator realize the situation he was in. The entire area had been planted with talisman. The man's mind raced quickly for a solution. Instantly, he launched himself skyward, escaping the explosion radius. Observing from a safe distance, Xiang Yu clicked his tongue in disappointment. The core formation expert had escaped faster than he had anticipated. Still, he managed to land several significant blows. After the first direct hit, the cultivator had erected a protective barrier, reducing the impact of subsequent explosions, but the cumulative damage was undeniable. Combined with his previous injuries, the man's combat power had reduced significantly, definitely nowhere near his peak. In this weakened state, Xiang Yu thought that he might actually stand a chance. "You bastard! How dare you trick me?" The cultivator roared, his voice thundering with rage as he dove from the air towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu watched the core formation cultivator approach, noting how the man's speed had decreased significantly after taking multiple talisman explosions. He tightened his grip on his sword and settled into his stance, ready for the confrontation. The cultivator infused his fists with chi, causing them to glow with dark energy as he descended from above. Xiang Yu raised his sword just in time to block the attack, but despite the man's weakened state, the raw power difference was undeniable. The impact sent Xiang Yu skidding backward several meters, his feet carving furrows through the earth. Even a weakened core formation cultivator is still formidable, Xiang Yu thought, his arms tingling from the force of the blow. When they separated, Xiang Yu decided to seize the initiative. He activated his lightning strike sword technique and launched into an offensive. Though the technique remained at the beginner stage, his perfect mastery of sword fundamentals compensated for this limitation. What he lacked in elemental damage, he made up for with flawless execution. He delivered a series of blindingly fast strikes. The lightning strike style specialized in overwhelming speed. As he backed away to assess the damage, Xiang Yu was surprised by the effectiveness of his attack. The core formation cultivator examined his hands where he'd blocked the strikes. Wisps of smoke rose from the impact points, though he showed no signs of serious injury. He lifted his gaze to Xiang Yu, his expression shifting from dismissive to serious. Xiang Yu charged again, unleashing another flurry of attacks. The cultivator blocked with his other hand, then countered with a powerful punch from his free hand. Xiang Yu quickly redirected his sword to parry the strike, though the force still pushed him back slightly. In that moment of contact, Xiang Yu made a crucial observation. The man seemed unusually cautious about his sword. Looking at his blade, understanding dawned on him. The cultivator wasn't wary of the sword itself, but of the lightning element it carried. The demonic energy the man wielded apparently had a weakness to lightning. So that's why I'm dealing more damage than expected, Xiang Yu realized. I have the elemental advantage. Still, this advantage alone wouldn't be enough to secure a victory. If anything, it was just a minor inconvenience to the core formation expert. It seemed that he still needed to use his other plan in order to win. This alternative plan also had a risk factor to it, but there was nothing he could do about it. Xiang Yu charged toward the cultivator, then abruptly changed direction. He leapt onto a nearby tree trunk, using it as a springboard to launch himself over the man's head. The cultivator raised his hands defensively, but instead of attacking, Xiang Yu simply used the man's outstretched arms as stepping stones to propel himself into the clearing. The core formation expert whirled around to find Xiang Yu waving his sword provocatively from the open space. Suspicion flickered across the cultivator's face. Could there be more talismans hidden in the ground? He wondered, eyeing Xiang Yu's confident movements. The youth continued pacing around the clearing, issuing silent challenges with each step. The man deliberated, trying to determine if this was another trap or merely a bluff. After a moment's consideration, he reached a decision. No matter, he thought to himself, I'll simply step where the boy has already walked. If explosives truly lie beneath, he wouldn't willingly step on them. The cultivator approached the clearing cautiously, testing the first step by placing his foot down and then quickly withdrawing it. When no explosion followed, he finally entered the clearing proper, but maintained his vigilance, carefully following Xiang Yu's previous path. Xiang Yu observed this with satisfaction. In truth, he had hidden all his remaining talismans throughout this area, using earth qi to conceal them. Even with the cultivator's powerful qi sense, there was no way to detect where the talismans lay. Xiang Yu alone knew their precise locations. This wasn't meant as a direct attack. His earlier attempt had already proven ineffective. After all, the man could just fly away. Instead, this was about controlling the battlefield. If the cultivator wanted to avoid triggering the hidden talismans, he would need to pay constant attention to his movements, forcing him to move more cautiously. This levels the playing field, Xiang Yu thought. The talismans were now a double-edged sword. Unlike when he had thrown them directly, these buried talismans would trigger instantly if stepped on. The resulting explosion would catch them both in its radius, leaving no time for escape. After taking several more steps without incident, the cultivator grew more confident and began advancing towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu backed away gradually, noting with satisfaction how the man moved more deliberately than before. Speed is a crucial factor in combat strength, Xiang Yu observed. With this limitation on his movement, the gap between our abilities narrows considerably. With this, the fight was now somewhat doable. Inside the heaven-testing pagoda, Li Yao sat in lotus posture, her expression strained as she circulated the overwhelming energy through her meridians. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she focused intently on refining the powerful qi that flooded her qi pathways. This spiritual energy from senior brother's food is truly remarkable, she thought, struggling to process the potent force coursing through her body. I've never encountered anything quite this concentrated before. The minutes stretched on as she carefully guided the energy through her pathways, carefully integrating it into her core. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of intense concentration, she opened her eyes and released a long, controlled breath, her shoulders relaxing as tension melted away. A sense of accomplishment washed over her as she realized the full extent of what had happened. Senior brother's spirit food alone has advanced my cultivation by 2 entire stages, from the 3rd layer of core formation all the way to the 5th layer. Are you finally done? The Empress's voice echoed in her mind. Yes, Li Yao responded aloud, flexing her fingers as she tested her restored energy. And I've completely recovered too. She clenched her fists, feeling the power surging beneath her skin as a question formed in her mind. I wonder if this strength is enough to conquer the final floor. You might not have the chance to test that out, the Empress replied. Li Yao's brow furrowed with confusion. What do you mean by that? Am I still not strong enough? With her newly enhanced cultivation at the 5th layer of core formation, she believed she could battle on equal terms with the demon she'd defeated earlier. And if she transformed into her elemental form, her fighting capacity might even reach the equivalent of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Unless the opponent on the 100th floor was at peak golden core realm, she should stand a fighting chance. The Empress's doubt made little sense to her. That's not what I meant. The Empress sighed, her mental voice conveying genuine concern. I've been sensing some commotion happening outside for a while now. The situation doesn't look good. Li Yao's heart skipped a beat. Wait, does that mean senior brother is in danger? Her voice rose with sudden panic. Thoughts of the pagoda challenge instantly forgotten. Probably, the Empress confirmed. Oh no, I have to go save him. Li Yao scrambled to her feet, frantically reaching for the token hanging at her waist, the special talisman that allowed disciples to enter and exit the heaven-testing pagoda at will. She activated the token, expecting the familiar sensation of spatial transfer. But nothing happened. She tried again, channeling more qi into the token, only to be met with the same result. What's happening? Why can't I leave? Her voice trembled with rising panic as she stared at the seemingly useless token in her palm. From the shadows of the chamber, a voice suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Little girl, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Xiang Yu observed the charging cultivator, steadying his stance as he prepared for impact. Despite the enormous power difference between them, he felt a glimmer of confidence. Within this talisman-laden battlefield, the playing field had become somewhat equalized. The core formation expert might possess overwhelming strength, but his movement was now severely restricted. The man approached with fury burning in his eyes, his fist leading the charge. Yet Xiang Yu noted how the cultivator moved with heightened caution. Having fallen for Xiang Yu's tricks twice already, the man was clearly determined not to be caught off guard again. As the powerful fist closed in, Xiang Yu raised his sword to meet it, deliberately channeling lightning qi through the blade to maximize its effectiveness against the man's demonic energy. The collision sent vibrations through both combatants, forcing them to slide backward from the impact. Xiang Yu glanced appreciatively at his sword as they separated. I should thank that assassin for giving me such an excellent lightning technique, he thought. If he weren't trying to kill me, I'd definitely light some incense in his honor. From their brief exchange, Xiang Yu confirmed what he had suspected. The cultivator's strength had indeed diminished considerably. However, the man had also raised his guard completely, which meant defeating him would require significantly more effort than before. Fortunately, with battle instinct maxed to the mortal limit, detecting gaps in the man's defense wasn't particularly challenging for Xiang Yu. He charged forward with his lightning-infused sword raised high. The core formation expert glanced behind himself nervously, noticing the absence of footprints in Xiang Yu's wake. He couldn't retreat. What if there were more unseen talismans in the ground behind him? Damn it, I'll just face him head on, the cultivator decided. Even if I'm not at full power, what could a mere disciple from a low-level sect possibly do to me? He raised his arms defensively as Xiang Yu closed the distance. The sword struck against the man's forearms, its force completely nullified by the cultivator's superior strength. But this was merely a distraction. Xiang Yu's other hand moved in a fluid motion, executing a fire palm strike directly toward the man's chest. Oomph, just this basic technique? The cultivator thought smugly, blocking the sword with just one arm while moving his free hand to counter Xiang Yu's palm with his own. When their palms collided, they initially seemed evenly matched, but in the next instant, the core formation expert's expression transformed from confidence to shock. "What?" he gasped, staring at the point where their hands met. His eyes widened as he realized the fire palm had suddenly changed into a lightning palm. Xiang Yu merely smiled. With his heightened battle awareness, advanced mind level, and the versatile, transcendent Dao physique that allowed seamless manipulation of different energies, switching elements without any cooldown was effortless. Fooling the overconfident cultivator had been almost too easy. Though he couldn't inflict significant damage with this maneuver alone, it created the perfect opening for his true strategy. With the man's concentration momentarily disrupted, Xiang Yu twisted his hand, easily breaking free from their deadlock. As the opposing force suddenly vanished, the cultivator's weight shifted forward unexpectedly. Seizing this opportunity, Xiang Yu closed his hand firmly around the man's arm, clamping down with surprising strength to prevent the limb from being used defensively. In the same fluid motion, he maneuvered his lightning-crackling sword toward the cultivator's exposed neck, now perfectly aligned with his blade due to the man's compromised balance. The core formation expert's expression darkened as he watched the sword approach his vulnerable throat, death seemingly imminent. Then came an unexpected sound, the distinctive clank of metal striking metal. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized what had happened. The desperate cultivator had actually caught the sword with his teeth. Despite his maxed battle instinct, there were still cultivation world tactics that Xiang Yu couldn't anticipate. The man was sweating profusely, his jaw clenched around the blade as lightning energy seeped into his gums, causing them to bleed. Despite the pain, he maintained his desperate hold on the weapon. Xiang Yu recovered from his surprise almost instantly and delivered a powerful kick to the man's jaw. The force separated the cultivator from the sword, along with several bloody teeth that went flying through the air. The impact sent the core formation expert tumbling backward, but he quickly stabilized himself mid-air, hovering cautiously to avoid triggering any buried talismans below. His expression twisted with rage and frustration as he hovered safely above the battlefield. "Fuck this!" The cultivator spat, rising several meters higher above Xiang Yu. He began forming a ball of fiery energy between his palms, the radiance growing brighter and more intense until it resembled a miniature sun. He wouldn't, right? Xiang Yu's lips twitched nervously as realization dawned. He had assumed the man's arrogance and pride would prevent him from considering such a desperate tactic. But it seemed the cultivator actually intended to obliterate the entire clearing with a massive explosion. If this happened, Xiang Yu would be in grave danger. He hadn't anticipated the man would resort to such a method. Dark energy gathered and swirled around Elder Mei, intensifying with each passing moment. The sinister power expanded outward, growing larger and more concentrated until he was completely immersed in its malevolent embrace. The ominous sight caused Elder Gua to instinctively step backward, his brow furrowed as he wondered what the elder was up to. With a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the courtyard, Elder Mei began absorbing the dark energy directly into his body. His physical form underwent a horrific transformation as the demonic power reshaped him. His robes tore apart, unable to contain his rapidly expanding musculature, revealing a powerfully built physique rippling with strength. The years seemed to melt away from his appearance. Wrinkles vanished, his weathered skin tightened, and his elderly features reverted to those of a man in his prime. Most striking was his hair. The white strands of age darkened and then blazed into a brilliant crimson, flowing around his head like living flames. From the center of his forehead, a horn emerged, pushing through skin and bone with a sickening crack. The protrusion was obsidian black at its base, gradually transitioning to a blood-red tip. Guishantion, the transformed elder Mei roared, his voice deeper and more resonant than before, always interfering with my plans. His crimson eyes burned with decades of accumulated hatred. Today, let's see if you or I will die. Little girl, don't be in such a hurry to leave. A voice echoed through the chamber, prompting Li Yao to whirl around instantly. Her eyes darted to every corner, every shadow, yet she saw no one. Her hand instinctively moved to her sword hilt. So he finally decided to show himself. The Empress remarked with disdain. Show himself. Li Yao's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Did you know he was here all this time? Of course, the Empress replied, her voice dripping with pride. How could such a low-level soul escape my notice? Then why didn't you tell me? Li Yao demanded, her grip tightening on her sword. I didn't see the need to. Didn't. Li Yao began, then sighed in resignation. Never mind. She paused, curiosity overtaking her momentary frustration. What do you mean by low-level soul? Is it the same as you? Oomph. How could you compare me to such a person? The Empress's indignation was palpable. My soul is eternal and undying. This is just a small, nascent soul. It barely passes for a soul at all. Li Yao gave up pursuing the conversation. The Empress was boasting too much. No need to be so on guard. I'm not an enemy. The voice spoke again, clearer this time, as if drawing closer though still remaining invisible. Says the person who's hiding, Li Yao retorted, her fingers still firm around her sword hilt as she continued scanning the chamber vigilantly. The voice released a weary sigh. It's not that I'm hiding. It's just that I can't come out. My name is Feng Tianxiu, the voice continued. Li Yao's eyes widened, her lips parting in shock. Wait, that's right. The voice completed her thought. I am the ancestor of the Azure Cloud Sword Sect. In a grand hall of the Wuming cult, an elder approached the sect master. Sect master, do you really think that he can do it? The elder inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of doubt despite his efforts to conceal it. The sect leader merely smiled. He sat upon a throne carved from black jade, fingers drumming idly against the armrest. Of course, although Mei Ziyuan is quite arrogant and prideful, there is no way he could fail the mission, he replied with absolute confidence. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, brow furrowed. Still, why did you have to go this roundabout way? He pressed further. With the sect master's strength, there aren't many who can match you in the eastern region. Why did you have to risk it using this method? The leader's laughter echoed throughout the hall, causing several disciples attending in the shadows to shiver involuntarily. Although it's true that I'm quite strong, I'm just a single person, he explained, leaning forward slightly. The Orthodox sect masters are wary of my power, but they can't outright attack me. If I were to make a move, even against a low-level sect, it's still an Orthodox sect. If those old fools decided to take this as an excuse to gang up on me. He left the sentence unfinished, but the elder nodded in understanding. Besides, the sect master continued, his voice dropping to an almost affectionate tone. I'm not risking anything. Among his generation, Mei Ziyuan is the masterpiece I created. There is no way he can lose. An evil smile spread across his face. Xiang Yu watched the growing flame attack with dread, his mind racing through possible countermeasures. Should he coat his sword with lightning and attempt to split the fireball? No, this wasn't some fantasy movie. Besides, even if he somehow managed such a feat, what if the separated halves crashed into his carefully buried talismans? The resulting chain reaction would only hasten his demise. His thoughts turned to using earth chi to burrow underground for escape. That wouldn't work either. Disturbing the ground would trigger the very talismans he'd planted, sending him to meet his ancestors even sooner. Damn it! He'd cornered himself with his own strategy. All those novels lied, he thought bitterly. Weren't villains supposed to be predictable idiots? Shouldn't this cultivator be cursing and blindly charging at him instead of employing such effective tactics? Xiang Yu exhaled slowly, recognizing he was getting too agitated. He needed to maintain his composure and find a solution. Before he could formulate a plan, he noticed something concerning. Why is it still getting bigger? He muttered, observing the expanding fireball. Wait! Realization struck him. The core formation expert had actually thrown the attack. This wasn't following the script at all. Shouldn't the man first demand he kowtow 3 times, then perhaps magnanimously offer to leave his corpse intact? The fireball continued growing in size as it descended toward him, the heat intensifying with each passing second. Xiang Yu wondered if this truly marked the end of his journey. Junior sister, he thought wistfully, it seems I can't marry you in this lifetime. Just as he'd resigned himself to his fate, he felt something shift inside him. Wait, that's... His expression transformed from resignation to hope. It seems luck is still on my side. Meanwhile, the core formation cultivator pushed the massive fireball toward Xiang Yu, his face deliberately devoid of emotion. Internally, he was certain this attack would annihilate the troublesome youth. He refrained from voicing any curses or premature celebrations. He didn't want to jinx his victory. He reflected on the strange progression of their encounter. Initially, he dismissed Xiang Yu as a powerless mortal, yet the young man had managed to injure him. He'd attributed this to luck, but then Xiang Yu had killed both his subordinates. Perhaps extraordinary fortune was at play? But after suffering a second and third injury at the youth's hands, coincidence seemed increasingly implausible. More unsettling was how Xiang Yu had maintained control throughout their battle despite his apparent weakness. It felt as though the young cultivator was orchestrating every exchange, making the core formation expert dance in the palm of his hand. He wouldn't be surprised if Xiang Yu was actually some ancient master using rejuvenation arts. That battle awareness was unervingly precise. Facing him evoked the same uneasiness as confronting the sect master. No, not even the sect master gave him such a seen-though feeling. He needed to end this quickly before Xiang Yu somehow reversed their positions yet again. Where's the chain reaction? The cultivator wondered. He'd expected the buried talismans to begin exploding, creating a domino effect of destruction. Could Xiang Yu have been bluffing all along? Then he noticed something peculiar. Is it just me, or is the fireball growing smaller? From his elevated position, he couldn't see beneath the massive flaming sphere, and since it was made of qi, it interfered with his qi sense. After brief deliberation, he descended from his vantage point, gliding cautiously toward the ground. His suspicions were confirmed. The flame was indeed diminishing in size. Within seconds, the entire attack had vanished completely. Xiang Yu's face split into a smug smile that made the core formation cultivator uneasy. As Xiang Yu observed the incoming fireball, resignation settling over him, he suddenly felt something stir deep within his core. A familiar energy pulsed through his meridians, demanding his attention. Recognition dawned on his face as he identified the source, his abyssal void flame awakening in response to the threat. A smile spread across his features as he remembered Elder Huang's words about the flame. But when I tried to absorb this flame, it also tried to absorb my flames, she had said. He hadn't paid attention to this before, but now. That had been when the abyssal void flame was still in the 7th grade. Now, after his system's exponential growth, it had nearly reached the 5th grade. Looks like luck is still on my side, Xiang Yu murmured, confidence replacing his earlier despair. With this improved spirit flame, he doubted the core formation cultivator's ordinary chi-based fireball stood a chance. He could feel the abyssal void flame's hunger, its primal desire to consume other flames pulsing through their connection. As the massive fireball approached, its heat scorching the air between them, Xiang Yu raised his hand. The abyssal void flame manifested before him, hovering above his palm, an impossible darkness that absorbed all light rather than emitting it. The flame cast no shadows and reflected nothing. Its surface was a perfect void broken only by occasional white sparks flickering within its depths. To any observer, it resembled a miniature black hole. And it might as well have been, as the approaching fireball began behaving strangely. The enormous sphere of destructive energy started swirling like a tornado, its trajectory bending toward the void flame as if caught in an irresistible gravitational pull. What began as a subtle distortion quickly intensified, the fireball elongating and spiraling towards Xiang Yu's palm with increasing speed. Xiang Yu felt the raw power of the incoming attack, violent, chaotic, and destructive, but the moment it made contact with his abyssal void flame, the energy settled instantly, as though tamed by a greater force. The fireball's essence poured into his spirit flame like water down a drain, feeding it, though Xiang Yu noted the contribution to his flame's growth wasn't particularly significant. The vortex accelerated, the fireball's rotation becoming a blur of motion as the last portions of the attack vanished into the abyssal void flame's endless hunger. Within seconds, the devastating attack had completely disappeared, leaving nothing between Xiang Yu and the core formation cultivator who hovered above. The man stared down at Xiang Yu, his expression transitioning from confident victory to stunned disbelief. What divine ability was that? And was that truly a spirit flame? When he focused on the dark flame hovering above Xiang Yu's palm, all color drained from his face. For just an instant, a fraction of a second so brief he nearly missed it, the abyssal void flame had looked back at him. In that moment, raw existential dread flooded through the cultivator's body. An overwhelming certainty of his own mortality gripped him, as though he'd glimpsed the ultimate end of all things within that bottomless darkness. No, the thought screamed through his mind. I need to get out of here. The mission, Elder May's orders, the sex objectives, fuck all that. He wanted nothing to do with whatever eldritch entity this youth commanded. When Xiang Yu noticed the man's expression of absolute terror, he didn't understand the cause, but he recognized an opportunity. With the powerful cultivator momentarily distracted and hovering at low altitude, this was his chance to strike decisively before the man could ascend beyond his reach. With this thought burning in his mind, Xiang Yu activated his final trump card. The clearing held its breath, still as a painting. No insect chirped, no leaf rustled. A moment of perfect silence before chaos erupted. In the next heartbeat, the world transformed into an inferno. A massive explosion tore through the clearing, unleashing devastation comparable to a collapsed nuclear reactor. The shockwave ripped trees from their roots, hurling them through the air like matchsticks. Flames devoured everything, leaving nothing untouched as they climbed skyward in a terrible pillar of destruction. When the firestorm finally subsided, what remained was unrecognizable. A vast, smoldering crater carved deep into the earth where the clearing had once been. At its center lay the core formation expert, his body unrecognizable. Half his face had been burned beyond recognition, his left limbs entirely missing, and he was barely conscious. What happened? Where am I? The man's thoughts swam sluggishly through his pain-clouded mind. A silhouette appeared above him, blurred by his failing vision. He strained to focus, raising his remaining hand in a feeble gesture. Save. The word died on his lips as a sharp, piercing pain bloomed at his chest. His vision cleared just enough to recognize his executioner, Xiang Yu, driving a sword directly through his heart. Memory finally flooded back. Before he could escape, the hidden talismans had somehow detonated simultaneously, catching him in their combined fury. So this is death, huh? The thought drifted through his fading consciousness. His raised arm fell limply to his side as a strange, peaceful smile crossed what remained of his face. It doesn't feel all that bad. And then darkness claimed him completely. Xiang Yu collapsed beside the corpse, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He'd made an incredibly dangerous gamble, using his earth chi to trigger all the buried talismans simultaneously. The resulting explosion had been far more devastating than he'd anticipated. Though he'd managed to use the abyssal void flame to absorb the fire itself, he'd forgotten a crucial detail. Though the flame could absorb the fire, it didn't absorb the force of the blast. His internal organs felt like they'd been put through a meat grinder. Pain radiated through every fiber of his being, but survival instinct overrode his body's desperate pleas for rest. His eyes snapped open with sudden urgency. No, he couldn't afford to rest yet. An explosion of this magnitude would draw attention for miles around. He needed to disappear before investigators arrived at the scene. But first, a pained smile crossed his face despite his agony. I have to get my money's worth. With trembling fingers, Xiang Yu removed the spatial ring from the dead cultivator's remaining hand. At least the ring had survived the blast intact, unlike when he'd eliminated the Foundation establishment subordinates earlier, who'd been reduced to less than ash. What a waste that had been. A core formation expert's spatial ring would undoubtedly contain valuable treasures, but exploration would have to wait. Pushing through his pain, Xiang Yu sluggishly dragged himself toward the spirit spring. Upon reaching the small cave entrance, he carefully arranged the bushes to conceal the opening before slipping inside. Once through, he methodically replaced the foliage, erasing all traces of his passage. Only after repositioning the massive rock that sealed the inner chamber did he finally allow himself to relax marginally. The transcendent Tao physique truly lived up to its status. Already, he could feel his grievous internal injuries healing. Not completely, but enough that his life was no longer in immediate danger. The remaining damage would heal naturally over time, but Xiang Yu couldn't afford to wait. Investigators would surely arrive soon to examine the site of the explosion. He approached the spirit spring, noting with satisfaction that it had partially replenished itself. Not fully restored to its previous glory, but sufficient for his needs. Without hesitation, he removed his tattered clothing and immersed himself in the spirit spring. As he began circulating his energy to accelerate the healing process, Xiang Yu realized that dawn had not yet broken. According to his established routine, this was still the time for mind cultivation. With that thought, he closed his eyes and plunged into the vast expanse of his spiritual sea. Li Yao's eyes narrowed with suspicion, her grip on her sword unwavering. Then why are you stopping me from leaving when the sect is under attack? Will you listen to my story first? The voice replied. Li Yao remained motionless, her defensive stance unchanged, muscles tensed and ready to react to any threat. Don't worry, your senior brother is still safe, the voice continued. The mention of Xiang Yu sent a visible jolt through Li Yao's body. Her expression hardened further, jaw clenching as she demanded, How do you know about that? It's just some divination, nothing much, the voice answered dismissively. Li Yao's eyes flicked to the side momentarily. Is what he's saying true? It is indeed divination, though I wouldn't trust it much. The Empress responded within her mind. What do you mean by that? Li Yao pressed, concern creeping into her voice. Your senior brother's destiny is quite complicated. The Empress replied with an audible sigh. What do you mean by that? Li Yao's anxiety was evident now, her previous composure cracking slightly. Don't ask. Heavenly secrets shouldn't be pried upon. Anyway, you'll figure out eventually, the Empress answered cryptically. After a moment's pause, she added, Why don't you hear him out first? I can tell that he indeed doesn't have any bad will toward you. Upon hearing this assessment from the Empress, Li Yao allowed her shoulders to relax slightly. The grip on her sword loosened, though she remained vigilant. Come closer, the voice beckoned. In the next heartbeat, the sealed entrance to the 100th floor began to open. A wave of demonic aura immediately flooded the chamber, so intense and oppressive that Li Yao nearly buckled under its weight. Only through sheer force of will did she remain standing, her knees trembling with the effort. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as a terrible realization dawned on her. This aura transcended any power she had ever encountered. Whatever entity resided beyond that door existed in a realm of cultivation so far beyond her own that she couldn't even comprehend the gap between them. Was this a trap after all? The thought flashed through her mind as she struggled against the crushing pressure. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, a single sword flew out from the darkened entrance. The massive doors immediately began to close, sealing away the terrifying aura once more. As the last sliver of the opening disappeared, the oppressive force vanished completely. Li Yao collapsed to one knee, drawing in deep, desperate breaths as though she'd been underwater for too long. Her wide eyes fixed on the sword that now hovered in the air before her. Inside Li Yao's spiritual sea, a magnificent golden castle stood proudly, its towers reaching toward an endless sky. Within the central chamber, upon an ornate throne crafted from what appeared to be solidified light, sat the Empress. Her form shimmered slightly as she tapped a delicate finger against her chin, contemplation evident in her eyes. To think that I'd meet someone good at divination in this small mortal world, she mused, a smile playing across her lips. The heavenly Tao sure is full of mysteries. She stretched languidly, feeling the subtle increase in her power. Though still a mere fraction of her former glory, it was progress nonetheless. Now that I've recovered a little strength, should I also give it a shot? She wondered aloud, her voice echoing through the empty halls of her spiritual domain. Who should I try it on? Her thoughts drifted to the persistent enigma that had been nagging at her curiosity. I've always been curious about this so-called senior brother, she admitted with a mischievous smile forming on her face. Let's see what you're hiding, senior brother. She spoke cheekily, almost as though he could hear her teasing. The Empress closed her eyes, her consciousness expanding outward as she initiated the divination technique. Reality shifted around her, the golden castle dissolving into mist. In the next second, she found herself standing before an impossible staircase that spiraled upward without end, each step seemingly crafted from pure starlight. The Empress stared in bewilderment, trying to comprehend what this vision represented. Her gaze traveled upward along the infinite path, finally settling on a figure seated at the highest visible point. There, in a perfect meditative posture, sat Xiang Yu. Though he appeared somewhat older, his features more defined, his presence somehow more substantial. Before she could process this unusual sight, Xiang Yu's eyes snapped open. The Empress felt an overwhelming force wash over her, an incomprehensible power that transcended anything she had encountered in her long existence. Instantly, she found herself violently thrust back into Li Yao's spiritual sea, the golden castle materializing around her once more. She slumped against her throne, all color drained from her face, her expression frozen in absolute shock. "How is that possible?" she whispered, her voice trembling in a way it hadn't for countless millennia. "That's—"
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.